Hello students, welcome to Sriram's IAS, welcome to this discussion class of Anubhuti number 4. Thank you very much for giving this test in such a large number. Your appreciation of this test, we are thankful about it, and the kind of feedback which we are getting, the question paper which we have made was in totally aligned with the trends of UPSC and the changing trends of UPSC, and the feedback which you have given was so much overwhelming for us. Thank you very much. And let us start the discussion of Anubhuti number 4. So, yes, so this is our question paper. I will be taking polity first. So, the questions of polity will appear first. Indian polity starts from question number 1. Here. So, look at this question. India is a common law country. This concept emanates from which article? So, what do you understand by the common law? There is another concept which is called as the continental law. Continental law, and you must understand the difference between common law and continental law in order to mark the answer correctly. So, let us understand continental law first. So, law is derived from so many sources. There is something called written constitution. We have a written constitution in India, isn't it? Similarly, precedents are also there. Through the court's judgment, there are so many judgments of the Supreme Court, judgments of the High Court, and there are precedences. So, what happens in continental law is that all the law are derived from the codified laws. All the decisions of the court, all the decisions made by the executive, everything is derived from the codified written law. Whereas in common law, it is a special quality of common law that it looks towards the precedents, that whatever has been laid down by the courts, by the Supreme Court or by the High Court, that becomes binding. So, for example, if let's say there was a bench of 5 judges in the Supreme Court, it has laid down a particular law. Okay. Now, this becomes binding on all the other courts. That is what is the practice followed under common law. Whereas in the continental law, usually countries like the Latin American countries and some countries in continental Europe follow continental law, whereas the common law is followed in United Kingdom, United States, and also in India, where the role of the court is important, that whatever precedence has been laid down by the court, either the Supreme Court or the High Court, becomes very important and it is followed. So, now let us look to the articles. Article number 13, it is about law. It gives the definition of law. It sort of makes the constitution prominent over any other law in the country. Anything, any provision made under any statute, if in any way, shape or form goes against the constitution or is inconsistent with the provisions of the constitution, especially part 3rd of the constitution, will be declared as null and void. That is what is said by article number 13. It also defines law. So, it has nothing to do with common law. Coming to article 32, the remedies are given, that if your fundamental rights are breached, you can approach the High Court and the Supreme Court. 131 defines the original jurisdiction of the Supreme Court. This is another article which has nothing to do with common law thing. But look at article 141. It tells that any decision made by the Supreme Court shall be binding on all the other courts in the territory of India. High Court has to follow it, lower judiciary has to follow it, tribunals has to follow it. So, this article in one or the other way defines what common law is. That precedents or the orders or the judgments of the Supreme Court are followed. It does not rely totally on the codified law. So, let us say XYZ section of the Constitution of India says one thing, but the interpretation of the statute made by the Supreme Court says something else. That thing will be followed in the coming cases, and it will be followed by all the courts below the Supreme Court. So, I hope you have understood the difference between the common law and continental law. Along with that, Article 141 and how it defines common law. Moving on to next question. So this is our correct answer. Correct answer is D here. Moving on to another question, question number 2. If you see this, yes. Consider the following statements regarding the financial provisions of the Indian Constitution. So bills related with finances. So there are 3 kind of bills. Normal bills, okay, ordinary bills. Then there is constitutional amendment bill, and there is a third kind of bill which is called as money bill. Money bill is defined in Article 110 of the Constitution. But looking at finance bill, what is finance bill? So finance bill is a broader area which talks about finances, and money bill is a subset of finance bill. So that money bill is defined in Article 110 of the Constitution. Okay. Now the provisions, a money bill can be a finance bill, but all the finance bill are not necessarily money bill. This is something which you should understand, that a money bill is a subset of the finance bill. So let us read the statements. Article 112 of the Constitution mandates that the annual financial statement, in a layman term we call this as budget. Budget is laid in the house of people. So Article 112 mandates that the annual financial statement, which is also called as the budget, shall be presented before both the houses of the parliament by the finance minister. No, this is the duty of the president. President is the authority which lays down the annual financial statement in front of the parliament. So it is the duty of the president, not of the finance minister, although the finance minister explains about it, speaks on it. Okay, I hope you are getting it. So it is the primary duty of the president, primarily laying down or presenting the money bill is the duty of the president. So this statement is not correct. Article 110 pertains to the finance bill, which is introduced to implement the government's taxation proposal. So we have already seen Article 110, although talks about money bill, but money bill is a subset of finance bill. So we can very well say that Article 110 pertains to finance bill. Money bill is a kind of finance bill, isn't it? Which is introduced to implement the government's taxation proposal. What kind of taxation proposal could be there? So if you see, there can be imposition of tax, there can be alteration of tax, there can be abolition of tax, there can be regulation of tax, then the matter related to the consolidated fund of India, any fund coming inside the consolidated fund of India or the payment made out of the consolidated fund of India, all those comprises money bill. It is included in the definition of money bill. Okay. So statement number 2, so the statement number 1 is wrong, we have seen. Statement number 2, we have to read it again. Article 110 pertains to the finance bill, which is introduced to implement government's taxation proposal. This is a correct statement. These are the taxation proposals which we have seen. Third statement, so this is a correct statement. Parliament cannot increase the taxation proposals introduced in the finance bill. See, you have to understand this one thing. There can be imposition of tax, alteration of tax, abolition of tax, regulation of tax. The tax can be decreased, but it cannot be increased. Okay, taxes cannot be increased. Parliament cannot increase the taxation proposal introduced in the finance bill. Whatever has been made by the annual financial, through the annual financial statement becomes permanent. Taxation can be reduced, taxes can be abolished, and that can be done without the prior permission of the president also through a bill. But when it comes to increasing of the tax, this is something which cannot be done. So in order to understand this, if the tax rate is 2%, it can be reduced. It can be reduced to 1%, but this cannot be made 3%. I hope you are getting it. So statement 3 is also a correct statement. So the option which is correct is 2 and 3. C is the correct option here. Moving on to the next question. Question number 3. Now question number 3 talks about qualifications. So how many of the following qualifications are mentioned in the constitution for the membership of parliament? Article 84 comes into play here. Article 84 comes into play, which talks about the qualifications of the member of parliament. So if you have to fight an election, what are qualifications are required? What you should have, the basic qualification is mentioned in Article 84 of the Constitution, and this question very specifically asked what is there in the Constitution. Okay, there are also provisions under the Representations of the People Act 1951, but what is written in the Constitution? So let's see. Citizenship, a person has to be the citizen of India. This is very much true. If you have to fight an election, the basic qualification has to be, you have to be citizen of India. You cannot be the citizen of Britain and fight an election in India. Basic rule of democracy, you must understand this. The person has to originate from that country. You cannot go on and vote for a person who is not of this country. He is actually not allowed, or she is actually not allowed to fight an election in India if the person is not the citizen of India. So the basic fundamental requirement or fundamental qualification to fight an election for the member of parliament is that a person has to be the citizen of India. Now the oath and affirmation needs to be made. This is also true. So a person has to make an oath and affirmation. Then comes the age. Also, once a person is chosen under Schedule 3, oath and affirmation is made. Age. For Lok Sabha it is 25 and different for Rajya Sabha. So age is a very important part here. Then comes domicile and religion. Now these two are not the parts. You may come from any religion, does not matter. And you can fight an election. You can be any religion of your choice. If you follow a religion, it's okay. If you do not follow a religion, it's okay. You can still fight the election. And that is not a fundamental or basic requirement or basic qualification to fight an election for the member of parliament and domicile. Now, if you see, an amendment was made in 2003 that a person who has to participate in an election to become a member of Rajya Sabha need not to be from that state. That simply means if a person is from Uttar Pradesh, he can still, he has a domicile of Uttar Pradesh, he can still become the member of the Rajya Sabha from any other state. Can be from Gujarat, can be from MP, it can be from Karnataka. Like Dr. Manmohan Singh was the ex-Prime Minister of India, was the Rajya Sabha member from Assam. His domicile was not from Assam. So this is something which is very basic, you must understand. So these three things are correct. Now coming to electoral status, what do you understand by electoral status? Simply means that your name should be there in the electoral roll. If you see Article 325 or 26, you will find it mentions electoral roll. That any person who is a citizen of India and above the age of 18, their name shall be there in the electoral roll. And they have the right to go and vote for a party of their choice or a candidate of their choice. So this is a basic requirement, but you should understand that electoral status is a requirement mentioned in the Representation of the People Act 1951. This is not a requirement given under the Constitution of India. Question specifically asks about the qualifications mentioned in the Constitution of India. I hope you get it. So these three, citizenship, oath and age. Only three. B is the correct one here. Moving on to the next one. Fourth one. which of the given terms have been mentioned in the Constitution of India? Now this is a very interesting question. Look at it. Which of them are mentioned in the Constitution of India? India, is it mentioned in the Constitution of India? If you look Article 1 of the Constitution, what does it say? It defines India. India, that is Bharat. India, that is Bharat, shall be a union of states. Okay. Shall be a union of states. Okay. Now, this is something you should understand. India is mentioned, Bharat is mentioned in Article 1 of the Constitution. Now, question number 3. Oh, sorry. This third one, Hindustan, is it mentioned? So, Hindustan is basically a living space. In one or the other way, it is the country. Okay. That is not mentioned anywhere in the Constitution. It's another name of India, Hindustan. You must have heard in several movies and songs and everywhere. Okay. Moving on to the fourth one, Hindustani. Now, that is a language. There is a difference between Hindustan and Hindustani. This is the country, living space, territory. Whereas Hindustani is a language. It is a mixture of Urdu and Hindi, spoken by millions of people in India, North India especially. Okay. So, Hindustani is mentioned in Article 351 of the Constitution. Now, what is this 351? It gives directive to the government, to the central government. It gives directive for the promotion and the development of the Hindi language in India. So, Hindustani is mentioned in the Constitution. Okay, so it is only 1, 2 and 4 which are mentioned in the Constitution. So, D becomes an important, it becomes the answer. Moving on to the next one. Okay. Which of the following were struck down by the judiciary for contravening the due process of law? So, what do you understand by the due process? That the content of a particular law, any law is there. The content of that particular law, is it fair or not? It has to be fair. Okay. It has to be non-arbitrary. There shall be non-arbitrariness in any law. There shall be fairness in any law. The law has to be just. So, just, fair and non-arbitrary. This was added in the Constitution through the Maneka Gandhi case. That simply means earlier the phrase procedure established by law was followed. The content of the law, the justness, the fairness, the non-arbitrariness of the law was not seen previously. But after the Maneka Gandhi case, after the interpretation and the judgments made by the Supreme Court, they also started to look into the constitutionality of the laws. Constitutionality which does not only pertains to the procedure, but also to the due process, also to the justness, the fairness, the non-arbitrariness. So, the content of the law is very important. What is written inside the law? That's very important. Not only the procedure is required, but there has to be scrutiny over the justness, the fairness, the non-arbitrariness of the law. That is what is due process. Now, look at these 3 sections. They were in news. Section 66A of the IT Act. Right to freedom of speech and expression has been given to the citizens of India under Article 19 of the Constitution. But what does this section says? That anything written by you through computer, through the, you can use your social media or any handle. And if the police thinks that it is creating some kind of ruckus in the society, if it is creating some kind of disturbances in the society, then you can be booked for 3 years. So, in the Shreya Shinghal case, Supreme Court of India declared Section 66A of the IT Act as unconstitutional. That is not according to the Constitution. It violates the principles of right to freedom of speech and expression. You are giving too much authority to a police officer to decide whether a post made by somebody or some comment written by somebody can be considered as something which creates some kind of disturbance in the society, and a person can be booked. So this is giving too much authority to the police officer, and at the same time it infringes on the fundamental right of speech and expression. Okay, moving on. So do you really think the due process was checked by the judgment? Of course it was. Was it just? Was it fair? Was it non-arbitrary? It wasn't just, it wasn't fair, and that is the reason it was struck down by the Supreme Court. So that is something, that is the basic thing which you must understand, that when something goes to the Supreme Court for scrutiny, to check the constitutionality of a particular statute, what does court actually looks into it? Court says the procedure was followed or not, the procedure which is made by the law was followed or not, and at the same time the due process is followed or not. That simply means whatever is there, what inside that particular statute or the provision, that is just, fair and non-arbitrary. And if it is not, if it is going against some or the other provision of the Constitution, then it will be struck down. Now anything which goes against the provisions of the Constitution or against the provisions of the fundamental rights will surely be unjust, not fair and arbitrary. I hope you are getting it. Section 377, Navtej Singh case, talks about decriminalization of unnatural sex. That is also checking the content of a particular provision of a law. The content of section 377 criminalized the same-sex marriage. That was struck down by the court, saying that it is upon the people, that is their freedom and life and liberty, they can do whatever they want. If they want to marry in the same sex, they have the right to do it. And this particular section is unfair and unjust, and it is arbitrary. So it was also struck down by the court. 497 of IPC talks about adultery. Joseph Shine case. In this, Supreme Court said that this particular section is against the dignity of women. So it was also struck down. So all these three, if you see closely, have to do something with justness, fairness and non-arbitrariness. That is what is due process of law is all about. That in a particular provision of the law, the content of that law is seen, and that the content is sort of gauged on the platforms of justness, fairness, non-arbitrariness. And if it does not follow the justness or the fairness or the non-arbitrariness, it is struck down by the court. So that is the question is all about. It's a beautiful question, and that opens up your mind, so many dimensions of your mind. These kind of application-based questions are asked by the UPSC nowadays. So all of them are correct. Moving on. Question number 6. Which of the following forms the part of fundamental right to life and personal liberty under part 3rd of the Constitution? So part 3rd mentions about the fundamental rights. Okay, there are so many fundamental rights. Article 21 mentions about right to life and personal liberty. And this right to life and personal liberty has become a mammoth article. It has become so broad that almost everything is encompassed inside it. Life involves everything. Liberty, the very basic feature, the foundational, the fundamental thing for in the absence of which human beings cannot survive properly. Think about it. If your liberty is snatched, if your liberty is taken away from you, life becomes meaningless. Okay, and life, not merely animal existence, dignified life. That is what is said by the Supreme Court in so many of its judgments. Now look at the options: reproductive autonomy and bodily integrity. So reproductive autonomy and bodily integrity simply means that a woman, this case, one of the case which went to the Supreme Court, so they have interpreted Article 21 to include reproductive autonomy and bodily integrity also. What a woman wants to do with her body is her choice. Who are you to tell? Okay, that is the basic feature. That is the basis of liberty. This is the basis of a dignified life, that if a woman wants to have reproductive choices, she can have. If a woman doesn't want to keep a baby or wants to keep a baby, that's her choice. Okay, so this was the basic idea behind the judgment, and Article 21 was interpreted in such a manner to include reproductive autonomy and bodily integrity of a woman under Article 21 of the Constitution of India. If a woman wants to abort a child, she can do it. And it does not matter what is her marital status. Earlier, the women who were not married and below the age of 21 were not allowed to go for abortions. Now, that was struck down by the Supreme Court, telling it to be against the bodily integrity and reproductive autonomy of women. So, a very important judgment, including reproductive autonomy and bodily integrity in the ambit of Article 21 of the Constitution. Environmental and climate rights, of course, under Article 21, this also comes. For a dignified life, clean environment is needed. You also have the right against the climate change. In the recent judgment in 2023, Supreme Court declared this. Okay. I hope you are also trying to understand what common law is now. That whatever judgments have been given by the Supreme Court and articles which are also interpreted by the Supreme Court in a particular way are followed. They are binding. They are binding on the lower courts. Supreme Court, although can change its own decision, can change its own judgment also. That is also done. One question is asked, we will see that question here. But remember Article 141, we have seen that all the decisions made by the Supreme Court is binding on all the lower courts. And this is one of the example here, that when Supreme Court declares reproductive autonomy and bodily integrity as a part of Article 21 and right to life and personal liberty, it has to be followed everywhere in India. The government has to follow it, courts have to follow it, executive have to follow it, parliament also follows it. Till a time a parliament brings the law and says something otherwise. Now, environment and climate right. So, both these are included under Article 21 of the Constitution. Right to internet access. Think about those people who are blind. So, digital access has to be given to everybody. Think about those people who does not have the resources to access internet. What about them? So, in one of the interpretation of Article 21, this particular right to internet access is also provided, because internet is now becoming a very basic fundamental requirement for human being to grow. We are not living in 80s or 70s where there was no internet. We are living in this age where now artificial intelligence is becoming very common. So, in such a time, what becomes really important for us to see that internet is accessible to all in the cheaper rate, in an affordable rate, and it is included under Article 21 of the Constitution. Right to be forgotten, a very, very, very important right. What is right to be forgotten? Think about a person who has been convicted for some criminal offense. He has served the jail term for 2 years. He comes out. Now that person will never get a room for rent. The person goes to buy a property, it becomes difficult for him. More importantly, person wants a job. People are not ready to give a job because he has some criminal history. So, society does not forget Everything is available on internet. You type the name of a person and there is a background check which can be made. Now the person has already been in the jail for 2 years. A person has already suffered the arrest of his liberty for about 2 years. The person has already done a deed for which he has paid the price. Now the society must forget it. But see, internet is something on which the data remains for a longer period of time, and if you just have to do a background check and you get the information about a person. So what about that person? In another case, what happened was a person who was traveling to India, although the person was an Indian citizen. He was traveling to India and he came to India from some foreign country, and police booked him, and afterward it was found that the charges which were imposed on him were wrong, and it was an identity issue with the police. But the fellow has become famous in a negative sense, and his photo was there on internet, and now he lost his job. Nobody wants to give him a job because people thought that he has a criminal record. Now that becomes challenging for a person. At some point in time, the person needs to be forgotten. A person has already paid for the crime and he needs to be forgotten. So that is what is right to be forgotten. It should be a right. And how this right is applied in today's world, in the world where internet is a very basic feature accessible to most of the people? By removing the information from internet about the person's criminal record. Now it's a very challenging thing. The person may do the same deed again and repeatedly. But yes, talking from the point of view of the liberty of a person, freedom of a person, it becomes very important to forget that person after he has or she has paid for the crimes they have done. So this is also included under Article 21 of the Constitution, and hence D is the correct answer. Moving on to the next one. 7th question. Which of the following is a necessary condition which shall be fulfilled under Part 3rd of the Constitution of India during arrest of a person for cognizable offence? Now Part 3rd of the Constitution of India, what is that? Part 3rd of the Constitution of India talks about fundamental rights. Okay. They are asking about the necessary condition which shall be fulfilled under Part 3rd of the Constitution of India during the arrest of a person. If you see, the person who is arrested also have some rights. A person who is arrested is not yet convicted, and he should be presumed as innocent. But police or other investigating authority, if they have made some investigation and they have reached a conclusion that that person has done something wrong and there is a cognizable offence, and then the person has to be arrested, some rights are provided to that person. Although the rights of the authorities to arrest him is also there, but some rights are provided so that the power of the state is curtailed. State is too powerful. Authorities, police authorities, investigation agencies such as CBI, ED, they are too powerful. To stop them to act in a arbitrary manner, this article is inserted in the Constitution, and the article is article number 22. If you are arresting a person, the person needs to be told the charges on which the person is arrested. Okay. The person needs to be given a legal representation of his choice. If he wants a lawyer, the lawyer should be provided to him. And at the same time, within 24 hours, the person has to be taken in front of a magistrate, in front of the nearest magistrate. That is the constitutional protection provided to a person who is arrested under Article 22 of the Constitution. Now diving into the question, the statement, the arrest has to be by a legal authority only, not necessary. can be done by a private person also. For example, and this is about cognizable offense. Okay. For example, you see somebody on road, a case of hit and run. A person has hit a woman and the person is drunk. What happens on the road? It's a very common sight in India, unfortunately. A recent case has happened somewhere, I think in Surat or somewhere. Boys have hit, they were drunk and they have hit a woman. What happens during that time? People, private citizens, individuals, they arrest the person. What is arrest? Arrest simply means not allowing a person to go in any direction. You're just arresting the person. But that arrested person has to be handed over to the legal authorities as quickly as possible. That is one thing. So under section 43 of the BNSS, BNSS of 2023, which is sort of a replacement of the procedure code, criminal procedure code, it is allowed for a private person to arrest somebody who has committed a cognizable offense. If you see a murderer running or flying, what will you do? If you have the strength and the courage, you will go and catch him. That is allowed. So it is not only the legal authorities. Okay. This is also done by private persons. So this statement is not a correct statement. The ground of arrest shall be conveyed to the person arrested. Now, this is correct. The ground has to be conveyed to the person under Article 22 of the Constitution. This is true. The person shall be provided with a legal practitioner of his or her choice, a counsel, a lawyer. That's also true. So statement 2 and 3 are correct, 1 is not correct. Now looking at statement number 4, the person shall be produced before the nearest magistrate of his or her choice within a period of 24 hours. Yes, he should be produced or she should be produced in front of a magistrate within 24 hours. But the choice is not of the person. Shall be produced before nearest magistrate of his her choice. No. Is produced before a magistrate. A choice is not given to the person who has committed a cognizable offense. That, sir or madam, you have the choice to choose a magistrate in front of whom you want to go. Now that facility is not available. You have committed a crime and you shall be taken to a magistrate, the nearest magistrate under whose jurisdiction you have committed that crime, and you will be produced there. Okay. So this is one of the provisions of law you should understand. So statement number 4 is incorrect statement. Only 2 and 3 are correct. So 2 and 3 are correct. B is the correct option. Next question. Question number 8. According to the Constitution of India, a member of the House who is disqualified under 10th schedule does not lose any remunerative political post. So what does schedule number 10th says? Schedule number 10th is all about the anti-defection law. Okay. Something called the anti-defection. I hope you know about anti-defection. There are several provisions which are mentioned that when a person should be removed from his position in legislative assemblies and also in the parliament. The person who fights election on a ticket of a particular party leaves that party, goes to the other party. And there are several, provisions laid down. So if a person who has been disqualified under Schedule 10th, under the anti-defection law, what happens to the remunerative post the person has been sitting on? And that remunerative post is a political post. Does he loses that also? So the person has got that political post only because he is the member of the parliament, only because he is a member of a legislative assembly. and if he is disqualified to be the member of parliament or disqualified to be the member of the legislative assembly, how can he hold a post which he is getting because of him being a member of the legislative assembly or the parliament? To simplify all this, if a person loses his post, gets disqualified under the 10th schedule, under the anti-defection law, he also loses the remunerative political post. I hope you are understanding this. And this statement says does not lose. That simply means this statement is not correct. Second one, salary and remuneration to the above mentioned post, remunerative political post, is paid out of the public revenue of the government of India or the state. That is the reason it becomes remunerative political post. So statement 2 is correct, that the payment to such a post is made by the funds of the central government or the funds of the state government. So statement 2 is correct, but statement 1 is not correct. Any person who is disqualified under the anti-defection law, under the 10th schedule, also loses the remunerative political post. And that remunerative political post, the money paid to that person, salary, allowances, everything paid to that person comes out from the funds or the revenues of the central government and the state governments. I hope you are getting this. Statement number 2 is correct. Moving on. Cable Television Network Amendment Rules 2021. This was in news recently. For what has happened, there was a circular or a notification by the Information Broadcasting Ministry after the Pahalgam attack. And this is you must have heard about news television showing the live telecast of the operation going on in Mumbai in 2008 against the terrorists who were there in the Taj Hotel and other places. And the controller from where the operation is directed, those people who are sitting in the POK or in Pakistan who were directing the terrorists to do what needs to be done, they all were watching the movement of the forces live. So in order to stop that, the transmission of information, the relay of information, the relay of a particular program, live program by the news channels, by the operators, cable operators, needs to be stopped. Now because of that, this particular amendment rules of 2021, it was seen recently in news in the circular of the Information and Broadcasting Ministry. There are 4 options, you need to choose one. Empowering the central government to prohibit transmission and retransmission program. Now, after the explanation I have given, it becomes very easy for you to mark A as the correct answer. But let us read B, C and D also. Empowers broadcaster to establish grievance redressal for their own broadcasting network. Now, this grievance redressal is not established by the broadcasters, but is established by the union government. So this is a wrong statement. Empowers the television network to broadcast live programs all the time as per Article 19 of the Constitution. They do have the right to freedom of speech and expression, but it does not mean all the time. If in a situation where operations are going on, such as the one we have recently discussed in Mumbai in 2008, where the directors of the financiers, the terrorists, they were sitting across the border and watching the movement of the security forces. Now that becomes very much detrimental to the efforts of the the forces in India. That must not be done, and in order to stop that, in order to regulate, sometimes the broadcasting, the transmission needs to be stopped. So this all word is the problem here. This statement is wrong. 4th one, charts out the rights of the cable operators in the wake of the OTT platform. This is a wrong statement. So statement number 1 is correct. Consider the following statements. A civil servant cannot be removed by an authority lower than the authority who appoints him. So there are several protections, constitutional protections, which are provided to a civil servant under Article 311 of the Constitution. Now when I say civil servant, it does not include the military personals. The civil servant, the IAS, IPS officer and the officers of the state government also. Okay, so these are the protections, constitutional protections which are provided. What are those constitutional protections? Very simple. Inquiry has to be made. If there is any allegation of any misconduct by a civil servant, then an inquiry has to be made. It has to be a fair and a just inquiry. The civil servant needs to be told about the charges in writing on which, if the person is arrested. Okay, so charges needs to be told in writing. Also, he should be provided with the lawyer. Simple. This is also given in Article 22 of the Constitution of India, if a person who is arrested. But here also these protections are given. And along with it, one more protection is given, which is this one. A civil servant cannot be removed by an authority lower than the authority who appointed him. Let's understand this with an example. Recently, judicial misconduct was seen by a Delhi High Court judge. So who is the authority who is appointing the judge? It's the President of India. Okay. And who is the person who removes the authority? It is only the President of India, not any authority lower than that. So that is the reason why even after judicial misconduct, the judge was not removed by the Chief Justice of the Delhi High Court or the Chief Justice of India. A procedure has to be followed. If an in-house inquiry does not work, then the file is transferred to the President to initiate a proceeding in the House of the Parliament, anywhere in either of the houses, okay, for the removal of the judge. And after both the houses passes the resolution with the special majority, it goes to the President, and then President removes the person. So simply what I want to convey here is, if President is appointing authority, no authority lower than the President can remove that person. Only the President can remove him. I hope you are getting it. This is the protection given to the civil servants. Or else what will happen? If let's say you are assistant or a joint secretary of a department, who is your boss? The secretary of the department. This person can remove you. To stop this from happening, if your appointing authority is the governor of a state, then you will be removed only by the governor or an authority who is above the governor, not below the governor. I hope you are getting this. This is the basic fundamental understanding of protections given to the civil servants. So this statement is correct. Assistant Commissioner of Police can be removed by the Commissioner of Police. Now, Assistant Commissioner or Commissioner, they are appointed by the state government. Notifications come from the Home Ministry, they are appointed by the state government. So authority who is above the state government or equal to the state government, or the state government itself, can remove the person. It is not in the hand of the Commissioner of the Police to remove the Assistant Commissioner of the Police. The Commissioner of the Police can send him to some other place. The Assistant Commissioner can be transferred by the Commissioner. Or some work which has been given to the Assistant Commissioner can be taken back. Or more additional work can be given. All those things are possible, but removal of Assistant Commissioner by the Commissioner of Police, that's not possible. That violates Article 311 of the Constitution. So this statement is not correct. So only statement 1 is correct, second one is not correct. Hence, C becomes our option here. If you see option number C, it says that statement 1 is correct, but statement 2 is incorrect. So C. Now this is a question of environment. This is not a polity question. Another faculty who will be dealing with the questions of environment will come. Now, moving on to question number 49 of your question paper. This is a question of Indian polity. Consider the following statements with respect to one candidate, multiple constituencies. What happened in this scenario? One candidate and multiple constituencies. That simply means that one person can fight election from many constituencies. Okay. One leader of a party, for example, the present Prime Minister of India, he has fought election previously, not this time, but I think in 2019 or 2014 he fought election from Vadodara, and at the same time he fought election from Varanasi also. Similarly, if you see the leader of opposition Rahul Gandhi fought elections from two places, Wayanad in Kerala and a place in Amethi, I think, in Uttar Pradesh. So that is possible. That is possible that a leader who is a well-known leader, to protect the seat of that leader, so that the leader gets appointed from either of the seat, just for a little protection, just for a little bit, the political party wants that person. He's an important personality. He's a 5-star campaigner and a very much sort of big leader, and the political party wants him or her to be the member of parliament or the member of the state legislature. At that point in time, what happens, that a person usually fights election from two places. If he loses one place, from other place he can go to the Legislative Assembly or to the Parliament of India. I hope you are getting it, and this happens. This is a common practice in India. So that rule is called as one candidate, multiple constituencies. It is used to enhance the reach and message delivery of the leader, relying on their popularity for electoral success. That's the basic motive behind one candidate and multiple constituencies. This is correct. One candidate, multiple constituencies is unique to India. No, not necessarily. This happens in Pakistan, this happens in Bangladesh. So it's not unique in India. That's not true. One candidate, multiple constituencies makes efficient use of resources by reducing the cost for by-elections. So it is saying the use of the resources are efficient and it is reducing the cost. This is a totally wrong statement. The cost is increased because a person who is chosen from both the seats has to leave one seat. What happened to the next seat which have been left? That particular seat holds re-election, and in re-election you see cost. Money is spent, the resources of the election commission is spent, and also in one or the other way it undermines the political will of the people, that the political will of the people have chosen that person and he leaves them. So that's also not good. That's another logic which is given against one candidate, multiple constituencies. So only statement number 1 is correct. A will be our answer. Only 1 is correct. Moving on. 78. Now, if you see your question paper, 49 question was of Indian polity, and then 78 question is of Indian polity. Consider the following statement with respect to Indian jurisprudence. The constitutional validity of a statute cannot be challenged for the violation of the basic structure of the constitution. Okay, cannot be challenged for the basic structure. Is this the correct statement? That is something to be seen. So constitutional validity of any statute. What is a statute here? Constitutional validity of a statute. What can be the statute? This can be a law. This can be a provision of law. Okay, any one provision, as we have seen section 377 or section 66A of the IT Act. So IT Act is a big law or a statute passed by the Parliament, and a particular provision or particular clause Section 66A of that particular law. That is what is statute, any law brought by the parliament. So the constitutional validity of a statute cannot be challenged for the violation of the basic structure of the constitution. Can be done, why not? It's possible. Statement number 2, a statute is enacted by parliament or state legislature under the 7th schedule, not under article 368. So 368 talks about the simple thing, amendments by special majority plus 2/3 states giving in favor of it. And then the 7th schedule, this is another provision which talks about something else. So now the statute is enacted by the parliament or a state legislature under the 7th schedule, not under article 368. 368 only amendments are made. The enactment is made under 7th schedule. So this becomes a correct statement. I hope you are getting it. So statement 2 is correct, whereas statement 1 is incorrect. Moving on to the next one. Lists are provided under 7th schedule. There is a union list, there is a state list, there is a concurrent list. I hope you know the basic knowledge about 7th schedule. With reference to the doctrine of prospective overruling, consider the following statement. The doctrine can be traced to Article 142 of the Constitution of India. This is a correct statement. Under 142 gives the power to the Supreme Court to do complete justice. Complete justice by Supreme Court. This doctrine can be invoked only in matters arising under the Constitution. This is also true. Because of its indiscriminate use, it is only limited to the matters related to the Constitution of India. This doctrine can be applied only by the Supreme Court. Since Supreme Court is the highest law authority in India, it's the highest legal authority which in one or the other way interprets the Constitution. That is why this job is only given to the Supreme Court of India. I hope you're getting this. So all the statements here are correct. All three are correct statements. So now the part of Indian polity is finished. Now the current affair part is there, which will be taken up by the next faculty. Thank you very much for joining me in this discussion. Best of luck for your upcoming examination.
Jai Hind everyone. So I will be taking your current affairs question, myself Utkarsh. So before I start discussing on the current affairs, see, current affairs is actually in reality a position or a situation which will guide you towards where your examination might take you. Okay, so when you do current affairs, it guides you as an area which can be asked in the static. So while dealing the current affairs question, I will certainly ensure that the static portion of the same I will make you to revise. Okay, so mark those topics from my side. I will be saying that these are one of the important topics that can be in your actual prelims 2025 paper. Okay, so let's start. Before we move, let's start. So yeah, primary purpose of project 28, which is in the news recently. Now see, project 28, okay, so project 28 is something that you should be focusing upon. It is a project which has been focused on the indigenization of defense. Okay, now what is the context of this project 28? First, you see, we are largely dependent on the imports, and if your imports on the strategic side of the armed forces, you are dependent on the import itself, then certainly it might be a case that you are dependent on others. So this project 28 very specifically deals with the AWS. Okay, AWS, or you can say that they are the basically anti-submarine warfare. Okay, sorry, ASW, okay, anti-submarine warfare. Here what we do, we have corvette class, okay, corvette class of ships, you can say water vessels. For example, we had over here INS Kadmat, INS Kamrota, then we have INS Kiltan, okay, INS Kavretti as well. So these are named on the sometimes the island names. Okay, so this is more about anti-submarine warfare. So article says, which option says to this, construction of naval ships under the Make in India. So that is, I will say, true. You cannot ignore this question because it's talking about the indigenization. So Make in India cannot be ignored. So I will just mark it, it can be answered. Then it says supplying India manufactured defense equipments to the foreign countries. It can be distant aim. Okay, had it been that which all are the objectives, so I would have taken this as well. Okay, I would have taken this as well as the correct answer. Now, construction of 4 anti-submarine warfare, that is what I said, है ना? Kamrota class basically, Indian Navy we are trying to indigenize. So we know that, okay, anti-submarine warfare, we can rely on these 4 shipping vessels. Okay, now corvette with the multi-threat capability. Now, multi-threat means it will be able to deal with the torpedoes, it will be able to deal with the frigates. Okay, because when the submarines are there, it's not like the submarines are just like aircraft carriers. Okay, it's not like any submarine will go solo in the operation. Along with the submarine, there will be other things as well to support the submarines when the submarine go in the full scale operation. Okay, and sometimes submarines go in solo as well. Okay, but when we talk about cavalcade, then it go on the samu. So when you have to be prepared in a groupings, okay, when you have to be prepared for any anti-submarine warfare, you have to ensure the other things that are required to be taken care, you should be taking care of the same. When I say other things, mean the supporting vehicles, ships which are supporting the submarines operation. So your anti-submarine operation will be tackling the whole group as a one. Okay? So answer goes to the C because it caters directly to the demand. So don't be confused. Sometimes UPSC does the same. Ki yaar, this should be the answer, but all are near to it. Which hits the bullseye, that should be your answer. Now, centered around the creating safe and secure environment for defense personnel and crucial positions, nothing. It was not related to all, related to the project 28 at all. Okay. So next question. With the reference to Jal Vahak scheme, consider the following. Leave everything aside. Leave everything aside, suppose you do not have the knowledge of this scheme and you do not know how to deal with this question particularly. Okay? Remove the knowledge. Now, one more thing I forgot to mention. This project 28 SNT defense, you should know it. Okay, this was in news, but all other projects as well. Project 75, P75 we have. Okay, so all the projects static portion, you do it. This time it can be asked. Now, with the reference to Jal Vahak scheme, consider the following statements. Jal Vahak. Jal means water. Vahak, where you can stay, we can board it. So Vahak means Vahan kind of thing, transportation. So if you look, Jal, water, transportation. Water mein what you will transport? It should be some cargo, it should be men. That is how it is. If it is men, then we should have said the passenger ships. Cruise and all. For men and the persons, it's a cruise and all. But when I say Vahak, it should mean the cargo. Okay. So let's read the statements one by one. The cargo owners moving goods over 300 km via waterways will get up to 35% reimbursement on operating cost. It's saying if you are moving the goods up to over 300 km through cargo, then 35. Why? Which is the cheapest mode of transportation? Yes, it is the sea. This is the reason we have the long ships, large ships. Even if you have seen the movie like Pirates of Caribbean, so all the trades are through the seas and through the ships. Therefore, we have the pirates. Therefore, we have the navy and the marine police as well. Now, it says if you are doing it 300 km above, we will benefit. We will give you reimbursement. Reason: first, your actions are climate friendly. Second, trade becomes cheap due to ships. It means input cost over the item is down. It means inflation will not be there. It means affordability should be there. Okay, so these are the things. So that is why to control the trade, you have to control the sea lanes of communication. Now, apart from sea lanes of communication, you have to control the cargoes as well. So now, if people are favoring more and more cargo ships, so what will happen? What will happen? In the cargo wala side, you will be able to understand that people will invest more in the container, ports, side ports, logistic ports, getting it satellite ports, and our port industry will boom. So it is being said that being a peninsular India has not able to achieve the right kind of potential under the port development. Okay, so if people will use more cargo, certainly spillover effect will have everywhere. Okay, now clear. Now in this scheme, this is the truth. It is a fact. You have to mug it up. So if you ask me current affairs, you have to mug it up. Yes, you have to. Without it, you cannot do anything. Then it says it encourages cargo owner to hire vessels owned or operated by Inland Waterways Authority of India. See, it is there. We want to expand it. So in reality, it says other than. Okay, other than means apart from Inland Waterways Authority of India, we want other private player to come and have competition with each other, bring out best. So second statement is certainly not correct. Okay, second statement is certainly not correct for me. Okay, so wherever the second is there, I will cut it off. 2, 2, 2. Okay, I do not know the third statement. I did not read enough, but I can say answer will be the A, because second is for sure. This is wrong. So this is how you have to attempt your prelims question. Every time you are that damn sure that you have to cut it off, remove it. But don't leave it. Read the third statement as well. It will enrich your knowledge. It aims to enhance the trade opportunities by minimizing logistic expenses. Yes, because logistic is less, that's why cheap. And streamline road and railway networks. So when we say that multimodal, okay, multimodal network, where we will integrate rail, road, railways, waterways, airways, all in one, to minimize the logistic cost. Fair enough? Chalo. Let's move to the 51. Okay. So 51 says, consider the following statement with respect to or with reference to annual status of education report. So basically it's a ASER report. It says it is a school-based survey which covers both government and private. First thing first, it is conducted by Pratham. Okay. It is an NGO. Now, why government will allow to cover the government schools by an NGO? We have our own audit mechanism and all. So it might be a case not all the governments will allow. As simple as that. And private players though will never want, na? Private players will never want we will do anything like that. What they will say? Ki no, nothing like that. It's better not to go into it. Leave it. Hai na? So it cannot be school-based survey because cooperation will be limited from the government as well as private side. So what you should understand, it is actually a household survey. Now when you will read, it will be written in your notes like household survey. But how you can differentiate? The way I explained you did the question, so you know school-based and household-based, there's a difference. Okay. Then private school enrollment has steadily rising since 2006 in the rural areas. It says it is rising steadily. Okay. Now, if you say it is rising naturally, it can be a case, it cannot be a case. So let's see. First we have removed. So answer is like D certainly not, B certainly not. So we can say 2 to definitely true hai because it is available in both the options. So even if you don't know the answer, it's a sheer fact that steadily it is rising since 2006, let it be. The learning levels in the primary grades are steadily rising from the last 5 years. Now it was in news. What was in news? In the news it says that primary level has again reached to the pre-COVID levels. And it says during the COVID level, learning declined. During the COVID level, learning declined. Reason? People were doing work from home. Not all the students were having access to right teachers. Sometimes their parents were not that, I will say, literate enough that they can teach them. So they are learning, they enhanced the learning gap. Okay, the learning gap was increasing between them and their peers. So the learning levels were going down. However, in the recent report, it says we are reaching again pre-COVID level. So it's a good sign. So 3, तो मेरे हिसाब से certainly now I can say that yes, it should not be correct. Okay, because in the last 5 years we had the COVID. So this is not the correct. So answer will be 70 ka A. Okay, fair enough. I missed this question, so let's complete this one as well. Okay, consider the following statement. Operation Flood was initially financed by the sale of skimmed milk powder butter gifted by the European Union through World Food Program. Now, see, Operation Flood is actually related to your milk. You can directly guess it from there. Fair enough? Now, first option is correct. See, UPSC, here one mindset I would like to develop. Generally, when it is any kind of general statement, any kind of general statement, you consider it true. Either they could have done some wrong with it or not. But since it was in news, because basically it's White Revolution 2.0 which was in news. White Revolution 2.0 which was in news. Okay, so related to the same Operation Flood, we had to cover. Okay, so if you do not know even the examination whole, this is, I will say, just elimination trick as you ask sometimes. General statements are generally true. General statements are generally true. So yes, it can be a case, and it is a true. Now, under the White Revolution 2.0, micro ATMs will be distributed to individuals to bring banking services to farmers to the doorsteps. See, this is the concern. We just got White Revolution 2.0. So our first thing is that it says we will enhance the procurement of milk by 50%. So by 50% we will enhance the procurement of milk in next 5 years. So first agenda. Okay. First. Second, it says we will provide RuPay card. ठीक है, RuPay card, credit one. So RuPay credit card to the farmers, even that is fine. Then the third thing is says we will provide micro ATMs. That is true that micro ATM means small scale anything will bring the banking services to farmers doorstep, but the concern is that do you think a postman will go door to door? Okay, you are doing the milk business. Okay, you need money, you have to submit something, you have to deposit, you have to credit, you have to receive loan. Okay, I will do it for you. It is humanly not possible. Humanly not possible. So what our government is doing, instead of individuals, they are saying we will do it for the dairy cooperatives. So now think the mindset behind it. Even when the question framer is there, it's all about how you think. If you have to clear the prelims, it says, okay, dairy cooperatives, we are promoting. How to promote dairy cooperatives? If the individuals are working in solo, you will say, you are not under the banking service and all. So let's create your cooperative. And this is the basis of the Operation Flood, White Revolution 2.2. That you have to create the cooperatives. So if individuals form the cooperative just to ensure that we will get the banking services at the doorsteps, even that can be a great nudge. Even that can be a great nudge to understand the same. As simple as that. Are you getting it or not? Are you getting it or not? This is what you have to understand. This is what you have to understand. Fair enough? So while solving the questions, don't keep your brain aside. Analyze, analyze, analyze. Now, White Revolution 2.0 will help the inclusion of women engaged in procurement of milk into formal employment. That is a true case, I guess. We cannot say it is not true case. A positive statement, if that cooperatives are being formed, women are being involved, they're coming into the formal net because now they will be paid online, they will be having the bank accounts. So the financial empowerment will lead to the women empowerment. So positive statement, again general statement, consider it true. So from my side, answer should be 51C. I'm just ignoring the second one because individuals, it's about the dairy cooperative and the scheme is about the same. So 2 you have to remove, so either 1, 3 or 3, but 1 we have considered it correct. Okay, fair enough. Chalo. Now, we have already done this question. Now moving to the next slide, question number 71. Okay, it says consider the following statements. Consider the following statements. It says India is the largest producer, consumer and exporter of turmeric in the world. What is turmeric? First you should know that. Turmeric is nothing, haldi that we use in our N number. From haldi ceremony to the, I will say vegetables, we use the haldi. Simple, we use the turmeric. Now, it says India is largest producer. Maybe. Let's see, maybe. Because, see, whatever we are producing or exporting, you should know which one is actually largest. Okay. So, in turmeric, yes, we have no doubt over it. Second, it says Maharashtra and Madhya Pradesh. Maharashtra and Madhya Pradesh. Do we have the soil? I will ask now you to cover the geography. Okay. Geography area of the Madhya Pradesh. Whether they are supportive of the turmeric or not. In general, they are not. Therefore, the second largest one is Karnataka, not Madhya Pradesh. Okay. Okay. Karnataka. Productivity is higher over there. Maharashtra, then Karnataka. See, which are the major cross patterns, you should understand it. To be very honest, if you ask me, there is no fact, no mugging up the things, all applied questions and all, I cannot agree. I cannot agree. Sorry to say. Okay, fine. So, this is what it is. Third, Lakadong turmeric is the famous variety from the Union Territory of Ladakh. It was in news recently, but it belongs to Meghalaya. Okay, it belongs to the state of Meghalaya, not the Union Territory of Ladakh. So for me, third definitely long, second definitely long, I got only one. So largest producer, consumer, exporter of turmeric in the world. Largest producer of everything in the world. Getting it? So this is the situation of ours. Fair enough? Now, moving to the question number 74, it says, with the reference to PM E-Drive scheme launched by the Government of India, consider the following statements. First of all, what is E-Drive? PM Pradhan Mantri. Basically, electric drive revolution in innovative vehicles. Okay. Basically, हम कोशिश कर रहे हैं vehicle enhancement का. Okay. Now, when I say vehicle enhancement, what does it mean? It means that we have to provide global standard e-vehicles. So what we have to do? Let's look at the statements. It says the scheme aims to support electric two-wheelers, hybrid cars, three-wheelers, ambulances, trucks and buses. So just look at it. Two-wheelers caters to masses. Okay. Then three-wheelers, again a mass transport only. Then you talk about trucks, buses as well as ambulance. Even these are the masses. But here it has been mentioned hybrid cars. Hybrid cars means where petrol can be also there, electricity can, e-vehicles can be also be there. It is saying we can have the both. Now, car is actually individual concept. Okay, even if you went to Ola, Uber, what do? You follow the car and you want to have your own private space. But in the auto, it is not like that. Autos, three-wheelers are running in the shared as well. So, if you see, even the private auto culture is less than the shared auto culture. So, it is more about the individuals. Now, if any individual needs to be nudged, why the government will be investing in the same? So, you can certainly zero out not hybrid cars for sure. Not hybrid cars for sure. Isko you have to ignore without any second thought. Okay? Now, first we will make it wrong. So, I eliminated two options. Now, I got two options. B, C, in the both, 2 is there. I haven't not even read the statement. I know that second statement is correct. Suppose I have not read it. But it is correct na, after eliminating the first one. So, it says the scheme has introduced e-vouchers for e-vehicles customers to avail the demand incentive. To get your incentive that you have purchased e-vehicle, you directly go for the demand incentive. You show the voucher. Sometimes in the form of rebate, sometimes bank transfer. This is what is happening. I purchased a e-scooty and to be very honest, I got somewhere rebate of 40,000 rupees from the Delhi government. It was a good choice for the local. Then it says it is built upon the previous initiatives such as faster adoption manufacturing of hybrid and electric vehicles in India. Now, whether it is built upon or something new, you have to understand. FAME आया, FAME के बाद FAME 2.0 आया, FAME 2.0. Now what? We need it for the masses. FAME was limited. Here it was for the masses. Now we have the manufacturing capacity. Now, when you are trying to target the masses, you should understand one more thing. What is it? That when you are targeting massing, you have to go for the ecosystem. See, if I am purchasing electric car, then I should have a charging port. Then I should have a space where I can charge my e-vehicle. That's all. But if I'm going for the mass, a bus, suppose electric buses, do I have the ecosystem? Do I have the charging stations somewhere? If you are traveling from Delhi to the Himachal specifically, these people have changed whole fleet. Now they prefer Nugo buses, which is e-vehicle. Okay, the tourists that are going, they are favoring e-vehicles. So, but they need these buses needs to be charged at least once while in the journey. Getting it? So certainly it should be there with the ecosystem. So it will replace, because older schemes were not catering to the ecosystem. This is how you have to analyze this statement. This is how you have to keep things in mind. Prelims is all about the analytical skills. Now, if you ask me, sir, this was sheer application of mind. This is what you called calculated guesswork. See, current affairs is also about the calculated guesswork. You cannot mug up all the things every time. That is my promise to you. Fine? Chalo. So answer from my side without any second thought will be C. Okay? Let's move to the question number 77. A very good question, I will say. It was in news. Which one of the following is the context with the term golden? Now I will tell you how I read it as an aspirant. It's very easy for me after reading and discussing the current affairs. I got all the questions correct. No. Being a teacher, being a faculty, my first promise is to you, I will think for you just like an aspirant. So what I did, okay, gold in. So gold should be there. If the word is gold, gold should be there. That is what I meant. And when I read the in word, it was more about the first word that came in my mind is polythene. Simple. Now when polythene comes, it should be a not very thick, I will say. Thin layer. Very minuscule, minute kind of thing. So this is what came into my mind as an aspirant. Now I know the answer, I have read the fact, it's very easy for me to just directly mark the right answer. First try to understand what if I do not know the answer. What if I have not read it. See, UPSC examination, you go below the 75-80 questions, you are already out of league. Sorry. That is true. 85 to 80 questions, 85 to 88 questions, I personally recommend that you have to attempt. Then the calculated guess, calculated risk comes into the picture. Fair enough? So this is what you have to understand. So let's understand one by one where we can go. A newly discovered gold-rich asteroid. Gold I got. Asteroid. In wala concept is not working for me. Thin layer. Okay. A mono-layered sheet of gold with potential industrial application. Mono-layer. Something mono. Not multi. Not bi. Mono. So it can be. Abhi I am saying it can be. Let's say answer is B. Let's say. Hai na? Then a type of gold-based cryptocurrency. Had it been some cryptocurrency, it would have been in the news. Hai na? Not like that. A rare mineral found in deep sea hydrothermal vents. Agar koi hota, to maybe, maybe not. But now, why it has been called golden? Basically, we have layers of carbide and titanium. Okay, carbide and titanium, and see, carbide, titanium, and silicon is between them. Okay, now the silicon is being replaced by the gold. Okay, now silicon is being replaced by the gold, and now the compound that comes is now golden. Now, when you know something about the golden, it is highly reactive. It is a reactive in a manner that it creates converts carbon dioxide into fuel. Okay, industrial application. What is the industrial application? If we need carbon dioxide or anything gaseous form to convert into the fuel, it can be the best example. We do not need petrol, oil, gas, the conventional form of energy generation. So they can become environmental friendly. So climate change ki fight mein golden can play crucial role, even though not there in the option somewhere, but climate change can be there in your UPSC examinations. If it is there, and then you will think how golden will play and all. It is working as a fuel that it can help na. As simple as that. Fine? Chalo. Most likely last question from my side, from the current affairs. So it says, with respect to the lingo set, consider the following. So it was in news in the November, and to be very honest, very good question I will say again. There is a one typo error as well. Okay, I'll just change it. It says lingo set is designed to test the durability of Mongolian wood in space. So basically this Mongolian wood is quite durable. It is quite resistant to the thermal conductivity, heat resistance. Okay, so our scientists are quite curious. Anna, what they want to do, they just want to experience something new, experiment something new. So they said, okay, on the earth these are quite durable, can we send these into the space? Can we send it? So certainly, let's send it. So Lingo satellite, SAT satellite. So we are sending Mongolian wood to the space. The first statement, let's mark it correct. Okay. Then it will not introduce damaging pollutants in Earth atmosphere by substituting aluminium with the Mongolia. Now what happens when we send the satellite into the space? It does the work, capturing the images, whatever be. And when it is over, fuel is spent, it re-enters into the Earth atmosphere. It re-enters with a quite speed. Now friction will act against it. Now due to the friction and the reaction causes the huge burning. अरे अपने आप को मारते रहोगे वो भी गर्म हो जाता है ना, वो तो फिर बहुत तेज से स्पीड से नीचे आ रहा है, ठीक है. नाउ पत्थर से आग लगाई है ना बचपन में, मतलब हमारे आदमखोर वालों ने, ठीक है, सिमिलर वाली थी, वहां पे भी फ्रिक्शन का ही गेम है. नाउ व्हेन इट इज री-एंटरिंग अगेन इनटू द एटमॉस्फेयर, द elements like aluminium burn up and they produce toxic gases, basically toxic gases. Okay, but if it is wood, it is exhausted completely and it creates gases like carbon dioxide, not that harmful, not toxic, है ना, or nothing remain. And not all parts will burn up, some parts will remain in space, है ना, aluminium and all. तो स्पेस डेब्रिस इकट्ठा होने का भी दिक्कत है, बट इस केस में ऐसा कुछ नहीं है, ठीक है. तो सेकंड, सर्टेनली विल नॉट इंट्रोड्यूस डैमेजिंग पॉल्यूटेंट्स, ठीक है, डैमेजिंग पॉल्यूटेंट्स नहीं है. चारकोल वगैरह होगा, हो जाएगा इधर, ठीक है. तो सेकंड स्टेटमेंट इज आल्सो करेक्ट. नाउ देयर इज वन टाइपो एरर. लेट मी टेल यू वेरी फ्रैंकली ओवर हियर, मंगोलिया वुड विल नॉट, okay, Mongolia would will not burn up upon re-entry into the earth atmosphere. Certainly will not burn up. तभी तो, है ना, यहाँ पे कंफ्यूज करने की कोशिश की थी. तो आइदर जो आपकी कीज में आंसर होगा उसका आंसर हो दिया होगा बी. तो अगर बी आंसर मानना है तो नॉट लगा के करो, अगर नॉट नहीं है तो द मंगोलियन वुड विल बर्न अपॉन द री एंट्री इनटू द अर्थ एटमॉस्फेयर, ये भी सही होगा. तो नॉट नहीं लगा तो आंसर विल बी डी, ठीक है. ये टाइपो हुआ आपके पास, ठीक है, क्लियर है, सॉर्टेड है. So answer will be B if not is there, if D if not is not there. Now just to tell you where UPSC confuses you, note the word durability. Durability आप लोगों को लगा जिसमें कोई चेंज नहीं आए, जो हर सब कुछ कर जाए, तो आप लोगों को लगेगा durability it will re-enter into the atmosphere and will not burn up. So people might get confused between the durability and will not burn up. This is how UPSC thinks, this is how we think. Okay, so this was the confusion created. I have given you answer according to your one only as well as mine. So yes, that's all from my side, and the next topic will be the environment, which will be taken care of by the Indranil sir. He will be joining within a minute to you guys. That's all from my side. See you tomorrow at the Indian Express session, morning 9:30 AM. Chalo then, bye bye, take care, all the best, Jai Hind.
Hello students, let's start with the environment discussion. The first question is question number 13. Consider the following statements. In a parasitic food chain, food energy passes from larger to smaller organisms. The saprophytic food chain exhibits transfer of energy from dead organic matter, and the 10% energy transfer rule limits the length of food chain. How many of the above statements are correct? So हमें हमेशा ये नोट करना है कि क्या पूछा है, करेक्ट पूछा है यहाँ पे. एक एक करके स्टेटमेंट्स को देखते हैं. In a parasitic food chain, food energy passes from larger to smaller organisms. Parasitic food chain होता क्या है? Parasitic food chain वो होता है जहाँ पे one organism plays the role of a host and another organism is taking benefit out of it. ठीक है? उसमें एक को benefit होता है, दूसरे को उस nutrient deficit से बहुत बार वो भी होता है. Like they suffer a loss. तो in a parasitic food chain, the food energy passes from larger टू स्मॉलर. मतलब लार्जर जो हो गया वो हो गया होस्ट एंड स्मॉलर जो हो गया वो हो गया पैरासाइट. तो एक चीज हमें समझना है, ठीक है, अगर पैरासाइट जो इसका बेनिफिट उठा रहा है वो अगर बड़ा होगा तो वो नहीं रिलेशन बैठेगा, राइट. सो होस्ट जो है दैट शुड बी द लार्जर एनिमल एंड पैरासाइट इज ऑलवेज स्मॉलर. यहाँ पे आपका टिक्स हो गया, ठीक है, लीचेस हो गया. these are few examples जहाँ पे पैरासाइट इज they have a parasitic relationship between the smaller organism and the larger, जहाँ पे वो उसका फायदा उठा रहा होता है. The saprophytic food chain को often हम लोग बोलते हैं detritus food chain also. Detritus food chain क्योंकि it begins from dead mass, ठीक है, dead biomass से ये food chain start होता है. Exhibits transfer of energy from dead organic matter. This is correct. This statement is also correct. Now let's go to statement number 3. The 10% energy transfer rule जो कि first law of thermodynamics है. First law of thermodynamics जिसे in the context of environment Lindeman's principle भी कहते हैं, ठीक है. Lindeman's principle वो है ये यहाँ पे, ठीक है, Lindeman's principle. Lindeman's principle बोलता है that 10% energy transfer rule limits the length of food chain. मतलब शुरू में अगर suppose there is 100 unit of energy, ठीक है, next this is in a plant, next इसको जो intake किया उसको मिलेगा 10 unit, इसको जो intake किया उसको मिलेगा 1 unit. ऐसे ऐसे करके only 10% goes on to the next trophic level. ये क्यों होता है? Because rest of the energies are used in respiration as heat loss and different other things, but only 10% moves on to the next trophic level. तो इसके वजह से एक पॉइंट आता है जहां पे आके you reach a limit जिसके बाद there is not much energy left to sustain life further. Fair? So when you reach a level when जिसके बाद life further sustain करने के लिए तुम आपके पास energy रहता नहीं है, so वहां से फिर स्टार्ट होता है saprophytic food chain, जहां पे small microorganisms like earthworms and all they transfer this dead food matter, वो लोग को consume करते हैं and they release nutrients जिससे वो cycle पूरा complete होता है, right. So यहाँ पे how many of the above statements are correct? All the statements are correct. And limits the length of food chain, that maximum limit is 5. There can be maximum 5 maximum trophic levels, ठीक है. इसके beyond energy is not left much to sustain life. So how many of the statements are correct? All 3 statements are correct. Now let's move on to the next question. Consider the following statements regarding air quality management exchange platform. Fair air quality management exchange platform. It is an online platform aimed at providing centralized access to technical tools, models and data for quality management. This is a true statement. AQMX में ये होता है, it's a online capacity building platform, right? जहाँ पे आपको tools, models, data sets, case studies मिल जाएंगे how you can improve the environmental condition. It is developed under Clean Air flagship of the Climate and Clean Air Coalition, which is also true. ठीक है, ये Clean Air flagship जो है CCAC, ये CCAC जो है ये UNEP के अंदर आता है, ठीक है. Climate and Clean Air Coalition UNEP के अंदर आता है and it was formed in 2012 and almost 160 plus countries are members to it. ठीक है, इसके बारे में देख लीजिएगा और थोड़ा सा डिटेल्स में. They also contributes to the implementation of UNES 6 resolution. ये आया है quite recently. This is in current affairs. इस resolution के हिसाब जो United Nations का Environment Assembly का 6th resolution session जो हुआ था, उसमें ये बोला गया था कि there should be collective collection of data sets, case studies, tools, models and data for collective capacity building. तो हमारा understanding ताकि बढ़े. We need to understand what is going on in the environment, right, to address the problems. So that is the UNEA 6th resolution. Fair? How many of the given above statement are correct? Then the answer is D. 1, 2 and 3. All of the given statements are correct. Now let's move on to the next question. Consider the following statement regarding Stockholm Convention. UPSC का बहुत favorite topic है ये Stockholm Convention और हमें correct भी पूछा है यहाँ पे. The convention aims to protect human health and the environment from persistent organic pollutants, POPs. ठीक है? And by the way, ये जो है ना हम लोगों का clean air flagship, ये मैं बोलना भूल गया था. ये था short-lived pollutants के लिए. ठीक है? ये short-lived pollutants के लिए था. ये clean air flagship जो climate and clean air coalition, short-lived pollution कैसे आ जाएगा? इसमें आ जाएगा मीथेन, ब्लैक कार्बन. ओके, सो ये जो है हम लोगों का क्लीन एयर फ्लैगशिप, दैट इज टू एड्रेस शॉर्ट लिव्ड एनवायरमेंटल पोल्यूटेंट. ये बनाया गया था ताकि हम जल्दी जल्दी जो जल्दी घटा पाए उसको जल्दी घटा ले, बिकॉज अदर थिंग्स विल टेक टाइम, बट दिस शॉर्ट लिव्ड pollutants, they can be easily, बहुत कम time में they can be addressed. So that was the motive here. Now coming back to question number 15. The convention, Stockholm Convention के बारे में, the convention aims to protect human health and environment from persistent organic pollutant. ये वो था short-lived pollutant, ठीक है? ये है persistent organic. Persistent, because this pollutants जैसे हो गया आपका DDT, ठीक है? जैसे हो गया आपका PCBs, जैसे हो गया आपका furans, right? They are short-lived. They are persistent organic pollutants. Persistent because they have a they're resistant to degradation. इन्हें डिग्रेड करवाना बहुत डिफिकल्ट है, ठीक है? ये लोग बहुत टाइम लेता है और नेचुरली डिग्रेड भी नहीं करता. बहुत बार कैटलिस्ट का जरूरत पड़ता है इन्हें डिग्रेड करने के लिए. So this convention aims to protect human health and environment for persistent organic pollutants. This statement is correct. और ये persistent है, इसीलिए ये convention भी बहुत important है कि इन्हें as a collectively we need to address them, but at their source also, ताकि उसका production ही हम लोग address कर पाए, उसको ration कर पाए, because ये लोग बहुत persistent है. ये एक बार environment में release हो जाए, then उसको address करना, उसका decomposition करना, it's very difficult. The Stockholm Convention is managed by the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change. ये गलत statement है. Climate change UNFCCC majoritarily address करता है global warming को, right? ये POP जो है that is a different problem. Though they are linked, but it is a different problem. So Stockholm Convention यहाँ UNFCCC के अंदर नहीं आता है, इसको manage करता है UNEP, ठीक है? इसका headquarters है जिनीवा. जिनीवा में हेडक्वार्टर्स है एंड यूएनईपी इसको मैनेज करता है. फिनांस टू हेल्प कैरी आउट, अच्छा, स्टॉकहोम कन्वेंशन फिनांस टू हेल्प कैरी आउट द नेशनल इंप्लीमेंटेशन प्लान एंड मीट द एग्रीमेंट्स रिक्वायरमेंट इज अवेलेबल थ्रू द यूएनईपी. सी नाउ हियर इज अनदर थिंग. नेशनल इंप्लीमेंटेशन प्लान जो होगा उसको एक कन्वेंशन, एक ट्रीटी कैसे फिनांस करेगा? दैट इज नॉट लॉजिकली पॉसिबल. तो इसको फिनांस करता है जेफ, ग्लोबल एनवायरमेंट फैसिलिटी, जो कि एडमिनिस्ट्रेड बाय वर्ल्ड बैंक है. तो जेफ जो है, जेफ इसको फिनांस करता है. और ये जो नेशनल इंप्लीमेंटेशन प्लान है कि एक कोई देश है, ठीक है, इंडिया, सपोज इंडिया का बात हो रहा है, सपोज इंडिया वांट्स टू इंप्लीमेंट द स्टॉकहोम कन्वेंशन, देन व्हाट इज इंडियाज प्लान टू इंप्लीमेंट इट? मतलब हाउ इंडिया विल गो फॉरवर्ड, दैट इज रिटन इन द नेशनल इंप्लीमेंटेशन प्लान एज द नेम सजेस्ट. इस कन्वेंशन को इंप्लीमेंटेशन करने का प्लान है नेशनल इंप्लीमेंटेशन प्लान, जिसको फिनांस करता है जेफ, ग्लोबल एनवायरमेंट फैसिलिटी, राइट? So the correct answer of this statement is also wrong. Because यहाँ पे finance, the convention does not finance. So ये गलत हो गया, only one will be the correct answer, option B. Fair? Now we'll move on to the next question. Question number 16. Consider the following statements regarding pangolins. Pangolins are herbivorous mammals. Pangolins के बारे में सबसे बढ़िया चीज ये है, they are the only scaled mammals. And plus, they are the world's largest trafficked mammals. ठीक है, पैंगोलिन जो है स्केल्ड है एंड वर्ल्ड का सबसे ज्यादा ट्रैफिक्ड मैमल भी पैंगोलिन्स ही है. आप टेलीग्राम ज्वाइन कर लीजिए, श्रीराम के टेलीग्राम चैनल में आपको इसके सॉल्यूशंस मिल जाएंगे, राइट? So yeah, going back to the discussion, they are herbivorous mammals. No, this is a wrong statement. They are insectivorous. They mainly eat ants. उन लोगों को छोटा साइज के होते हैं. They burrow the soil. They eat ants and other insects. All known pangolin species of pangolin are currently classified as either vulnerable or endangered or critically endangered by the IUCN. All known. There are total 8 pangolin species and all of them are endangered. They are part of the IUCN red list. Okay, red list के अंदर some are vulnerable, some are endangered, and some are critically endangered. But entire pangolin family is part of the IUCN red list. ठीक है? So yeah, this statement is correct. They contribute to forest health and soil quality. Yeah, this is a right statement. Since they eat on ants, they burrow, and you know these animals, all the animals, in fact, they have a very contributory relationship with the ecosystem. They give back to the ecosystem as well as they take from the ecosystem. So yeah, pangolins contribute to the forest health and soil quality. ये गलत नहीं कर सकते हम, ये सही होगा, because वो लोग pest check करते हैं, pest जो disease, वो जो pest जो होते हैं ants and termites, ये सब pangolin खा लेते हैं, ठीक है? तो उसके वजह से soil health भी improve होता है. Pangolins in India are found throughout the country south of Himalayas, excluding the northeastern region. This is again wrong statement. ये गलत statement है. Pangolins are found in northeastern region. Difference ये है कि Indian pangolins जो है वो नॉर्थ ईस्ट में नहीं मिलता है. यहाँ पे सिर्फ pangolin बोला गया है. Pangolin तो मिलता है नॉर्थ ईस्ट में, but that is the Chinese species जो चाइना में मिलते हैं predominantly. That is found in the northeast, but Indian pangolin is not found in the northeast. But when we are talking about pangolin in general, they are also included in the northeastern region. So how many of them are correct बोला है तो only 2. Option B will be the answer. That is pangolins the forest health को contribute करते हैं ना, all known species, they are part of the IUCN red list. So let's move on to the next question. Consider the following statement about sea cucumbers. Fair, correct पूछा है फिर से. Sea cucumbers are cylindrical vegetables found in the deep ocean. This is wrong. Sea cucumbers, though they are called cucumbers, but they are not. They are animals. They are invertebrates and they are found in deep ocean. That is true. They are animals. Okay. Some sea cucumbers contribute to the ecosystem health by filtering sediment and recycling nutrients. मैंने ये आपको पहले भी बोला कि अगर ऐसा कुछ contributory role दिखाएगा कोई species का, that is majorly right, because you know no one lives in an isolation. When you stay in an ecosystem, you give back to the ecosystem. You filter, you know, आप scavenging करते हो, rabbits जैसे grass, they eat grasses, right? तो उसके वजह से grazing के वजह से कुछ dividends होता है. So their activities and the ecosystem activities, they often merge together. So both of them are contributing to the ecosystem and overall ecosystem ऐसे ही balance होते हैं, right? So contribute to the ecosystem health and filtering sediments and recycling nutrients. This is true. Sea cucumbers are eaten by plankton floating past them. नहीं, ये तो vegetables हैं नहीं, they are animals. So they are not eaten by planktons. Rather, sea cucumbers, they eat planktons. ठीक है? So this statement will be wrong. Sea cucumbers are edible for humans. Yes, that is right. China में they are eaten. So yeah, 1, 2 and 4, only 3 is the correct option, right? Now we will move on to the next question. Emission rates बोला है कि how many of the above are suitable condition for smog formation? हमें smog formation के perspective में सोचना है. Emission rates of the sources of nitrogen oxides and volatile organic compounds. फिर emission rates जो है वो smog formation में matter करता है. Yes, nitrogen oxide and VOCs, volatile organic compounds, both of them, they contribute to the formation of smog. The time of the day is also true because nitrogen oxide and volatile organic compounds with sunlight, they undergo a photochemical reaction. Photochemical. Matlab, this reaction is triggered by sunlight. So that is why it's a photochemical reaction. जिसके वजह से बनता है ग्राउंड लेवल ओजोन. ग्राउंड लेवल ओजोन जो कि है पोल्यूटेंट, जो कि स्मॉग फॉर्मेशन में कंट्रीब्यूट करता है. प्रेसिपिटेशन क्या करता है? प्रेसिपिटेशन होने से ये जो नाइट्रोजन ऑक्साइड्स है ये एसिड में कन्वर्ट हो जाता है वाटर के साथ रिएक्ट करके, एंड वो एसिड रेन, इट कन्वर्ट्स इनटू एसिड रेन. आसमान क्लियर हो जाता है, स्मॉग फॉर्मेशन नहीं होता. एंड विंड, मोर पर्टिकुलरली स्ट्रॉन्ग विंड्स, ठीक है, more particularly strong winds, they disperse this concentration of nitrogen oxide and volatile organic compound. अगर कहीं पे volatile organic compound and nitrogen oxides का इकट्ठा होकर रखा है and sun आने के साथ साथ photochemical reaction triggered होके ozone form हो जाएगा and there will be a photochemical smog, so that can be avoided with winds. हवा आएगा, the pollutants will be dispersed and this sun induced photochemical reaction will not take place, right? So अगर हमें पूछते हैं कि which of the following are suitable condition for smog formation, that will be only 2, 1 and 2. Now the next question, consider the following statement regarding bladderworts. ठीक है, bladderworts are aquatic carnivorous plants, that is true. Bladderworts, ठीक है, they are carnivorous. There are very few plants which are carnivorous. So bladderworts are one of them. So they are very famous. Okay. So they capture prey using bladder-like traps attached to their structures. That is true. Bladderwort species are not found in India. That is wrong. But because recently it was in current affairs that bladderworts were found in Kaladev National Park in Rajasthan. ठीक है, यहाँ पे bladderworts पाए गए हैं recently. So this statement is wrong, but these two statements are correct. Correct पूछा है, only 2 will be the answer. ये current affairs से link करके दिया है. Bladderworts famous है and they are found, not found in India, but recently they have been found. So yeah. Moving on to the next question. Consider the following statements regarding Wildlife Protection Act in India. Fair. State correct पूछा है हमसे. State governments are empowered to declare any wild animal a vermin. No, this is a wrong statement because under section 62 of Wildlife Protection Act, central government can declare a species as vermin. Okay, and what is vermin? That is not defined under Wildlife Protection Act. Wildlife Protection Act define नहीं करता है vermin कौन क्या मतलब what are the attributes of vermin. So वो नहीं define करते हैं. बट वो ये बोलता है कि सेक्शन 62 के अंतर्गत स्टेट गवर्नमेंट्स नहीं, सेंट्रल गवर्नमेंट्स आर एम्पावर्ड टू डिक्लेयर एनी वाइल्ड एनिमल, राइट? सो दिस स्टेटमेंट इज रॉन्ग. It introduced the concept of cooperative management through Conservation Reserve Management Committee and Community Reserve Committee. ये वाइल्ड प्रोटेक्शन एक्ट का 2002 अमेंडमेंट में ये वाला इंक्लूड कर दिया गया था, द कंसेप्ट ऑफ कोऑपरेटिव मैनेजमेंट थ्रू कंजर्वेशन रिजर्व मैनेजमेंट, ताकि हम कम्युनिटी को भी एक साथ ले आए और कम्युनिटी के साथ इसको इसका कंजर्वेशन में वी इन्वॉल्व द कम्युनिटी, बिकॉज दिस इंडिजिनस पीपल हु लिव अराउंड कम्युनिटी फॉरेस्ट, उन लोगों को उस फॉरेस्ट के बारे में ज्यादा पता होता है, राइट? कहाँ से उस इकोसिस्टम के बारे में दे लिव अ सिम्बायोटिक, they have a symbiotic relationship for a long time. So we need to involve them. The community participation makes it very crucial. जो कि हम लोगों का एजेंडा 21 का भी जो रियो समिट के टाइम पे साइन हुआ था उसमें भी एक क्रूशियल पार्ट है दैट इंडिजिनस पीपल एंड कम्युनिटी शुड बी इन्वॉल्व्ड, ठीक है। इट एस्टैब्लिशेस द नेशनल टाइगर कंजर्वेशन अथॉरिटी, यस नेशनल टाइगर कंजर्वेशन अथॉरिटी। इसके पहले था 2006 अमेंडमेंट हुआ वाइल्ड लाइफ प्रोटेक्शन एक्ट में, 2006 अमेंडमेंट में आया नेशनल टाइगर कंजर्वेशन अथॉरिटी एंड टाइगर रिजर्व्स, ठीक है। उसके पहले दे वर नॉट स्टैट्यूटरी बॉडीज बट 2006 अमेंडमेंट में दे इंक्लूडेड नेशनल टाइगर कंजर्वेशन अथॉरिटी। सो या दिस स्टेटमेंट 1 इज रॉन्ग बट स्टेटमेंट 2 एंड स्टेटमेंट 3 इज राइट। करेक्ट पूछा है तो हमारा राइट आंसर विल बी 2 and 3, राइट। मूविंग ऑन टू द नेक्स्ट क्वेश्चन। With reference to Biological Diversity Act, consider the following statements. Fair. The act established a two-tier system with the National Biodiversity Authority at the center and a Biodiversity Board for each state. देखते हैं क्या पूछा है, मुझे पूछा है correct, right? और हमें पता है कि Biological Diversity Act के अंदर 3-tier mechanism हुआ है, right? एक है नेशनल लेवल में नेशनल बायोडाइवर्सिटी अथॉरिटी, फिर स्टेट बायोडाइवर्सिटी अथॉरिटी एंड लोकल लेवल में बायोडाइवर्सिटी मैनेजमेंट कमिटीज बीएमसीज। तो 2 टायर तो नहीं है, ये गलत हो गया। द नेशनल बायोडाइवर्सिटी अथॉरिटी नोटिफाइड स्पीशीज ऑन द वर्ज ऑफ एक्सटिंक्शन, दैट इज ऑल्सो रॉन्ग। इसका काम है कंजर्वेशन करना। अगर कोई स्पीशीज एक्सटिंक्ट है या एक्सटिंक्ट होने वाला है उसको नोटिफाई करता है सेंट्रल गवर्नमेंट आफ्टर कंसल्टेशन विद द स्टेट वेयर द स्पीशीज इज, बट वो नोटिफाई करता है सेंट्रल गवर्नमेंट, नॉट नेशनल बायोडाइवर्सिटी अथॉरिटी। इसका काम है कंजर्वेशन करना, और जिसका कंजर्वेशन नहीं हो पाया वो सेंट्रल गवर्नमेंट नोटिफाई करेगा ना, ये बॉडी नहीं करेगा। The main function of the State Biodiversity Board is to prepare the People's Biodiversity Register in consultation with local people. This is also a wrong statement. ठीक है, because State Biodiversity Board का भी फिर से काम हो गया कि वो स्टेट लेवल पे कंजर्व करे। People's Biodiversity Register ये बनाता है ये BMC जो लोकल बॉडी है। ये क्या करता है, एक लोकल एरिया में they talk to the localites, they talk to the people living around and they make a list of the available species of plants and everything so that इन लोगों के पास एक डेटाबेस रहे कि अच्छा ये एक जगह है, सोचिए कि एक डिस्ट्रिक्ट है, इस डिस्ट्रिक्ट का बायोडाइवर्सिटी क्या है, कितने तरीके का प्लांट्स मिलता है, फ्लोरा फोना बोथ, राइट। सो दैट इज व्हाट दिस पीपल्स बायोडाइवर्सिटी रजिस्टर इज ऑल अबाउट एंड इट इज डन बाय BMC। फेयर। So how many of them how many of the statements given above are correct? None of them are correct. All of them are wrong. ठीक है? Now let's move on to the next question. Kampala Declaration. Kampala कहाँ पे है? Kampala is the capital city of Uganda, right? कुछ साल पहले हम लोगों का प्राइम मिनिस्टर भी गया था। उगांडा का कैपिटल सिटी है कैंपाला। डिक्लेरेशन इज टॉक्ड अबाउट विच ऑफ द फॉलोइंग सिचुएशन। अगर कैंपाला डिक्लेरेशन हो रहा है जो कि उगांडा का कैपिटल है, देन मोस्ट देयर इज अ हाई चांसेस इट विल बी रिगार्डिंग अफ्रीका, एंड इट इज ट्रू। ये अफ्रीका का एग्रीकल्चरल प्रैक्टिसेस को सस्टेनेबल बनाने के लिए ये डिक्लेरेशन हुआ था। यहाँ पे देयर वाज अ कॉम्प्रिहेंसिव अफ्रीकन एग्रीकल्चरल इकोसिस्टम मीट, जहाँ पे दे डिसाइडेड अच्छा अफ्रीका में जो फ्यूचर में आके जो सब सहारन अफ्रीका में इतना पॉवर्टी है, फूड स्कार्सिटी है, उसको एड्रेस करना चाहे, वी नीड एग्रीकल्चर एंड हाउ टू गेट दैट एग्रीकल्चर, राइट। सो दैट इज व्हाट वाज डिस्कस्ड इन दैट समिट एंड कैंपाला डिक्लेरेशन केम आउट ऑफ इट, जो बोलता है ऑप्शन नंबर 3, एडवांसिंग रेजिलिएंट एंड सस्टेनेबल एग्री फूड सिस्टम्स, राइट। अगर आप लिंक कर पाते हो कैंपाला के साथ अफ्रीका और यहाँ पे एग्री फूड सिस्टम्स, देन आप इसको लिंक करके एड्रेस कर सकते हो कि इट इज नॉट अबाउट प्रोमोटिंग क्लाइमेट रेजिलिएंट इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर, इट इज नॉट अबाउट फ्रेमवर्क फॉर सस्टेनेबल फूड सिस्टम्स, स्ट्रेंथनिंग एनवायरमेंट गवर्नेंस भी नहीं है, इट इज अबाउट ऑप्शन सी इज द राइट आंसर, advancing resilient and sustainable agri-food systems. Now, next question. Hydril trains do not require, correct पूछा है, and hydril से मुझे simple ये infer हो रहा है कि हम लोगों का recently news में था 2025 में hydrogen powered trains हम लोग try करने वाले हैं, 2030 तक हम लोगों का रेलवे का टारगेट है नेट जीरो रीच करने का. So hydral is basically amalgamation of hydrogen plus railway, right? So hydrogen trains do not require complex overhead electrical infrastructure used by traditional electric trains. अब complex overhead electrical infrastructure जो है वो चाहिए क्यों होगा? If you are using hydrogen as a fuel जिसका energy capacity बहुत ज़्यादा है, then why do we need even electrical infrastructure for that? We don't. So this statement is correct. We don't need complex electrical infrastructure. India's first indigenous hydrogen train is being designed by the Integral Coach Factory in Chennai, जहाँ पे हम लोगों का वो भी बना था Vande Bharat. So they are the most advanced and they are doing the most sophisticated work. This statement is correct. In hydral, hydrogen acts as a fuel with water being the only byproduct. Well, that is the attribute of hydrogen, right? Hydrogen को हम जब fuel की तरह use करते हैं, it gives us energy and water as a byproduct. So this statement is also correct. This was quite easy question. So I think you should have attempted this one. So correct कौन सा होगा? All three are correct. All three questions are correct here. Now let's go to next question, 69. What is biodosimetry that is often mentioned in the news? A process for measuring nutritional deficiencies in individuals using blood analysis. Nutritional deficiency है. A method to use detect biological pathogens in contaminated water source. A technique to measure radiation exposure. ठीक है? Based on biological changes in blood, a genetic testing method to determine hereditary diseases. Genetic testing. The correct answer is C. It is a technique to measure radiation exposure based on biological changes in blood. Biodosimetry. इसमें क्या होता है? आपका बॉडी जब रेडिएशन फेस करता है, it tends to alter the chromosomes in the white blood cells. Okay? आपके white blood cells में जो chromosomes होते हैं, उनमें aberrations आ जाते हैं. तो ये biodosimetry वही चीज टेस्ट करता है, राइट? कि आपका व्हाइट ब्लड सेल्स जो यहाँ पे ब्लड में है, व्हाइट ब्लड सेल्स, उसमें वो देखेगा कि इसमें क्रोमोसोमल एबरेशंस है कि नहीं. फाइन. सो दिस बायोडोसिमेट्री इज फॉर दिस. ऑप्शन नंबर सी इज द राइट आंसर. सो मूविंग ऑन टू द नेक्स्ट क्वेश्चन. कंसिडर द फॉलोइंग स्टेटमेंट. साइनोबैक्टीरिया करेक्ट पूछा है. साइनोबैक्टीरिया को हम लोग और क्या नाम से जानते हैं? हम लोग जानते हैं ब्लू ग्रीन एल्गे. फिर हो गया क्वेश्चन सॉल्व. अगर आपको पता है कि साइनोबैक्टीरिया को हम ब्लू ग्रीन एल्गे भी बोलते हैं, योर क्वेश्चन कैन बी मार्क्ड. आपको इसको एड्रेस कर सकते हो. दे मैन्युफैक्चर देयर ओन फूड. व्हाई? ये जो ग्रीन पार्ट है दैट इज बिकॉज ऑफ क्लोरोफिल. क्लोरोफिल जो कि कार्बन डाइऑक्साइड लेता है, एनर्जी बनाता है सनलाइट के साथ और रिलीज करता है ऑक्सीजन. दैट chlorophyll pigment is there in cyanobacteria, though it's a bacteria, but it has got that pigment. It's manufactured, that helps them manufacture their own food, right? Cyanobacteria are the oldest known bacteria living on planet Earth. This is also true. ये सबसे पुराना है. Their transition, okay, हम लोगों का plant world और animal world में transition जब हुआ था, तब cyanobacteria बीच में कभी आता है. And they are here for millions of years. They are bacteria, but they have chlorophylls. So they have attributes of both the plant world and the animal world. So cyanobacteria are one of the oldest known bacteria living on planet Earth. That is true. Cyanobacteria are often counted among phytoplanktons. That is true because phytoplanktons are also green, but they are plant. They are also green, but they are bacteria, right? So ये confusion होता है, and they are often counted among phytoplankton. That is true. Cyanobacteria have played a significant role in shaping the atmosphere of the Earth. Yes, हम लोगों का Earth का जो early atmosphere था, उसमें इतना oxygen का concentration था नहीं. It was mainly a carbon and nitrogen and other compound-rich atmosphere. Cyanobacteria क्या हुआ? Cyanobacteria का जब large scale वो हुआ, population बढ़ा. So cyanobacteria started, the large populations of cyanobacteria, they started processing those carbon dioxide from the atmosphere and started releasing oxygen. And bit by bit, over millennia, they contribute enough oxygen in the atmosphere that helps us humans and other animal beings to survive on this planet. तो हमारा life as we know it today, ठीक है? ये possible ही नहीं था अगर cyanobacteria वो early earth में कार्बन डाइऑक्साइड को कन्वर्ट नहीं करता ऑक्सीजन में, तो राइट. So they have played a significant role. That is true. So correct क्या है? All 4 of the options are correct here. Right? Now moving on to the next question. Consider the following statement. Marshes receive water through precipitation and are poor in nutrients. जो कि गलत है. Receive water through precipitation. Precipitation से water मिलता है bogs को. Marshes में मिलता है water from ground water और surface water. Bogs जो होते हैं, bogs they are fed by precipitation. Marshes में ground water और surface water. तो statement 1 मेरा correct हो गया. Correct हमें मुझे पूछा ही है. Swamps are usually found in low elevation floodplains along rivers and slow moving streams. This is right statement. Swamps जो है they are usually found in low elevation floodplains. ठीक है, floodplains में जो shallow हो जाता है जिसकी वजह से पानी बह नहीं पाता है कहीं पे, तो वो होता है rivers के along. Floodplains के साथ तो rivers या slow moving streams automatically attach हो गया. Right? So swamps are usually found here. Right? Statement 2 is correct. So here the correct answer will be option B. Right? So moving on to the next question. With reference to eco-sensitive zones, consider the following statements. E is eco-sensitive zone. ठीक है, eco-sensitive zones. So they are more or less like buffer zones. ठीक है, इसका formal nomenclature है eco-sensitive zone, but they are basically buffer zones. ECZs are designed to regulate activities around protected areas to minimize environmental impact. Buffer zone का भी वही काम है. तो statement 1 is right. States can now define ECZ boundaries based on local ecological and social factors. 2023 में सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने बोला है कि अच्छा एक यूनिफॉर्म रूल नहीं बनाते हैं. It should be done case to case basis. अलग अलग जगह पे अलग अलग रिक्वायरमेंट होता है, तो उसको दिमाग में रखते हुए states can now define ECZ boundaries based on local ecological and social factors. वो अपने हिसाब से local priorities को दिमाग में रखते हुए they can define the boundaries. There should be no uniformity per se. This statement is also right. All national parks and wildlife sanctuaries currently have notified ECZ. No, that is not the case. सब में अभी तक नहीं हुआ है. Major जो है उनमें हुआ है, but सब में अभी तक नहीं हुआ है because there are a lot of work left and all this is an absolute statement. Okay. So इसको कंसिडर करते हुए हम ये स्टेटमेंट को गलत मान सकते हैं कि all national parks and wildlife sanctuaries they do not have notified ECZ as of now. Correct पूछा है only 1 and 2. So option B will be the right answer. Moving on to the next, our next faculty will join you for the next topic. Thank you.
A very good afternoon, guys. So a very brilliant test paper and discussion as well. जो पेपर था आपका that was carefully crafted keeping in mind all the requirements of the prelims. So prelims में UPSC के पेपर में आपको easy questions भी होते हैं, moderate भी होते हैं और tough भी होते हैं. Unfortunately, geography is one section where most of the aspirants feel कि ये tough category में आता है, लेकिन ऐसा बिल्कुल भी नहीं है. ज्योग्राफी टफ कैटेगरी में नहीं आता. येस देर आर वेरी वेराइटी ऑफ टेक्निकल जार्गन, बहुत कई बार इन डेप्थ चीज़ें होती हैं. तो पर्टिकुलरली जो नॉन साइंस बैकग्राउंड जिन एस्पिरेंट्स का होता है दे समवॉट फील इट के थोड़ा सा टफ है. लेकिन अगर आपके बेसिक्स क्लियर हैं, आपने एनसीईआरटीज अच्छे से पढ़ी हैं और जो करंट अफेयर्स रिलेटेड टू ज्योग्राफी है उसको अच्छे से कवर किया है, तो नथिंग टू वरी अबाउट. IR is a topic which most of the aspirants find it very easy. समटाइम्स इसीलिए इसमें एक्यूरेसी के इश्यूज होते हैं. एरर जो है, हमारा जो गलती होती है वो इसमें होते हैं. और दैट्स वाई इट्स वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट टू कीप इन माइंड कि जितना भी आपके अंदर इंथुइज्म है IR को लेके, इट शुड नॉट लेट यू मार्क द रॉन्ग ऑप्शन. तो इसको हमें बार बार इसीलिए पीरियोडिकली एग्जाम के पॉइंट ऑफ व्यू से भी रिवाइज करना होता है। स्टार्ट करते हैं हमारा डिस्कशन ज्योग्राफी और IR का। नाउ द फर्स्ट इज अबाउट ए spice, large cardamom. Now there are variety of issues related to these kind of spices. Turmeric पूरे साल भर न्यूज़ में था। इसके अलावा cardamom is also in the news because India is trying to export, increase its agriculture export. हमारा जो agriculture export का बास्केट है उसको हम बढ़ाना चाहते हैं। सीरियल जो क्रॉप है wheat, rice, उससे निकल के we are looking for diversity in agriculture basket export, और इससे इस तरह की जो क्रॉप्स होती हैं इसीलिए बहुत ज़्यादा रेलेवेंट हो जाती है। ये कोर ज्योग्राफी का क्वेश्चन है। नाउ ईस्टर्न हिमालयाज आर कंसीडर्ड ए नेचुरल हैबिटेट, एब्सोल्युटली करेक्ट, इट्स ए फैक्ट बेस्ड थिंग। अगर ये फैक्ट आपको नहीं मालूम है देन यू विल नॉट बी केपेबल ऑफ आंसरिंग इट। यस, आप इसमें कुछ मेथड्स लगा सकते हैं। अब जैसे दूसरा जो इसमें ऑप्शन है वो है कि थ्राइव्स बेस्ट इन अल्कलाइन सॉइल्स। अब alkaline soils for eastern Himalayas both are not compatible with each other. Alkaline soil are not in that quantity is present in eastern Himalayas. Eastern Himalayas में जो दार्जिलिंग हिल्स हैं, सिक्किम का एरिया है, अरुणाचल प्रदेश है, यहाँ पे काफ़ी बड़ी मात्रा में ये जो कार्डमम है उसकी खेती की जाती है। और यहाँ पे जो सॉइल मिलती है उसको हम लोमी सॉइल कहते हैं। सिल्ट क्ले का परफेक्ट कॉम्बिनेशन यहाँ पे इस सॉइल में होता है, तो यहाँ पे इसका उत्पादन प्रोडक्शन होता है। इट इज यूज्ड एज एंटीडोट फॉर बोथ स्नेक एंड स्कॉर्पियन वेनम। नाउ दिस इज अ वेरी इंटरेस्टिंग एंड एक्साइटिंग ऑप्शन। तो जनरली आयुर्वेदिक जो मेथड है इंडिया में मेडिसिन का, ट्रेडिशनल जो मेथड है, हिमालयन जो सिस्टम है ट्रेडिशनल मेडिसिन का, उसमें इस तरह के जो स्पाइसेस हैं उनका इस्तेमाल इस तरीके से भी होता है। तो इफ़ यू हैव रेड इट अबाउट दिस पर्टिकुलर स्पाइस, बहुत ईजी है इसको आंसर करना। अगर आप इसको एलिमिनेशन टाइप से सोचेंगे तो कठिन इसलिए है क्योंकि यहाँ पे जो इन्होंने ऑप्शंस आपको दे रखे हैं, ये जो 2 साल पहले यूपीएससी ने इंट्रोड्यूस कराया है एक मेथड दैट हैड मेड इट ऑब्वियसली प्रीलिम्स फार मोर टफर। तो इसमें थर्ड इज ऑब्वियसली करेक्ट, फर्स्ट इज ऑब्वियसली करेक्ट, सेकंड इज नॉट। सो यू हैव टू नो ऑल द 3 स्टेटमेंट्स, इसलिए आंसर इसका बी होगा, ओनली 2। नाउ द नेक्स्ट इज about a very simple question about pastoral nomadism and commercial livestock rearing. Basics NCERT का बहुत ही बेसिक सवाल है ये, और प्रीलिम्स में हमेशा हमें याद रखना है कट ऑफ इज नॉट इवन 50%। लास्ट ईयर इट वाज व्हाट 86, 87। तो उसमें बहुत ज़्यादा जरूरी है कि जो इजी क्वेश्चंस हैं उसमें आपकी एक्यूरेसी ऑलमोस्ट 100% होनी चाहिए। अगर इजी क्वेश्चंस भी गलत हो जाएंगे देन इट विल बी वेरी वेरी डिफिकल्ट फॉर यू टू क्रॉस द कट ऑफ मार्क, और अनसर्टेनिटी बनी रहेगी, आगे के 1 महीने भी आपके उसमें नुकसान हो जाएगा। तो कट ऑफ से एटलीस्ट 10 से 20 नंबर आपको ज़्यादा लाने हैं। तो जो इजी क्वेश्चंस हैं, जो बेसिक क्वेश्चंस हैं, सबको आने चाहिए, एनसीईआरटी बेस्ड हैं, वो होना चाहिए। अब यहाँ पे क्या लिखा है कि नोमैडिज्म पेस्टोरल इन विच ओनली वन टाइप ऑफ एनिमल इज रियर्ड, वेरियस कमर्शियल लाइवस्टॉक रिफर्स टू रेयरिंग ए वाइड वैरायटी ऑफ एनिमल्स। जस्ट फ्लिपिंग द डेफिनेशन। पेस्टोरल नोमैडिज्म क्या होता है? जिसमें जो कम्युनिटीज़ हैं, पर्टिकुलरली ट्राइबल कम्युनिटीज़ हैं, ज्योग्राफिकली इनएक्सेसिबल एरियाज में रह रही हैं, वहाँ उनके लिए लार्ज स्केल एग्रीकल्चर पॉसिबल नहीं है, तो वो क्या करती हैं फॉर लाइवलीहुड? दे सिंपली गो फॉर एनिमल रेयरिंग। मल्टीपल टाइप्स ऑफ एनिमल वो रेयर करते हैं। तो ये पहला स्टेटमेंट तो ऑब्वियसली गलत हो जाता है। कमर्शियल लाइफ स्टॉक में जनरली सिंगल एनिमल के ऊपर फोकस किया जाता है। सो सिंगल एनिमल है, बॉयलर चिकन फॉर एग्जाम्पल, जस्ट वन एग्जाम्पल। सो यहाँ पे हमें इस चीज़ का ध्यान रखना है, बहुत सिंपल सी चीज़ है, अगर आपको डेफिनेशन मालूम है तो ये गलत नहीं होगा। दूसरा, पेस्टोरल नोमैडिज्म refers to movement of tribes from one place to another in search of food and shelter. This was easy. This was easy. It is doable. तो इसमें तो कुछ भी कंफ्यूजन नहीं होना चाहिए। और दूसरा स्टेटमेंट जो वो दे रहे हैं कि कमर्शियल लाइफ स्टॉक रिफर्स टू ग्रेजिंग ऑफ पास्चर ऑन वन लैंड देन मूविंग टू अनदर। इसमें थोड़ा कंफ्यूजन आपको हो सकता है। पहला स्टेटमेंट इसमें एब्सोल्युटली करेक्ट है, इजी है, कोई भी डाउट नहीं है। लेकिन दूसरा इसका जो सब है इसमें प्रॉब्लम हो सकती है कि मूविंग फ्रॉम वन लैंड टू अनदर, तो ऐसा लग रहा है जैसे नोमैडिज्म है, ये भी नहीं। इसमें होता क्या है कि रैंचेस होते हैं। ये कमर्शियल जो लाइफ स्टॉक रेयरिंग है जनरली वेस्टर्न यूरोप, अमेरिका, यहाँ ज़्यादा प्रैक्टिस किया जाता है। तो बड़े बड़े रैंचेस होते हैं, 100 एकर्स के पूरा लैंड, 50 एकर्स का पूरा पार्सल है। एंड देन व्हाट द पीपल डू, जो ये एग्रीकल्चर कर रहे हैं, एक मैसिव इकोनॉमिक एक्टिविटी है, तो उस पूरे 50 एकड़ के प्लॉट को कुछ कुछ हिस्से में इसको डिवाइड कर लेंगे, पार्सल्स बनाएंगे। तो एक जगह अगर रेयरिंग हो रही है, ग्रेजिंग हो रही है, तो फिर वहाँ पे उसको रखेंगे, व्हेन इट इज़ ओवर तो उसको एनिमल के स्टॉक को दूसरी जगह पे शिफ्ट कर देंगे। बीच में बाउंड्रीज लगाते हैं, तो पार्सल्स को, जो हमारे 50 एकड़ का रैंच होगा फॉर एग्जाम्पल, उसको पार्सल्स में डिवाइड करेंगे। तो दैट इज हाउ दिस स्टेटमेंट इज एब्सोल्युटली करेक्ट। सो यहाँ पे आंसर होगा आपका बी। ठीक है, बहुत ही ईजी क्वेश्चन है। नाउ अगेन ए वेरी ईजी क्वेश्चन straight from your NCERT, earthquakes. Earthquakes are favorite of UPSC. In multiple prelims in the previous 10 years, they have asked question related to earthquake. और बहुत ही सिंपल सी चीज़ है, एक बार फंडामेंटल आपके क्लियर इसमें होने चाहिए। तो अर्थवेव क्या होता है? लार्ज मूवमेंट ऑफ रॉक्स बीनीथ द सरफेस, उसको हम अर्थक्वेक बोलते हैं। दो तरह की वेव्स होती हैं, जब इतनी बड़े बाउल्डर्स रॉक का मूवमेंट होगा, डिस्प्लेसमेंट होगी, तो इसमें वेव्स जनरेट होंगी, एनर्जी रिलीज होगी। तो दो तरह की वेव्स होती हैं, एक होती है आपकी प्राइमरी वेव्स और एक होती है आपकी सेकेंडरी वेव्स। ये दोनों जो वेव्स हैं ये हम इनको बॉडी वेव्स कहते हैं। बॉडी वेव्स होती हैं क्यों? क्योंकि दे आर बीनीथ द सरफेस ऑफ द प्लैनेट अर्थ। और दूसरी जो वेव्स होती हैं उनको हम सरफेस वेव्स कहते हैं। ये सेकेंडरी वेव्स के बाद जो सरफेस में आएंगे उनको हम सरफेस वेव कहते हैं। तो बॉडी वेव्स एंड सरफेस वेव, बॉडी वेव्स के दो टाइप हैं, प्राइमरी एंड सेकेंडरी, उनके बारे में बात हो रही है। पी वेव्स आर प्राइमरी वेव्स। तो लॉन्गिट्यूडनल होती हैं, करेक्ट, फास्ट मूविंग होती हैं, करेक्ट, दे कैन ट्रेवल थ्रू गैस, लिक्विड, सॉलिड, करेक्ट, एब्सोल्युटली करेक्ट। बेसिक एनसीईआरटी स्टफ, क्लास 11th, चैप्टर 3rd। नाउ एस वेव्स, सेकेंडरी वेव्स आर परपेंडिकुलर टू वेव डायरेक्शंस एंड मूव ओनली थ्रू सॉलिड मटेरियल्स। तो आपने जब पढ़ा होगा इसको तो यू विल रिकॉल कि दैट इज हाउ जो मटेरियल कंपोजिशन है हमारे प्लैनेट का, वो भी साइंटिस्ट उसको एनालाइज करते हैं, डिस्कवर करते हैं थ्रू द मूवमेंट ऑफ एस वेव्स। तो एब्सोल्युटली करेक्ट दोनों। यहाँ पे बहुत ही इजी क्वेश्चन है, इजी कैटेगरी में ये आएगा। नाउ द नेक्स्ट इज वोल्केनिक इरप्शंस। वोल्केनिक इरप्शंस आर ब्यूटीफुल टॉपिक। वोल्केनोज आर एब्सोल्युटली ब्यूटीफुल। मेंस के लिए, प्रीलिम्स के लिए सदाबहार टॉपिक हैं यूपीएससी में। तो कंपोजिट वोल्केनोज की बात हो रही है, आर स्टीपर एंड हैव हायर विस्कोसिटी ऑफ मैग्मा इरप्शन देन शील्ड वोल्केनोज। तो वोल्केनोज के टाइप होते हैं कई। अब कंपोजिट, जिसको स्ट्रैटो वोल्केनो भी कहा जाता है, इसमें जनरली हमें ये ध्यान देना होता है, इसका जो की कंसेप्ट है वो ये है कि कितनी ज़्यादा विस्कोसिटी है मैग्मा की। मैग्मा क्या है? मैग्मा क्या है? लिक्विड जो मेटल हैं, जो गैसेज हैं, जो डिबरी है, ये जब बाहर आते हैं अर्थ की सरफेस से तो उसको हम बोलते हैं मैग्मा। नाउ यहाँ पे जो डिफरेंस है कंपोजिट और शील्ड का, कंपोजिट वोल्केनो जो होता है उसमें सिर्फ लावा जो बसाल्ट का बना होता है सिर्फ वो बाहर नहीं आता, और भी मटेरियल्स पायरोक्लास्टिक टाइप के बाहर आते हैं, मड बाहर आती है। नाउ उसकी जो विस्कोसिटी होती है वो ऑब्वियसली विल हैव, अगर प्योर लावा बाहर आ रहा है लिक्विड फॉर्मेट में तो वो ईजिली लिक्विड के तरह वो फ्लो हो जाएगा, और अगर थिकनेस ज़्यादा है बिकॉज ऑफ प्रेजेंस ऑफ अदर मटेरियल तो उसकी विस्कोसिटी ज़्यादा होगी। सिंपल सा कंसेप्ट, अगर आपने ये बेसिक पढ़ा हुआ है वोल्केनोज के बारे में तो दिस विल बी ए वेरी इजी क्वेश्चन। नाउ तो शील्ड वोल्केनोज में होता ये है कि इसमें स्ट्रैटो जो लेयर्स हैं वो नहीं बन पाती, इसमें बसाल्ट फ्लो बहुत ही ईजिली होता है क्योंकि लिक्विड है कंप्लीटली। तो फर्स्ट स्टेटमेंट इज करेक्ट। लावा डोम्स हैव जेंटल स्लोप, अपर स्लोप्स and have thin lava flows built upon over a central vent. Now lava domes, again lava is liquid, तो विस्कोसिटी इसकी बहुत कम है, लिक्विड है, तो अगर लिक्विड ज्यादा है, विस्कोसिटी बहुत कम है, तो ये एक एरिया में ठहरेगा नहीं, इट विल नॉट स्टैंड देयर, इट विल नॉट सिंपली एक्यूमुलेट ओवर अ पीरियड ऑफ टाइम एट दैट पर्टिकुलर लोकेशन। इस सिचुएशन में जेंटल स्लोप बनेगा नहीं, जेंटल अपर स्लोप बनेगा नहीं, इसके स्लोप्स जेंटल नहीं होंगे, कोन स्ट्रक्चर इसका नहीं होगा। सो दिस इज ए वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट थिंग। अगर आपको लगता है कि थोड़ा प्रॉब्लमेटिक टॉपिक है, इफ यू वांट टू सिंपली हैव विजुअल मेमोरी, तो हमें सिर्फ एग्जांपल्स देखने हैं इसके। जो फुजी माउंटेन है जापान में, दैट इज ए कंपोजिट वोल्केनो, ए वेरी ब्यूटीफुल माउंटेन, बहुत बड़ा टूरिस्ट स्पॉट भी है वो। हवाई के जो वोल्केनोज हैं दे आर शील्ड वोल्केनोज, हवाई जो अमेरिकन टेरिटरी है पैसिफिक में। सो दिस इज हाउ, अगर आपको दिमाग में एक बार आपने देख लिया फुजी माउंटेन की पिक्चर तो यू विल हैव दैट मेमोरी कि भाई ये कंपोजिट वोल्केनो है। तो इसमें स्ट्रैटोस्फीयर इसको वोल्केनो, स्ट्रैटो वोल्केनो भी इसको कहा जाता है। तो इट इज ईजियर नाउ टू अंडरस्टैंड कि ओनली वन विल बी द आंसर, ए विल बी द आंसर। नाउ The next topic is about something which most of the aspirants don't read or seriously consider. Landforms. Landforms एक बहुत ही boring topic भी लगता है लोगों को और generally people avoid. You don't have to avoid it. It's a very interesting topic. So ये जो क्वेश्चन है थोड़ा मीडियम कैटेगरी में आएगा क्योंकि इसका आपको बेसिक कंसेप्ट्स अगेन क्लियर होने चाहिए. तो एक्सफोलिएशन इज अ टाइप ऑफ वेदरिंग occurring in which cracking and splitting of the curved layers occur due to chemical weathering but on a smaller scale. दूसरा, sporadic weathering refers to curved sheets of rock fracture being detached from the outcrop primarily due to pressure release. What has the paper setter has done? He has flipped the definitions. जो एक्सफोलिएशन होती है उसमें प्रेशर की वजह से जो आउटर लेयर है वो रिमूव होती है. अब जनरली जो इसमें टाइप होता है, अगर आप देखें बसाल्ट के जो रॉक्स होते हैं जिसमें होमोजीनियस स्ट्रक्चर है रॉक का, उसमें बिकॉज ऑफ द प्रेशर डे एंड नाइट थिंग्स आर कंटिन्यूसली चेंजिंग, लॉट ऑफ एक्सटर्नल यहाँ पे वेक्टर्स आर इन्वॉल्व्ड. उस सिचुएशन में जो प्रेशर है वो डेवलप होता है और जो बाहर का हिस्सा है वो टूट जाता है रॉक का, उसको हम बोलते हैं एक्सफोलिएशन. सिंपल लैंग्वेज जिसको समझना है. और दूसरा स्फेरोइडल वेदरिंग, इट्स अ टाइप आल्सो कंसीडर्ड एज अ टाइप ऑफ एक्सफोलिएशन. ये केमिकल प्रोसेस है. दिस इज हैपनिंग बेसिकली ऑन ए केमिकल लेवल. इसमें केमिकल रिएक्ट करते हैं जिसकी वजह से ये स्प्लिट होती है. तो दोनों में जस्ट फ्लिप कर दिया आपके एग्जामिनर ने, दैट विल मेक बोथ ऑफ द स्टेटमेंट्स आर इनकरेक्ट क्योंकि उन्होंने फ्लिप कर दिया. अगर आपको कंसेप्ट पता है, इफ यू हैव अंडरस्टूड द कंसेप्ट ऑन अ वेरी सिंपल लैंग्वेज, तो इट विल बी फार मोर इजियर फॉर यू टू अंडरस्टैंड. क्लियर है? ये अच्छा क्वेश्चन था, मीडियम कैटेगरी में आएगा. तो नाउ द नेक्स्ट अगेन इज डिपोजिशनल लैंडफॉर्म्स. लैंडफॉर्म्स अगेन इज अ टॉपिक विच मोस्ट एस्पिरेंट्स ट्राई टू अवॉइड. तो इसको आपको अवॉइड नहीं करना है. इसमें थोड़ा टेक्निकल जार्गन होता है, थोड़ा कॉम्प्लेक्सिटी होती है, लेकिन इसको अवॉइड नहीं करना बिल्कुल भी क्योंकि इससे एक क्वेश्चन भी आ जाता है और आपके बिकॉज अल्टीमेटली इट्स ए गेम ऑफ कंपटीशन. इट्स नॉट ए यूनिवर्सिटी एग्जाम, इट्स ए गेम ऑफ कंपटीशन. आपको आपके कंपटीटर से 2 नंबर ज़्यादा लाने हैं, हर एक क्वेश्चन में टारगेट रखना. सो दिस इज हाउ यू अप्रोच इट. नाउ डिपोजिशनल प्लेटफॉर्म्स की बात हो रही है, लेवीज की. अब व्हाट आर लेवीज? फर्स्ट ऑफ ऑल इनको फ्लड बैंक्स भी कहा जाता है. वेराइटी ऑफ नेम्स आर देयर फॉर देम. ये नेचुरल होते हैं, आर्टिफिशियल होते हैं. तो हमने अगर कभी भी आपने लेक देखी होगी या रिवर देखी होगी जो कंटिन्यूसली अपना कोर्स चेंज करती है, तो गवर्नमेंट वहाँ पे लेवीज क्रिएट करती है, फ्लड बैंक्स क्रिएट करती है ताकि बाढ़ के समय में पानी बाहर ना आए. नाउ आर्टिफिशियल भी हैं, होते ही नेचुरल भी होते हैं. अब ये कह रहे हैं कि बिगर आउटर लूप्स होते हैं एंड कॉज आउटर बैंक्स टू ग्रो वाइडर ड्यू टू इरोजन. नहीं, एब्सोल्युटली नॉट. कई बार नेचुरल जो उनका क्रिएशन है बिकॉज ऑफ फ्लड्स होता है, लेकिन ये जो कंडीशनैलिटी इन्होंने दे रखी है एग्जामिनर ने आपके आउटर लूप की, नो इट्स नॉट ए केस एट ऑल. लेवीज के साथ ये होता ही नहीं, सो कोई गुंजाइश नहीं. आउटर लूप जो है इनका वो बिगर नहीं होता. दूसरा जो स्टेटमेंट है दैट इज वेरी इजी. अगर इसमें देखें हम कि डेल्टाज आर ऑफन शेप्ड लाइक ट्राइंगल्स एंड आर लो लाइंग डिपॉजिट्स ऑफ सेंटिमेंट्स. करेक्ट, एब्सोल्युटली करेक्ट. जितनी भी रिवर्स इंडिया में डेल्टा बनाती हैं जो ईस्ट मूविंग है, बे ऑफ बंगाल की तरफ जाती हैं, आप देखोगे वो ब्रांचेस उनके होते हैं तो ट्राइंगल शेप बनता है वो, और वहाँ पे डिपॉजिट्स होते हैं सेडिमेंट्स के. दैट इज हाउ दे आर फॉर्म्ड. ट्री के जैसे ब्रांचेस होती हैं वो बनते हैं. दिस इज एब्सोल्युटली करेक्ट. ये वाला करेक्ट नहीं है. Meanders are gentle slip of slope on the inner bank and steep cliff on the outer bank. This is also correct. Again, meanders क्या होते हैं? Rivers snake जैसा स्ट्रक्चर बनाती है अपने मिडिल सेक्शन में और लेट सेक्शन में. बहुत सारी रिवर्स है जो बनाती हैं. इसमें होता यह है कि जो आउटर बैंक है उसको रिवर इरोड करती है धीरे धीरे. जैसे इसमें लिखा हुआ है कि स्लिप ऑफ स्लोप ऑन द इनर बैंक एंड स्टीप क्लिफ ऑन द आउटर बैंक. तो इरोजन हो रहा है आउटर बैंक में तो वहाँ स्टीप क्लिफ होगा, और सेडिमेंट्स वो इनर बैंक में अपने डिपॉजिट करेगी रिवर, तो जेंटल स्लिप ऑफ होगा. स्टेटमेंट दोनों में यहाँ 2 and 3 विल बी द राइट आंसर. अगेन कंसेप्ट बेस्ड क्वेश्चन है. इसमें अगर आपने पढ़ा नहीं है इसको, इफ़ यू हैवेंट स्टडीड इट, रेड इट प्रॉपरली, तो इसमें चांसेस काफ़ी कम है कि आप एलिमिनेट कर लो. और मोस्टली अगर आपने कोशिश की भी तो बहुत ज़्यादा चांसेस इसके होते हैं, प्रोबेबिलिटी इसकी होती है, यू विल गेट द रॉन्ग ऑप्शन. So that is a mistake you should always avoid. Now, द नेक्स्ट इज ए वेरी सिंपल क्वेश्चन, फैक्ट बेस्ड क्वेश्चन, क्लाइमेट टाइप की बात हो रही है यहाँ पे, और 2 स्टेटमेंट्स आर देयर, 3. Confined to the western portion of continental masses between 30 degree, 45 degree north and south of the equator, that is the location is being given for the climate type. दूसरा, most of their precipitation in winter receive करते हैं. तीसरा, natural vegetation includes trees with small broad leaves that are widely spaced and never very tall. अगर आपने कोपन का क्लाइमेटिक क्लासिफिकेशन एक बार भी अगर आपने देखा और पढ़ा और समझा है थोड़ा सा भी, तो यू विल अंडरस्टैंड बाय द स्टेटमेंट ऑफ थर्ड ओनली कि ये मेडिटेरियन क्लाइमेट की बात हो रही है, ये मेडिटेरियन क्लाइमेट की बात हो रही है, और इसमें लोकेशन भी परफेक्टली मैच होती है और प्रेसिपिटेशन भी परफेक्टली मैच होता है, लेकिन वेजिटेशन से आप क्लियर कट इसको पहचान सकते हो. बाकी क्योंकि जो ऑप्शंस हैं उसमें एलिमिनेट करिए. टेम्परेट कॉन्टिनेंटल, टेम्परेट कॉन्टिनेंटल, इट इज़ वेरी इजी टू एलिमिनेट इट. तो ये जो सेंट्रल एशिया, रशिया हो गया, नॉर्दर्न चाइना हो गया, नॉर्थ ईस्टर्न अमेरिका हो गया, वहां पे टेम्परेट कॉन्टिनेंटल होता है. मेडिटेरियन क्लाइमेट आंसर है. चाइना टाइप क्लाइमेट हो गया, इट इज इन द ईस्टर्न बेल्ट ऑफ चाइना, तो उसकी लोकेशन विल नॉट मैच विद दिस व्हाट इज बीइंग रिटन हियर. और चाइना के अलावा साउथ ईस्ट एशिया में जापान कह सकते हैं आप, साउथ कोरिया, वहां भी चाइना टाइप क्लाइमेट है एज पर कोपन क्लाइमेटिक मॉडल. देन यू हैव मिड लैटिट्यूड डिजर्ट क्लाइमेट, जहां गोबी डिजर्ट है, जैसे मंगोलिया और चाइना के बीच में. ये जो एरिया है मिड लैटिट्यूड है, डिजर्ट क्लाइमेट है, रेन शैडो एरिया बेसिकली ये होते हैं, जहाँ टेम्परेचर जो है वार्म डे होता है, कूल थोड़ा विंटर होती है, तो ये मिड लैटिट्यूड डिजर्ट क्लाइमेट है. सो बहुत ईजी क्वेश्चन है, क्लियर कट दिख रहा है कि मेडिटेरियन क्लाइमेट आंसर यहाँ पे होगा. वेरी इजीली यू कैन एलिमिनेट द रेस्ट ऑफ द 3 एज वेल. नाउ द नेक्स्ट इज अल नीनो सदर्न ऑसिलेशन. अल नीनो, ला नीना साल भर न्यूज में था. इंडिया के मानसून के ऊपर इसका बहुत बड़ा प्रभाव पड़ता है. मानसून के ऊपर पड़ता है, इट मीन्स आर एग्रीकल्चर इकोनॉमी इज हेवली डिपेंडेंट ऑन इट, आर वाटर रिजर्वायर्स आर हेवली डिपेंडेंट ऑन इट. इंडिया में इन्फ्लेशन जो है फूड का हेवली डिपेंडेंट ऑन इट. सो बहुत ही सीरियस टॉपिक है मानसून में. अल नीनो, ला नीना सदर्न ऑसिलेशन, यहाँ पे अल नीनो सदर्न ऑसिलेशन की बात हो रही है. अल नीनो की बात हो रही थी कि इंडिया में इस साल आएगा, बट फॉर्चुनेटली इट इज नॉट लुकिंग लाइक. सो IMD इज प्रेडिक्टिंग ऑल्सो कि वी विल हैव अबव एवरेज मानसून. तो ये बहुत ही इंपॉर्टेंट टॉपिक है. इंडियन ओशन डाइपोल हो गया, ये हो गया, ये बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट है. अब अल नीनो के बारे में अगर आपको बेसिक थोड़ी सी भी अंडरस्टैंडिंग है, अल नीनो में होता क्या है, आप इम्पैक्ट से उसको जोड़िए. मानसून कम होता है इंडिया में अल नीनो में, सूखा पड़ने की गुंजाइश होती है. और ऐसा कब होता है, अल नीनो होता क्या है कि हम बात कर रहे हैं सेंट्रल इक्वेटोरियल पैसिफिक की. वी आर टॉकिंग अबाउट पैसिफिक ओशन, इक्वेटोरियल पैसिफिक ओशन. ना इस ओशन के बारे में हम बात कर रहे हैं. अब यहां पे इसके 2 हिस्से हैं. अगर वेस्टर्न साइड में देयर इज वार्म वाटर और ईस्टर्न साइड में कूल वाटर है, पैसिफिक को लोकेट करिए अपने दिमाग में या मैप खोलिए अभी जस्ट, और देखिए कि अगर ईस्टर्न साइड कूल वाटर है और वेस्टर्न साइड वार्म वाटर है, तो अगर वेस्टर्न साइड इंडियन वेस्टर्न जो साउथ चाइना सी इधर का जो एरिया इंडियन ओशन से लगता है, अगर ये वार्म है तो ये ला नीना होगा. वार्म होगा तो बारिश ज्यादा होगी इंडिया में. इसका जस्ट उल्टा फ्लिप अल नीनो होता है. तो अल नीनो कॉजेज वीकर ट्रेड विंड्स लीडिंग टू कूलर देन यूजुअल वाटर इन द ईस्टर्न पैसिफिक. नहीं, अगर कूलर वाटर है पेरू के कोस्ट पे, तो ये ला नीना का सिम्टम है. ला नीना वहां पे है क्योंकि तब वेस्टर्न एरिया में, वेस्टर्न पैसिफिक में वार्मर वाटर होगा. वार्मर वाटर होगा तो पानी इंडिया में ज्यादा गिरेगा. दिस इज ऑब्वियसली रॉन्ग. Then southern oscillation refers to fluctuation in air pressure between the eastern and western Pacific. Absolutely correct. तो बहुत ही सिंपल सा स्टेटमेंट है. तो बेसिक कंसेप्ट अगर क्लियर है, दूसरा वाला तो बहुत ही इजी है, देन यू कैन से कि बी विल बी द राइट ऑप्शन. Now the next is atmospheric rivers. Very interesting topic, very fascinating topic. What are rivers first of all? Rivers of long, narrow channels of water. एक जगह से दूसरी जगह पर ले जाती हैं, उसको हम रिवर कहते हैं. ऐसे ही एटमॉस्फेरिक जो रिवर्स हैं, दे आर नैरो, वाइड नहीं है, नैरो हैं, लॉन्ग हैं, लेकिन दे आर फीचर्स विच कैरी मॉइस्चर फ्रॉम ट्रॉपिक्स टू पोल्स. क्योंकि ट्रॉपिक्स में गर्मी ज़्यादा होती है, सो एवापोरेशन ज़्यादा होता है, तो वो मॉइस्चर ज़्यादा है इक्वेटोरियल जो रीजन्स हैं वहाँ पे, वहाँ से ये ट्रॉपिक से पोल की तरफ मॉइस्चर लेके जाएगा. तो करेक्ट है, रिवर्स दे कैरी दिस. दूसरा, दे इफेक्ट सी आइस मेल्टिंग इन आर्कटिक। अब ये रिवर्स के बारे में आपने थोड़ा सा भी पढ़ा होगा, बहुत इंटरेस्टिंग टॉपिक है। पाइनएप्पल एक्सप्रेस, ए वेरी फेमस एटमॉस्फेरिक रिवर, जिससे अमेरिका के जो वेस्टर्न कोस्ट है वहाँ पे पानी गिरता है। तो रेनफॉल भी होता है, स्नोफॉल भी होता है बिकॉज ऑफ दिस रिवर्स। नाउ अब रेनफॉल हो रहा है, स्नोफॉल हो रहा है, तो ऑब्वियसली इट विल इफेक्ट सी राइस मेल्टिंग इन आर्कटिक। सिंपल सी चीज है, इट्स रीजनिंग क्वेश्चन। अगर आपको पहला क्लियर है, फर्स्ट पॉइंट इज क्लियर, तो रीजनिंग के माध्यम से आप कह सकते हो कि दूसरा भी सही होगा, क्योंकि स्नोफॉल होगी, पानी गिरेगा, तो आर्कटिक में जो स्नो मेल्टिंग है ऑब्वियसली इफेक्ट होगा उसके ऊपर, थोड़ा सा भी इफेक्ट होगा, तो आपका दूसरा स्टेटमेंट करेक्ट हो जाएगा। क्लियर है? तो अगेन आई विल क्लासिफाई इट एज ए इजी क्वेश्चन। नाउ एग्रीकल्चर, एग्रीकल्चर इज वेरी वेरी सिग्निफिकेंट। एग्रीकल्चर, इंडियन एग्रीकल्चर पर्टिकुलरली, जो यूपीएससी है आपका एग्जामिनर है, ही और शी इज वेरी वेरी सेंटिमेंटल अबाउट एग्रीकल्चर। एग्रीकल्चर के जो टाइप्स हैं, मेथड्स हैं, वो हमें अच्छे से पढ़ने हैं। आई होप कि आपने पढ़े होंगे और डेफिनेटली इससे क्वेश्चन 2 से 3 आ सकते हैं। तो क्या कह रहे हैं कि रेसिडुअल मॉइस्चर लेफ्ट इन द सॉइल एट द टाइम ऑफ राइस हार्वेस्ट कैन बी यूज्ड टू रेज ऑयल सीड क्रॉप्स। राइस की जो क्रॉप है जिसमें बहुत पानी लगता है, यस, बहुत ज़्यादा इसमें पानी की ज़रूरत होती है। अब हार्वेस्ट के टाइम पे होता ये है, बहुत सारे ऐसे रीजन्स हैं इंडिया के जहाँ जैसे बंगाल है, बिहार है, एक्सेट्रा। व्हाट हैपेंस इज कि ऑयल सीड क्रॉप्स जिनका हार्वेस्ट टाइम कम हो, उसको प्लांट किया जाता है एट द टाइम ऑफ राइस हार्वेस्ट, ताकि जो मॉइस्चर है, अगर जमीन में क्रॉप है तो इट विल रिटेन मॉइस्चर। द मोमेंट यू हार्वेस्ट इट एंड लेट इट ओपन, तो वो मॉइस्चर चला जाएगा। तो उस मॉइस्चर को रिटेन करने के लिए कि बाद में और उसको इरिगेट ना करना पड़े फील्ड को, ये काम किया जाता है। मस्टर्ड जैसे है वो लगा दी जाती है। क्लियर है? दूसरा, इन पैरा क्रॉपिंग सिस्टम, इंटरेस्टिंग पॉइंट, अगेन वेरी ब्यूटीफुल क्वेश्चन। पल्स क्रॉप्स आर सोन इन स्टैंडिंग पैडी फील्ड्स प्रायर टू हार्वेस्ट। ये बिहार, वेस्ट बंगाल, झारखंड, ईस्टर्न यूपी, बहुत पॉपुलर है ये टेक्निक। इसमें होता है कि हार्वेस्ट के पहले ही आप क्रॉप्स को, लेंटिल्स, वैरायटी ऑफ लेंटिल्स आप वहाँ प्लांट कर देते हो, जैसे मल्चिंग, इरिगेशन की बहुत सारी बचत होती है, एंड इट इज़ वेरी वेरी सिग्निफिकेंट ऑल्सो फॉर टू द पॉइंट ऑफ व्यू ऑफ फार्मर्स इनकम एंड हिज एक्सपेंडिचर ऑन एग्रीकल्चर। क्लियर है? तो दोनों स्टेटमेंट्स यहाँ पे करेक्ट है। पैरा क्रॉपिंग सिस्टम इज ए वेरी इनोवेटिव, इंटरेस्टिंग क्रॉपिंग सिस्टम। तो मिक्स क्रॉपिंग हो गया, मिक्स्ड फार्मिंग हो गया, इस तरह के जो टॉपिक्स हैं एब्सोल्युटली सिग्निफिकेंट, हमेशा के लिए सिग्निफिकेंट हैं, क्योंकि एग्रीकल्चर अपने आप में बहुत डायनेमिक सब्जेक्ट है। नाउ क्लियर है? इजी था ये भी। द नेक्स्ट इज फैक्ट बेस्ड क्वेश्चन। ब्रह्मपुत्र, गोदावरी, गंगा, नर्मदा, इंडस इस साल तो बहुत ज़्यादा, ये बहुत ही सिग्निफिकेंट हैं। इनके जो कोर ट्रिब्यूटरीज हैं वो बहुत सिग्निफिकेंट हैं। लेफ्ट बैंक, राइट बैंक, उनको लोकेट कर पाना मैप में बहुत ही इंपॉर्टेंट है। लास्ट ईयर गंगा रिवर सिस्टम से उन्होंने सवाल आई थिंक पूछा था, जिसमें उन्होंने लोकेट करने के लिए कहा था, लेफ्ट से राइट या ईस्ट से वेस्ट लोकेट करने के लिए आपको वो कह सकते हैं। तो बहुत सारी ट्रिब्यूटरीज हैं ब्रह्मपुत्र की, बहुत ही सिग्निफिकेंट रिवर सिस्टम है। सुबनसिरी हो गया, संकोस, मनास, सो दीज आर तो वेरी इजी, बट रोंगा नदी इज ऑल्सो always in the news if you see carefully the news items related to north east, तो वहाँ पे आपको दिखाइए दे जाएगा। तो दिहांग है, दिबांग है, लोहित है, ये पॉपुलर ट्रिब्यूटरीज हैं। मनास, संकोच, सुबनसिरी, लोहित, दिहांग, दिबांग, तीस्ता, ये पॉपुलर ट्रिब्यूटरीज हैं ब्रह्मपुत्र की। लेकिन ये जो ट्रिब्यूटरी आपको दिखी यहाँ पे, ये पॉपुलर नहीं है, इसलिए कंफ्यूजन इसमें हो सकता है। इसीलिए क्वेश्चन आई विल कैटेगराइज एज टफ, लेकिन आंसर यहाँ पे ऑल 4 होगा, क्योंकि ये सिग्निफिकेंट है अगर आप आसाम की ज्योग्राफी को देखेंगे। तो इसीलिए हमें हर ट्रिब्यूटरी को मैप करना है, उसकी लोकेशन देखनी है और आंसर करना है। नाउ द नेक्स्ट इज अबाउट, अगेन वेरी सिंपल क्वेश्चन रिलेटेड टू टाइड्स। अगर टाइड्स आपने अगेन थोड़ा सा भी पढ़ा है, इस पेपर में ज्योग्राफी वाज इजियर टू मीडियम कैटेगरी, तो आपको मैक्सिमम क्वेश्चन ज्योग्राफी के बनने चाहिए थे, एंड आई होप कि आपसे बने होंगे, आपने किए होंगे। टाइड्स ओरिजिनेट in the coastline where they appear as regular rise and fall of the sea surface. This is clear cut. आपने basic NCERT थोड़ी सी भी पढ़ी तो आपको समझ में आएगा कि they originate not on the shores, they originate in the mid oceans. जो एयर मूवमेंट है उसकी वजह से टाइड जनरेट होती है, जो लोकलाइज अगर वर्जन उसका देखें। अदरवाइज जो कोर रीजन होता है, ग्रेविटेशनल पुल होता है मून और सन का। तो जो एब आता है, जो फ्लो आता है, वो बेसिकली हवा की मूवमेंट की वजह से। नाउ दिस इज नॉट राइट। हॉरिजॉन्टल मूवमेंट ऑफ वाटर कंप्लेंट बाय राइजिंग एंड फॉलिंग ऑफ द टाइड इज टाइडल करंट। करेक्ट, एब्सोल्युटली, तो सिंपल है, सिंपल डेफिनेशन लिखी हुई है। देन यू हैव इनकमिंग टाइड अलोंग द कोस्ट इज कॉल्ड एब करंट। इनकमिंग टाइड को हम फ्लड बोलते हैं। जो आउटगोइंग टाइड है, जब आप समुद्र किनारे बैठे होते हो तो जो आपके पास टाइड आती है उसको फ्लड बोलते हैं। जब वो लौटता है पानी पीछे तो उसको एब कहा जाता है। इनकमिंग टाइड को एब नहीं कहते। अगेन इजी क्वेश्चन, एनसीईआरटी से सीधा उठाया गया हुआ। ऐसे ही सवाल आपसे पूछे जाएंगे। द नेक्स्ट इज आईआर टॉपिक्स। तो आईआर टॉपिक्स जो हैं दे आर वेरी इजी एंड एट द सेम टाइम वेरी टफ, बिकॉज मोस्ट ऑफ अस हैव द कॉन्फिडेंस कि भाई हमसे ये इजीली हो जाएगा। अब ये जो 3 क्वेश्चन बचे हैं आईआर के, दे आर सिग्निफिकेंट, और इस साल 2 से 3 क्वेश्चन ही यूपीएससी पूछता है, और उसमें मैक्सिमम होता यह है कि वी नेवर लीव आईआर क्वेश्चंस, वी ऑलवेज ट्राई टू गेट इट डन, और इसलिए आपकी एक्यूरेसी ज़्यादा होनी चाहिए उसमें। अभी जो 3 क्वेश्चंस पूछे हैं बहुत ही फंडामेंटल क्वेश्चंस पूछे हैं। लॉजिक आपका इसमें टेस्ट होगा, आपकी इंफॉर्मेशन टेस्ट होगी, मेमोरी आपकी कितनी। नाउ जो मिनीलैटरलिज्म है वो न्यूज़ में है, प्लूरीलैटरलिज्म न्यूज़ में है, मल्टीलैटरलिज्म न्यूज़ में है। क्यों सब ये न्यूज़ में है? क्योंकि न्यूज़ में इसलिए है क्योंकि जो ग्लोबल सिस्टम है, जो कॉमन गुड इंस्टीट्यूशंस हैं, जैसे यूएन है, उसके ऑर्गन्स हैं वैरायटी, यूएनजीए, यूएनएससी, डब्ल्यूटीओ है, इस तरह के जो ऑर्गन्स हैं दे आर फेलिंग इन देयर ड्यूटी। तो कंट्रीज डोंट हैव ट्रस्ट एनी लॉन्गर विथ द ग्लोबल सिस्टम्स, तो दे आर फॉर्मिंग रिलेशनशिप्स विथ 1 or 2 or 3 or 4 लाइक माइंडेड कंट्रीज। हमने नाम सुने हैं, क्वाड, स्क्वाड, ऑकस, ये सब क्या है? मिनीलैटरलिज्म। I2U2, इंडिया, इजराइल, यूएई, अमेरिका, ये क्या है? मिनीलैटरलिज्म है। तो मिनीलैटरलिज्म न्यूज़ में है। तो अब इसमें कह रहे हैं कि इंप्रूव इफिशियंसी एंड लेजिटिमेसी ऑफ इंटरनेशनल ऑर्गेनाइजेशन। नहीं, अगर आपको कंसेप्ट समझ में आ गया तो आप कहोगी तो हो ही नहीं सकता, ये तो निगेट करता है इस चीज को। दूसरा, इट फोकसेस ऑन इशू स्पेसिफिक पार्टनरशिप्स बिटवीन लाइक माइंडेड कंट्रीज। एब्सोल्युटली करेक्ट। अब जैसे I2U2 है, इंडिया, इजराइल, यूएई, अमेरिका, they are talking about very specific issues. AUKUS is talking about very specific issues. Australia, UK, US बहुत स्पेसिफिक इशू के ऊपर बात कर रहे हैं। न्यूक्लियर सबमरीन्स के ऊपर बात कर रहे हैं। क्वाड बहुत स्पेसिफिक इशू के ऊपर बात कर रहे हैं। तो ये क्लियर है। तीसरा, प्रोवाइड्स कंट्रीज विद द अपॉर्चुनिटी ऑफ टारगेट्स एंड कमिटमेंट विच आर लीगली बाइंडिंग। लीगली बाइंडिंग। अब इसमें हमें करना क्या है? जब इस तरह के क्वेश्चंस होते हैं तो हमेशा हमें एलिमिनेशन को पकड़ना है। कई बार बहुत कंफ्यूज कर देता है यूपीएससी जो एग्जामिनर है आपका, ही इज सुपर स्मार्ट। तो अब अगर आप पहले वाले में क्लियर हो तो ऑलरेडी आप एलिमिनेट कर दोगे, लेकिन नॉनदलेस वी हैव टू फोकस ऑन द 4। अगर आपको आ भी गया आंसर तब भी आपको चारों स्टेटमेंट्स पढ़ने हैं। दिस इज ए रूल यू शुड नेवर फॉरगेट। चौथा पॉइंट क्या है? इट हैज बिकम द मोस्ट प्रेफर्ड मैकेनिज्म फॉर रीनेगोशिएटिंग टैरिफ्स एंड रिमूविंग ट्रेड बैरियर्स। तो ट्रेड कॉन्फ्लिक्ट चल रहा है दुनिया भर में, ट्रेड वॉर चल रही है, कंट्रीज आर नो लॉन्गर इन्वेस्टेड और दे हैव ट्रस्ट इश्यूज विद द ग्लोबल इंस्टीट्यूशन कॉल्ड WTO, वर्ल्ड ट्रेड ऑर्गेनाइजेशन। तो लीगली बाइंडिंग तो नहीं होगी, टारगेट्स और कमिटमेंट वहां लीगली बाइंडिंग नहीं होते। I2U2 में क्या लीगली बाउंडिंग है? क्वाड में क्या कुछ लीगली बाउंडिंग है? नहीं है। वो फॉर्मल इंस्टीट्यूशन भी नहीं है। फॉर्मल इंस्टीट्यूशन का अपना चार्टर होता है, अपने सेक्रेटेरिएट होते हैं, अपने ब्यूरोक्रेट्स होते हैं, अपनी फंडिंग मैकेनिज्म होते हैं, ऐसा कुछ भी नहीं है। तो कंसेप्ट क्लियर है तो आप बोलोगे सीधा कि बी इसका आंसर होगा। कंसेप्ट क्लियर नहीं है, कंफ्यूज हो गए, गड़बड़ करके आ जाओगे। तो कंसेप्ट यहाँ पे क्लियर होना चाहिए। नाउ द लास्ट 2 क्वेश्चंस ऑफ IR. So the first is Quad. It focuses on safeguarding the waters of South China Sea from China's military transgression. अब स्क्वाड क्या है? क्वाड का नाम तो हमने सुना है, क्वाड्रिलेटरल जो फ्रेमवर्क है जिसमें इंडिया है, जापान है, यूएस है, ऑस्ट्रेलिया है, वो दैट इज क्वाड। लेकिन यहाँ पे स्क्वाड की बात हो रही है, तो स्क्वाड में इंडिया नहीं है। ये लास्ट ईयर इन्होंने लॉन्च किया है। स्क्वाड में दे आर ब्रिंगिंग इन फिलीपींस, तो फिलीपींस, चाइना को टारगेट करने के लिए फिलीपींस, ऑस्ट्रेलिया एंड जापान, ये तीनों जो एलाइज हैं, ट्रीटी एलाइज हैं अमेरिका के, और द बिग ब्रदर अमेरिका हरसेल्फ, ये 4 कंट्रीज मिलकर स्क्वाड बनाएंगे। और दिस इज बीइंग टाउटेड एज ए अल्टरनेटिव टू स्क्वाड। क्यों? क्योंकि इसमें इंडिया नॉन अलाई है, इंडिया के अपने एस्पिरेशंस हैं, लेकिन जो स्क्वाड में कंट्रीज हैं, फिलीपींस हो गया, जापान हो गया, ऑस्ट्रेलिया, दे आर ट्रीटी एलाइज, एंड दे आर ट्रीटी एलाइज, इट मीन्स कि जो ऑर्गेनाइजेशन होगी ज़्यादा कोहेसिव होगी। सो दिस इज इंपॉर्टेंट, यहाँ पर कोहेसिव होगी ज़्यादा, और कोहेसिव ये है साउथ चाइना सी के लिए ही एक तरीके से मिलिट्री ट्रांसग्रेशन को टारगेट करने के लिए। इंडिया इज ए मेंबर कंट्री? नो, नॉट एट ऑल, नॉट एट ऑल, वन ओनली, इजी। अगेन फैक्ट बेस्ड क्वेश्चन। Then the last question of IR is a very interesting पैक्ट ऑफ द फ्यूचर, जो कि लास्ट ईयर 2024 के सितंबर में आया। अब पैक्ट ऑफ द फ्यूचर यूएन में एक बहुत ही सिग्निफिकेंट डॉक्यूमेंट है, विच इज अबाउट लुकिंग इनटू 56 पैरामीटर्स अंडर 5 सिग्निफिकेंट हेड्स। 56 पैरामीटर्स की बात इसमें हो रही है। तो पीस एंड सिक्योरिटी के लिए ग्लोबल एजेंडा है, डिजिटल जो एस्पेक्ट है उसको इंटीग्रेट कर रहे हैं, इसके अलावा सस्टेनेबल डेवलपमेंट और क्लाइमेट एक्शन को फिर से फोकस में ला रहे हैं, विच वॉज मिसिंग, री एम्फेसाइज कर रहे हैं। एंड देन you have youth and future generation. They have an ambassador, an individual appointed solely for this job, future generations के लिए, that we have to leave this planet for the future generation, not polluted, not institutionally weakened in a way. तो इसीलिए बहुत ज़रूरी है इसको फोकस करना। तो फ्यूचर जनरेशन के लिए भी यहाँ पे इसको एलिमेंट को इंटीग्रेट किया गया। द 5 जो इंपॉर्टेंट हेड्स है वो यहाँ लिखे हुए हैं, 56 इसमें टारगेट्स हैं। मल्टीपल सोवरन कंट्रीज, नॉन गवर्नमेंटल जो ऑर्गेनाइजेशंस हैं, इंडिविजुअल्स हैं, कंपनीज हैं, वो सब मिलके बैठे मैराथन एक यहाँ पे हुआ। और ह्यूमन राइट्स और जेंडर इक्वालिटी के ऊपर भी इसमें बातें की गई। सो ऑब्वियसली ऑल 5 विल बी द राइट आंसर। So you have to keep that in mind कि IR related questions बिल्कुल गलत ना हो, because you always have this habit of going for it, कि आपको जाना है and then accuracy उसमें सही होनी चाहिए। Clear है? So geography and IR was very good. Now is the turn of science and tech. So sir will take the lead from here onwards. Thank you.
Yeah, hello, welcome to Sriram's IAS. Now it's turn for science and tech. You had the discussion in polity. There was a discussion on current affairs. There was a discussion that was for the part of science. Yeah, sorry for the glitches. Welcome to Sriram's IAS. And there have been topics that have been discussed with you. Polity, current affairs, we have the discussion. Apart from that, geography was on the discussion. Now it's turn for science and tech. We'll see the important questions. Basically, the purpose of the Anubhuti, all the Anubhuti that has been there, 1, 2, 3, and 4, is to give you an idea that the important topics must be read, must be actually prepared so that you are performing well in the real examination.
So looking at the questions that was there from the science and tech question. So the question first is with reference to term carbamylation. Sometime recently in the news, you have to consider the statement. The first statement is, it is a chemical modification of protein that can occur under the condition of high urea concentration. Now, if you have read basics about the carbamylation, what exactly it is, the urea, the presence of urea in the human body tend to increase, right? And because of this increase of urea and its byproduct, right, this particular actions take place. This is a non-enzymatic actions which take place in the human body. Now the second is, so this particular statement is absolutely correct. The second, it has been linked to various diseases, including the chronic kidney diseases. This is also known as CKD. Right? You have come across recently in the news that the part of CKD diseases in India is on the surge, right? So this is definitely one of the important component when it comes to the carbamylations, and also impact the cardiovascular diseases. So this statement is equally correct. So statement 1 and statement 2 is correct. Now the third statement is, it is used as a technique in carbon capture and storage in CCS technology. This is carbon storage and capturing technology, right? Now, if you look at the statement which is given, this is just to confuse the aspirant from the part of carbon with the reference word which is given, right? So this is absolutely not the correct one. We have other segment taking care of the carbon sequestering and storage part. So this is not the answer for this. The correct option is 1 and 2. That is option A, right? So make sure you do not get confused with the word which starts with carbon or something like that. It will give you a confusion element to the examination in terms of statement. Now, moving ahead with the other question, with reference to India Venus Orbiter mission, which is also known as VOM, consider the following statement. Now, VOM was recently there in the news. You have come across in the current affairs. This was appeared in the month of, I guess, November 2024, somewhere around there. So the statement that goes that the Venus Orbiter mission aims to provide uniform global coverage of Venus, unlike the earlier mission, which has limited coverage of this particular part. Now, when it comes to VOM, which was there in the news, so this is something, a maiden exercise which is done by India, right? And this is something very important to study the part of Venus and around it to get the complete, insignificant feature of it and to understand what exactly comprises of the Venus area. We already had some missions. So this is also known as Sukrayan, right? Now the second statement is, which of the one of the object of this mission is to study the solar ray X spectrum near the Venus. Absolutely correct. When you look at the specific features, I mean for this specific part, I would request you to refer to PIB. PIB has a press release on this where the detail has been given about the VOM, the Venus Orbiter mission. The government has categorically come about the details of this specific mission. So this is absolutely correct. Now the data from the Venus Orbiter mission is instrument and can be easily accessed by internet. Now see, this is something where thing has to be taken into consideration. So I guess these all part is correct. So here the option, the data from the Venus Orbiter mission instrument can be easily accessed by internet. See, when it comes to the part of security and things, this is something which will not be easily accessible to an individual, right? So in this case, the option C, that is 1 and 2, is correct. Now, moving ahead with the other question, with reference to organ on chip technology, consider the following statement. Now, this OCC, this kind of question, which was there in the news and it has become a static portion as of now. See what happens, the technology development which take place. Sometimes what happens, UPSC tend to ask a direct question in the civil services examination. Now, this is among one of them. So there are certain statement which has been given in this regard that it is a small device designed to recreate the dynamic functions of some human organ in an uncontrolled micro environment. See, when it comes to the part of human organ and its body, it is something which will be not in the uncontrolled manner. It will be in the controlled environment, right? So this is absolutely not the correct one. Second is cells are placed on chip and allowed to grow in the 3D structure. Yes, this is absolutely correct. It grows, it mimics the part of some of the functions physiologically actually it functions, right? So the physiological aspects है, that is taken into consideration for this. So the statement 2 is correct when it comes to organ on chip technology, right? I also recommend you to check the images, how this technology actually function. You can have a Google image which will help you to get an idea about this technology exact functioning, because there can be various dimension that can be asked in this particular question. For this answer, the correct answer goes for B. Now, moving ahead, CAR cell therapy is used in the case of which of the following? Now, CAR cell therapy is very, very important. I expect that this year also there can be some questions from the CAR therapy. It was there in the news. There are a lot of things coming from the CAR, and CAR in general is important when it comes to the part of immune response. So let's just take the statement which is there. It is used for treating bacterial infection by enhancing the antibodies function. This is not the absolute function of the CAR cell. The second is replacing the damaged tissues using the regenerative stem cells. The third is genetically modified immune system to target the cancer cell. And the last is stimulating the red blood cell productions on anemic patients. See, if you look at the precise answer for this particular question, for the CAR is actually targeting the cancerous cell. So what happens? We have T4 cells, right? T4 cells which actually help to boost up the immune system of the human body. Now, CAR cell is actually, right? So this is actually helping and mimicking the part of immune response and modifying the immune cells targeting the cancer cell. So whatever part, the carcinogenic, the element which is being generated, the mammalian tissue which is being there, is actually being targeted. So the correct option here, the correct option for this particular question, just to rub it out, just a minute. So the correct option for this particular question would be C, that is genetically modified immune cells to target the cancer cell. Now, this is SHORAD system is used in case of which of the following, right? First is conducting a long-range ballistic missile. The second is tracking satellite in the low Earth orbit. Third is providing close-range air defense against the aerial threat and launching anti-submarine torpedoes from the naval ship. Now, you have actually come across with this particular part if you're reading and referring to PIB on a regular basis. This news was actually reported, and this SHORAD system is actually providing a close-range air defense systems against the aerial threat. This is being used by our forces to intercept the part of low-range air defense, the part of low orbit which is there. So the correct option for this is C, that providing a close-range air defense systems against the aerial threat. And recently we have come across the escalation going between India and Pakistan. So this type of question might be important, although the question paper has already been framed by the commissions. So anyway, you can expect such questions coming your way. Now, consider the following statement about the missile system. So there are certain missile systems which has been mentioned in this particular question, and you have been asked that how many of the above are anti-radiation missile system used for suppressed enemy air defense. This is called SEAD. Now, first look at the Rudram one. Yes, this is absolutely the part of anti-radar system which is used by the Indian Air Force, right? It is used by India. It is used in Sukhoi. Now, the second is AGM-88 HARAM. This is used by, I guess, United States, right? Then we have Alarm, which is used by Britain. The forces in the Britain are using this as an anti-radiation missile system. Then we have FT-2000. This is specifically used by China, right? And this is by Britain. So this is where you need to understand what happens. There can be a matching question, which UPSC is generally not asking nowadays, but there can be something paired where this can be given in the questions. So for this, the correct option is D, that all four options are correct. Now, the other question that has been asked is naphthromycin is sometimes seen in the news, is mentioned is what context. Now, again, this is something a current affair question, which is more into science, right? General science question. So the statement is treatment of viral infection in infants. Second, management of drug resistance infection. third, gene therapy for inherited lung diseases, and development of cancerous immune therapy. Now, just to give you a basic idea, if you are aware of basic terms that comes from the part of medicine, specifically for the medicine biology, mycin is something which is actually being traded for the infections, right, for generic infection. And this is against India achievement that India has developed this particular part. This is actually being developed in India, right? And this targeted specifically for the drug resistance infection. So this was again developed with India in collaboration and the BIRAC, right? So this is actually making a collaboration, providing the technical assistance. So the correct option in this is B, that the management of drug resistance infections. Now, other question is, recently in the news, Saturn II, the next generation intercontinental ballistic missile system. This is also known as IBSM, right? This was recently seen in the news, is being developed by which country, right? So the options that is given is North Korea, United States, Russia, and Japan. Now again, this is completely and purely a current affair question and very basic question that has been asked to check your general acumen in terms of military exercises or in terms of military's capabilities for respective countries. The correct option for this particular question is Russia. Russia has recently developed it, and this is the Saturn II is actually the part of intercontinental ballistic missile, giving an edge to Russia when it comes to the overall military capabilities. Now, the other question is, consider the following statement with respect to Chandipura virus. Now, this is again very, very important question. Most likely, this type of question might appear in the real Civil Services Examination 2025. So, the statement that has been given is very generic, but there's something catchy which is there in this. So, it is an infection transmitted by sandflies. Absolutely correct. The female sandflies are the one responsible for it. So, this particular option is absolutely correct. The second is it leads to an inflammation, swelling of the brain tissue. Yes, this is also correct. It leads to an inflammation. And what happens, see, when sandflies bite, and this particular infection is there, which is called the Chandipura virus, what happens, the inflammation goes on. It goes on increasing. It takes to an acute part, right? And where the inflammation is bit higher. Now, the third is the children under the age of 15 are under the most affected group. Absolutely correct. The children under the age group of 15, because what happens at this age group, the immunity of the children is not that highly developed, right? And even the children are more vulnerable because they are going out for playing or for any other purposes. So they're most likely to get infected with this particular sandflies. So in this context, all the three statements, that is 1, 2, and 3 are absolutely correct. Now, moving ahead with the other question, that is, consider the following statement with regards to molten salt reactors. Now, this is again a tech-based question, science and tech. It's not a general science. It's a general science plus tech question on current affairs part. Now, this is MRSR, the nuclear fuel reactor, which is either in the fuel or coolant in the molten state. Absolutely correct, because what happened, this nuclear fusion within this reactor, either fuel and even call for a molten salt. Second is MRS can be operated in high temperature while maintaining the atmospheric pressure, enabling them to supply high grade for the industrial process. This is absolutely correct. Because of its significant features, it takes this into consideration. Now, the third is MSR is within the liquid fuel technology generated a high level of nuclear waste. Now, this is something where the high level of nuclear waste is not actually generated. This does not create the high level. It has a low level of the part. So this is something which is gimmick here. So the correct option is 1 and 2. Correct option is A, 1 and 2. Now, this is, I guess, the last question from the science and tech. With reference to dark comets, consider the following statement. See, when it comes to space and the core interior of the part, UPSC has been frequently asking question in the civil services examination. There were other sections that has been touched upon. So you can expect some kind of questions coming from this section also. So there are resembling asteroids in appear but exhibit comet-like behavior. Absolutely correct. See what happens, the dark comets are actually the asteroids, right? When it comes to the appearance, it appears like an asteroid, but when it comes to the exhibition, it behaves like a comet. So this is absolutely a significant features of a dark comet. So this is a significant feature which is absolutely correct. The second is inner dark comets travel in nearly the circular orbit and are smaller in size than the outer dark orbit. Yes, this is also one of the features where the pathway is decided for the dark comets, right? And they are smaller in size compared to the orbit. This is again one of the features. If you have read about the basic and static about the dark comet, you can easily relate with this statement. The third is the deviation from the orbit cannot be explained by the Yarkovsky effect. See what happens with this effect, that is called Yarkovsky effect. Now this measures very short span of radiation. It is not something that is taken into the high length. So this is not applicable in terms of dark comet. So the correct answer here is only 2, that is B, right? So this all questions from the science and tech become important and relevant for your upcoming prelims examination, which is scheduled at 25th of May. All the tests that has been there, Anubhuti 1, 2, 3 and 4. Try to practice all the questions from all the sections. This will help you to sharpen your part of preparation, and most likely the question that has been framed has been kept with a mind that this is something the most important and most significant topic that might appear in the upcoming prelims examination. I wish you all the best, and please take into consideration that the discussion that we are having will definitely serve a purpose to you. All the best.
Hello and welcome back. Abhi we are discussing the Anubhuti 4 test discussion. ठीक है? Now we will be discussing the economy section. Economy section में if you have seen, questions थोड़े बहुत tedious है, थोड़े बहुत conceptual है. Questions from bond yield, we have already discussed those. Questions like the top of tax has been in news from last 3 years approximately now. Further, question on WTO, we have already seen कि बहुत बार questions आते हैं ऐसे UPSC में, WTO जैसे questions. But yes, again, as we all know, whenever we start the session, keep a pen and paper ready with yourself and make running notes because I'll be going fast. So let's begin the discussion. Question number 1. Question number 1 talks about WTO और WTO के बारे में बहुत ही simple चीज़ ये पूछ रहा है question number 1. It talks about a key concept that is anti-dumping duties. ठीक है. But सबसे पहले let's understand what is WTO and what all about WTO we can learn. It was formed after GATT and this was formed in 1995. 1995 के बाद इसका हेडक्वार्टर कहाँ पे है? जेनेवा. ठीक है. और इसके साथ साथ जेनेवा स्विट्जरलैंड में इसका हेडक्वार्टर होने के बाद द मोस्ट रीसेंट एडिशन टू WTO was Afghanistan. 164th member Afghanistan. It is not a UN specialized body. Yes, that is one UPSC PYQ in which it was mentioned about specialized agencies. ठीक है, क्लियर यहाँ तक? Yes. WTO का जो सबसे टॉप मोस्ट ministerial conference आती है for decision making, it is the ministerial conference which meets once in 2 years. That is ministerial conference. ठीक है, सो कीप मेकिंग द नोट्स अगेन। WTO का इससे के बाद जो फंक्शनरी एलिमेंट है दैट इज जनरल काउंसिल। दिस जनरल काउंसिल इज आल्सो इन जेनेवा एंड दिस जनरल काउंसिल, इसके बाद हमारे पास द मोस्ट सीन इन न्यूज द बॉडी ऑफ WTO वाज डिस्प्यूट सेटलमेंट बॉडी, DSB, ठीक है। Why was this in news and why was this being again and again seen in editorials was because of its functioning and इसके जो chairman की appointment नहीं हो रही थी and which was making this WTO dysfunctional, and recently the chairman has been elected and the chairman is a diplomat from New Zealand. Her name is Claire Kelly. That was about WTO, but yes, now we need to know about the anti-dumping. What is dumping? Dumping is exporting, but to cause a material injury. A material injury where? In the destination market. ठीक है, अब अगर ये समझ में आ गया कि डेस्टिनेशन मार्केट में मटेरियल इंजरी होगी, so this dumping is basically a predatory pricing activity. Clear? Now, understanding to prevent your domestic market and to not let your domestic market get harmed, you impose some anti-dumping duties. So what are these anti-dumping duties and why are they being imposed? You need to understand this. सबसे पहले, where are these anti-dumping duties imposed? I said it is imposed on exports. Exports. अब तीन कंडीशन है, तीनों कंडीशंस याद रखनी है क्यों एक्सपोर्ट्स के ऊपर एंटी डंपिंग ड्यूटी लगेगी। सबसे पहले, इफ द एक्सपोर्ट इज एक्सपोर्टेड टू द डेस्टिनेशन मार्केट बट एट अ प्राइस विच इज लोअर देन डोमेस्टिक मार्केट प्राइस, ठीक है, वन। सेकेंड, इट इज एक्सपोर्टेड at a price which is less than the cost of production. Third, it is exported at a price which is less than fair or normal price. Now, अब ये fair or normal price, what is this fair and normal price? This is the price in any third market, or you can say third country market, which is a jurisdiction which does not have tax havens, ठीक है, which is not usually called as tax haven. Clear? यहां तक समझ में आई बात? That is this dumping and that is the main condition behind these exports. अगर इन exports में किसी भी export good में ये तीन कंडीशंस अप्लाई होती है तो वहां पे एंटी डंपिंग लग सकती है, वन थिंग। सेकंड, एज आई सेड, इसका कुछ ऑब्जेक्टिव होता है, क्यों की जाती है डंपिंग, व्हाई इज दिस डंपिंग बीइंग डन? फर्स्ट, टू कैप्चर द फॉरेन मार्केट through unfair practices. Second, to use the industrial capacity of the domestic economy at its full capacity. Third, to dispose of the extra stock which has been generated from the domestic economy and take it and dispose it to another market which is in the export destination country, you can say. Third thing, you also need to understand that dumping is being done in order to compete unilaterally in the market and establish a monopoly. Last में, this dumping is being done to dictate the market prices. ठीक है, now that is anti-dumping. WTO allows members to impose anti-dumping duty only after a detailed investigation. That is how the international organizations after liberalization and all these liberal, or you can say the democratic ideologue based institutions at international level have been set up only on the basis of the liberal principles. That is the rule of law and that is fair practices, that is providing equal, or you can say that is providing an equitable market to everyone. ठीक है? And that is why only after a detailed investigation a country can impose anti-dumping duties against the goods which are being exported to its domestic market. And
once the conditions are satisfied, then only these are imposed. One thing. Second, India is one of the top users of anti-dumping measures, mainly against China, South Korea and European nations. Yes, India is one of the top market and one of the top members of WTO, which usually uses these anti-dumping measures a lot. ठीक है, clear यहाँ तक समझ में आ गई बात. Third statement, which talks about the Directorate General of Trade Remedies. Now understand this Directorate General of Trade Remedies, ये कहाँ काम करता है और कैसे काम करता है. This is an organization which basically provides a single window agency for all the trade defense related mechanisms in India. ठीक है, तो कहीं पे भी अगर ट्रेड को हैम्पर किया जा रहा है तो जो डिफेंस मैकेनिज्म है that is provided by this DGTR. Clear? अब ये DGTR क्या काम करता है? It basically caters to two things. One is anti-dumping duties and another is the countervailing duties, CVDs. ठीक है? Third, the trade defense support, it provides the defense to domestic industry and all the exporters which are exporting from domestic economy to outside world. ठीक है, तो ये दो लोगों को हेल्प करता है. एक उन लोगों को जो ट्रेड एक्सपोर्ट करते हैं, जो एक्सपोर्टर्स होते हैं, और दूसरा जो डोमेस्टिक इंडस्ट्री में प्रोड्यूस कर रहे होते हैं, जो यहाँ के प्रोड्यूसर्स हैं, जो यहाँ की फर्म्स हैं, उनको प्रोटेक्ट करता है. और यहाँ के जो लोकल लोग हैं, यहाँ के जो लोकल प्रोड्यूसर्स हैं, चाहे वो MSMEs है, चाहे वो बिग MNCs है, या चाहे वो यहाँ की यू कैन से नॉट मल्टीनेशनल कंपनीज बट यस जो यहाँ के बिग कॉर्पोरेट्स हैं, उनको भी प्रोटेक्ट करता है अगेंस्ट दी we can say the ill or unfair trade practices which are implemented by other countries. ठीक, that is about this WTO and anti-dumping duties. कैसे लगती है, क्या होता है, all of this. India generally follows WTO norms through the DGTR. Yes, this is correct. As I said, this DGTR basically helps to implement the WTO norms and all of what we have discussed. Therefore, 2, 3, 1. तीनों statements correct है. C should be the answer of this question, and that is what is the answer. ठीक है, चलो. Question number 30. Question number 30 again is a concept. For such questions, I would like to recall all of you that UPSC once asked a question on social capital. ठीक है, that was a UPSC PYQ. One thing. Second, keeping that concept in mind and revising that concept, now remember that there are different approaches to development. ठीक है, and all the economists, particularly those who are related to the development sector of economy, whether that is Mehboob Haq or whether that is Amartya Sen or whether that are those who have inspired the Human Development Index now, or whether that is MD Morris or other economists, remember that they all gave some concepts about the development of economy. Now it's not about growth but development. The development part has 4 approaches in this question. One is the income approach, another is welfare approach, basic needs approach, and last one is capability approach. This capability approach, as I said, was given by Amartya Sen. ठीक है, and now let's understand all of these approaches, what they talk about. सबसे पहला income approach, it focuses on economic growth as a measure of human progress. So this basically talks about that the central means to impose and improve the quality of life. What is the central aim or central means to improve the quality of life is through increasing the economic growth, and that growth will further do what? It will be facing the trickle down effect and it will go to the deeper levels of society and all the humans will progress. Okay. So therefore, for the human progress, it basically focuses on economic growth. One thing. Second, this concept of economic approach or income approach talks about greater purchasing power. Once the economy raises its purchasing power, that is how it will get, or all the people who have increased levels of income, they will increase their standard of life, they will increase their standard of living, and that will lead to using and utilizing better goods and services. and once that happens it will definitely increase and lead to human progress. That is, अगर आप कल तक बस security needs पे थे, the hierarchy of needs theory by Maslow, which talks about the needs or security needs at the beginning, then the needs of self-actualization at the top. Now, understanding that concept and recalling the Maslow's theory, it talks about that first humans will tend to go for security needs, and once the economic growth happens and people see and start to get benefited from the trickle down effect, that will eventually lead to human progress in the larger span of time. Done with this? So this concept of income approach basically deals with that part of the development. Next, welfare development. ठीक है, और welfare approach talks about, basically it says that all the people, they are passively sitting there. They do not have this capability and capacity to generate and produce. Rather, what government should do, government should come and provide. Government shouldn't be a facilitator, rather government should act as a provider to those people. Therefore, it actually views people not as active but as passive agents. Remember that UPSC once asked a question on opportunity cost. This is the sole question, or there are only two questions asked from microeconomics till date, and one of that was the opportunity cost. Now remember this concept. Opportunity cost talks about that if government of India or government, any government or state provides any utility, suppose this water bottle, free of cost to people, what will happen in that case? The opportunity cost of this economic activity will shift to those who are paying the taxes. Therefore, understand, the welfare approach also talks about the same thing, that government should be provider, it should provide to the people. Rather, the other approaches like income approach and basic needs approach talks about government being a mediator or facilitator, and similarly the libertarian or liberalism also talks about the same thing, that is there should be free market economics. ठीक है, clear. Now passive recipients होंगे तो लोग क्या करेंगे यहाँ पे? State will increase its spendings and the spendings will go to health, education and other sectors, so that eventually will lead to development and growth in the larger economy. Next, basic need approach. Therefore, second statement is wrong, first one is correct. Second statement talks about the basic needs approach. This approach was given by ILO, that is International Labour Organization. This concept basically talks about कि लोगों की जो basic needs हैं उनको fulfill करो, ठीक है? There is one more concept which we will be discussing at the end, that is market economy. Market economy WTO से related concept है, but we will discuss it at the end of this discussion, ठीक है? कि होता क्या है market economy basically, and China क्यों अभी picture में था, because it was not given the title of market economy. Now understand this thing. This basic needs approach was given by ILO, and it talks about that state should provide for food, health, water, sanitation, healthcare, and then the minimum living standard of people should be established. That is, this prioritizes the minimum living standard of all the people. Clear? Capability approach, as I said, was given by Amartya Sen, and this is basically a rights-based approach. ठीक है, मैं शॉर्ट में लिखता हूं, बाद में स्टूडेंट्स बोलते हैं कि सर समझ में नहीं आया, इसलिए जल्दी जल्दी लिखो. एंड दिस इज आल्सो कॉल्ड एज अ फ्रीडम सेंट्रिक अप्रोच. ठीक है, freedom centric approach. Clear? Now this approach talks about and it discusses that what people are actually supposed to do, what they are able to do, and how much freedom they have to do and live their life. This provides access, and this talks about that you should provide access to people so that they have accessibility to what? Health, education and standard of living, a better standard of living. Therefore, this provides about expansion of human freedoms and choices. This statement is also correct. Third statement is correct. Second is the only statement which is wrong. Only 3 is the answer, that is B. ठीक, clear? Now this is a concept जो मैंने हमारे सेक्शनल टेस्ट में भी डिस्कस किया है बहुत बार, और ये PYQs की सीरीज में भी बहुत बार डिस्कस हुआ है, और आई गेस इसको मैंने डिस्कस करते टाइम ही बोला था ये PYQs की सीरीज में भी, और कॉन्सेप्चुअल जब हम कॉन्सेप्ट क्लासेस ले रहे थे अभी 70+ इंपॉर्टेंट टॉपिक्स की जो सीरीज चली है उसमें भी इसको डिस्कस किया गया है. बॉन्ड यील्ड एंड बॉन्ड प्राइस, दे मूव इन द सेम डायरेक्शन. सो व्हाट इज बेसिकली अ बॉन्ड? Bond is a debt security instrument. What is this instrument? It is simple, a paper on which some promises are made. That is, this bond contains, or this bond holds a principal amount, and this bond will bear or will accrue to the bearer of this bond what? One, the interest payment and the payment of principal amount at a maturity of particular date. Once done with that, that is bond. Now understanding bond yield. Bond yield, this bond has 3 things. Bond has a price, ठीक है, bond has a yield, and bond has an interest rate. All the 3 things are interrelated. तीनों चीजें आपस में इंटर रिलेटेड है. बॉन्ड का प्राइस इंक्रीज होगा तो यील्ड विल डिक्रीज. व्हाई सो? बिकॉज बॉन्ड का प्राइस होने की वजह से जो इवेंचुअली मैच्योरिटी पे अमाउंट मिलने वाला था वो कम मिलेगा. ठीक है, आई वोंट बी गिविंग इलस्ट्रेशन ओवर हियर, यू कैन गो फॉर द एक्सप्लेनेशन पार्ट ऑफ इट. और सपोज अ बॉन्ड विच वॉज ऑफ 100 रुपीज was about to bear 10% इंटरेस्ट रेट के हिसाब से ये 110 रुपए देने वाला था 1 साल के बाद या 3 साल के बाद. ठीक है, तो प्राइस अगर इंक्रीज होता है बॉन्ड का, तो ये बॉन्ड अगर पहले 100 रुपए पे बिका था, अब ये बिक रहा है 105 रुपए पे. ठीक है, अब अगर ये 105 रुपए पे बिका, इसका इंटरेस्ट रेट सेम है, अभी ये कितना देगा? 110 रुपए देगा 3 साल के बाद, बिकॉज बॉन्ड सेम ही है, बस ट्रेड 2 बार हो रहा है. पहली बार इसको ए ने खरीदा, दूसरी बार ए ने उठा के बी को बेच दिया. ठीक है, बॉन्ड इशू करने वाला था एक्स ने बॉन्ड इशू किया, ए ने खरीदा, फिर ए ने बी को बेचा, बी ने जब खरीदा, बी ने 105 रुपए पे खरीदा जो कि 100 रुपए का बॉन्ड था, बी को जो यील्ड मिला दैट वाज 5 रुपीज, ए को जो यील्ड मिलता दैट वाज 10 रुपीज. ठीक है, समझ में आई बात? क्लियर? देयरफॉर बॉन्ड का प्राइस इंक्रीज होने पे बॉन्ड की यील्ड डिक्रीज होती है. समझ में आई बात? क्लियर? नाउ बॉन्ड यील्ड एंड बॉन्ड प्राइसेस मूव इन द सेम डायरेक्शन. इज इट ट्रू? बॉन्ड का प्राइस इंक्रीज हुआ, यील्ड डिक्रीज हुई. इज इट द सेम डायरेक्शन? नो, इट्स नॉट द सेम डायरेक्शन. दे आर गोइंग इन द ऑपोजिट डायरेक्शंस ऑलवेज. Remember it, bond price and yield, they go in opposite directions. Now, a rise in bond yield can make a country's debt market more attractive to foreign investors. ठीक है, बहुत सिंपल स्टेटमेंट है कि बॉन्ड यील्ड अगर इंक्रीज होती है, अगर बॉन्ड यील्ड इंक्रीज होती है, इसका मतलब क्या है कि फॉरेन इन्वेस्टर्स हमारी कंट्री में आएंगे. इज इट ट्रू? बहुत ही सिंपल स्टेटमेंट है. अगर बॉन्ड यील्ड इंक्रीज हो रही है, यील्ड इंक्रीज होने का मतलब यह है ये बॉन्ड जो अभी 110 रुपए का था, 100 रुपए का था, 105 पे बिक रहा है, अगर यही बॉन्ड कल को 90 रुपए का बिकने लग जाए, ठीक है, और ये 90 रुपए का बिकने लग जाए, और इस पे जो इंटरेस्ट मिलने के बाद टोटल रिडीम्पशन और रिडीम होने पे इस पे मिलता कितना? 110 रुपए. यही चीज 110 रुपए यहाँ पे जो यील्ड मिली है, जो यील्ड मिली थी यहाँ पे 10 रुपए, वो यील्ड यहाँ पे मिल रही है 20 रुपीज. अगर ये यील्ड इतनी ज्यादा इंक्रीज हो गई तो इसका मतलब क्या है? सब लोग विल ट्राई टू परचेज दिस बॉन्ड. व्हाई? Everyone will go and purchase this bond. Why? Because it is providing higher yield. That is what the statement is about. A better debt market, a rise in bond yields will make the country's debt market more attractive to foreign investors. Yes, that is true. Higher bond yield can increase the opportunity cost of investing in equities. ठीक है, अब देखो opportunity cost का concept मैंने अभी भी बताया. Simple. Opportunity cost is the cost ऑफ अपॉर्चुनिटी. आपके पास अपॉर्चुनिटी थी, आपकी जेब में 100 रुपए था, आप ये 100 रुपए यू कैन और यू कुड हैव ईदर इन्वेस्टेड इट इन बॉन्ड और इन इक्विटी. या तो इक्विटी में इन्वेस्ट करो या तो बॉन्ड में इन्वेस्ट करो. नाउ once you have this opportunity to invest it in either of the securities, it's up to you to make a final decision and make a final call whether to invest it in a debt security or a equity instrument. Once you took the call that I will invest it in what? Equities, I will purchase a share out of it, 100 rupees. That is what the statement says. A higher bond yield can increase the opportunity cost. कि आपका जो ये अपॉर्चुनिटी कॉस्ट था इक्विटीज में इन्वेस्ट करने का, बॉन्ड यील्ड में अगर आप इन्वेस्ट करते, अगर आप बॉन्ड में इन्वेस्ट करते तो आपको ज्यादा बेनिफिट मिलता, बट आपने इक्विटी में इन्वेस्ट किया तो आपका जो अपॉर्चुनिटी कॉस्ट है ये आपने लूज कर दिया. बट रिमेंबर वन थिंग, इफ यू हैव अ बेटर डेट मार्केट प्रोवाइडिंग ग्रेटर यील्ड्स, remember, if you have a better debt market providing greater yields, it means that if you invest in equities, it means that once that investment in equities is more, this will lead to the benefit. There will be a comparison of profit which you might have earned from investing in equities and which you could have earned from investing in bonds. That will be the comparison of these two profits. Once this profit comparison happens, that is where the opportunity cost can be derived. ठीक है, यहां पे जब अपॉर्चुनिटी कॉस्ट निकलेगा तो अपॉर्चुनिटी कॉस्ट विल बी हायर, देयर विल बी हायर अपॉर्चुनिटी कॉस्ट बिकॉज बॉन्ड मार्केट यहां पे बेटर परफॉर्म कर रहा है देन दी कैपिटल मार्केट, देन दी सिक्योरिटी मार्केट. ठीक है, और यू कैन से इक्विटी मार्केट, नॉट सिक्योरिटी मार्केट. देयरफॉर स्टेटमेंट 3 इज करेक्ट, 2 इज करेक्ट, 1 इज नॉट करेक्ट, 2 and 3 are correct, therefore D should be the answer. Chalo, next. How many of the following are risks involved in government securities? ठीक है, government securities का नाम दूसरा मैंने क्या बोला था? They are gilt-edged securities. ठीक है, what are gilt-edged securities? These are those securities which basically are backed by what? They are backed by government, and that is what UPSC once asked. If US government, what? If US government defaults on its treasury bonds, what will happen to those who have invested in them? ठीक है, remember that question and revise those PYQs through either my series or on your own. You're most welcome if you have any doubts regarding PYQs or per se from economy. Clear? Now understand this concept. ठीक है, बहुत ही सिंपल कॉन्सेप्ट है और बहुत ही अच्छा कॉन्सेप्ट है. दैट इज गवर्नमेंट सिक्योरिटीज. डू गवर्नमेंट सिक्योरिटीज हैव मार्केट रिस्क? यस, बिकॉज गवर्नमेंट इटसेल्फ इज ऑपरेटिंग इन द मार्केट ओनली. ठीक है, गवर्नमेंट इज ऑपरेटिंग इन द मार्केट, गवर्नमेंट इज सेलिंग द सिक्योरिटीज इन द मार्केट, यू आर परचेजिंग द सिक्योरिटीज फ्रॉम मार्केट through open market operations. The banks are purchasing these government securities through open market operations. Therefore, is there market risk involved? Yes. Is there reinvestment risk? Yes. Because एक इंसान जिसने गवर्नमेंट सिक्योरिटी खरीद ली एंड ही थॉट दैट मैं अभी गवर्नमेंट सिक्योरिटीज ले रहा हूं और इस पे 4% इंटरेस्ट है, आई विल लेटर री इन्वेस्ट इट और आई विल डू अ री इन्वेस्टमेंट लेटर. बट एट दैट पॉइंट ऑफ टाइम गवर्नमेंट सिक्योरिटी या गवर्नमेंट की ये पॉलिसी हो गई थी दैट आई विल लीड टू व्हाट? एक्सपेंशनरी मॉनेटरी पॉलिसी, नो सॉरी कॉन्ट्रैक्शनरी मॉनेटरी पॉलिसी. तो उस टाइम पे क्या होगा? कॉन्ट्रैक्शनरी मॉनेटरी पॉलिसी पे गवर्नमेंट सिक्योरिटीज गवर्नमेंट इशू कर रही है, बेच रही है, आप क्या करोगे उस टाइम पे? यू कैन नॉट सेल इट एट दैट पॉइंट ऑफ टाइम. ठीक है, उस टाइम पे तो कोई खरीद नहीं रहा होगा, गवर्नमेंट ही खरीद रही होगी. और उस टाइम पे जो आपकी सिक्योरिटी थी शायद उस पे 4% इंटरेस्ट था, बट उस टाइम पे गवर्नमेंट बोनस में 0.2% एक्स्ट्रा दे रही हो इंटरेस्ट. सो व्हाट विल यू डू एट दैट पॉइंट ऑफ टाइम? इज देयर अ लिक्विडिटी रिस्क? यस, देयर कुड बी अ लिक्विडिटी रिस्क बिकॉज यू नेवर नो मार्केट में बैंक रन कब होता है, मार्केट ड्राई कब हो जाता है. ठीक है, मार्केट में डिमांड कब कम हो जाती है गवर्नमेंट सिक्योरिटीज. इज देयर अ डिफॉल्ट रिस्क? नो. व्हाई? एज आई सेड, दे आर गिल्ट एज सिक्योरिटीज. गिल्ट एज सिक्योरिटीज, those securities which were in the times of France and French government, they had a golden border. क्यों? Because people used, and these are backed by government of India, and all these securities are backed by government of India. Now understand that. Why do not they have default risk? Because government itself, the sovereign itself, is supporting and backing these securities. Therefore, default risk is not there. C shall be the answer of this question. Not going into detail. Consider the following statements. बहुत ही अच्छा question है about purchasing power parity. First, understand what is purchasing power. It is the capacity to purchase anything. ठीक है. Now understand this capacity to purchase anything. मतलब simple सी चीज है. Purchasing power का मतलब क्या है? When we talk about the purchasing power of currency, that is how much money are you giving to buy a commodity. ठीक है. अगर ये commodity पेन है और आप 10 रुपए में खरीद रहे हो, what does this mean? That the money is having, the 10 rupees note is having a value of 10. A pen, one pen. बट वहीं पे अगर ये पेन कल को एक पेन 10 की जगह 20 रुपए का हो गया, what do we say? That money is losing its purchasing power. Money is losing its purchasing power. बहुत सिंपल सी चीज है. Now purchasing power parity का मतलब क्या है? ठीक है. Parity or comparison is between two economies. First statement talks about the purchasing power is a currency's value expressed in terms of the number of goods or services that can be brought by 1 unit of capital. As I said, a unit of capital 10 rupees कितना goods and services आप ले सकते हो, एक पेन, that is purchasing power. बहुत simple statement. ठीक है. Next, purchasing power parity adjusts for differences in the cost of living across countries. ठीक है. Now understand this statement. Purchasing power parity adjusts for differences in the cost of living across countries. ठीक है. चलो इसको छोड़ दो, यहाँ पे cost of living को भी छोड़ दो और across countries को भी छोड़ दो, इस पे बाद में आएंगे. Let's understand the statement. Purchasing power parity is a comparison between two economies or more than that. But purchasing power parity में हम लोग करते क्या है? We take a basket of goods and then we compare this basket of goods. Suppose we have a burger, a hamburger, or we have a digital board. Now we will see, ठीक है, US में, यूरोपियन यूनियन में, जापान में एंड इंडिया में ये चीजें कितने पैसे देके आएगी. अगर $2 में एक बर्गर आता है, अगर 4 यूरोज में एक बर्गर आता है और 3 येन में एक बर्गर आता है, और वहीं पे आप देख लो 100 रुपए में 100 रुपीज में एक बर्गर आता है या 2 बर्गर आते हैं. ठीक है. विच मीन्स $2 इक्वल्स टू 100 रुपीज, विच मीन्स रुपी का जो एक्चुअल परचेजिंग पावर है दैट इज 50 रुपीज. 50 रुपीज पर डॉलर. ठीक है. रुपी का और डॉलर का जब कंपैरिजन करेंगे विद रिस्पेक्ट टू बर्गर, दिस विल कम टू अ कैलकुलेशन ऑफ परचेजिंग पावर कि रुपी और डॉलर आपस में जब कंपेयर करते हैं with respect to a commodity burger which is having same quality and same standard in India and in US. This means that a rupee actually should be valued at, or it means that a dollar should be valued at 50 rupees. Rather, what we have as market price, rupee is valued at, or 88 rupees are valued at $1. ठीक है. That is the market price comparison. Therefore, there are two things. One is the market exchange rate and purchasing power parity, जिसकी बेसिस पे हम इकोनॉमीज को कंपेयर करते हैं. ठीक है. डोमेस्टिक इकोनॉमी, यू कैन से इंडिया, एंड द फॉरेन इकोनॉमी, इन दोनों को हम कंपेयर करते हैं यहाँ पे. क्लियर. नाउ परचेसिंग पावर पैरिटी एडजस्ट फॉर डिफरेंसेस इन कॉस्ट ऑफ लिविंग. यस, कॉस्ट ऑफ लिविंग का मतलब क्या है? दीज कमोडिटीज. ठीक है. जितनी भी कमोडिटीज मैंने यहाँ पे लिखी, चाहे वो बोर्ड है, डिजिटल बोर्ड है, बर्गर है, वो दाल है, चावल है, रोटी, सब्जी, जितना कुछ भी आपको लेना है कॉस्ट ऑफ लिविंग में, हाउस रेंट है, पेट्रोल है, गाड़ी है, फर्नीचर है, टीचिंग है, एजुकेशन है, हेल्थ है, स्टैंडर्ड ऑफ लिविंग है, एवरीथिंग हैज टू बी कंपेयर्ड अक्रॉस कंट्रीज, एज आई सेड, यूएस, यूरोपियन यूनियन, जापान एंड इंडिया. ठीक. नेक्स्ट, India ranks as the second largest economy in the world in terms of GDP at purchasing power parity. This is which was asked by UPSC once, but this is not second largest, rather third largest currently. ठीक है. Therefore, third statement is wrong. First and second is correct. A shall be the answer. Next, consider the following statements. Introduction of towns of export excellence. बहुत सिंपल सा कॉन्सेप्ट है और बहुत सिंपल सी चीज यहां पे पूछी गई है अबाउट द फॉरेन ट्रेड पॉलिसी 2023. ठीक है, फॉरेन ट्रेड पॉलिसी 2023 टॉक्स अबाउट एस्टैब्लिशमेंट ऑफ टाउन्स ऑफ एक्सपोर्ट एक्सीलेंस. अब इस पॉलिसी के अंदर हमने जो टाउन एस्टैब्लिश किए हैं, दीज आर फरीदाबाद, मिर्जापुर, मुरादाबाद, वाराणसी. ठीक है, दीज टाउन्स शैल बी एस्टैब्लिश्ड एज टाउन्स ऑफ एक्सपोर्ट एक्सीलेंस. नाउ फॉरेन ट्रेड पॉलिसी हमारी बोलती क्या है, दैट वी नीड टू इंक्रीज द एक्सपोर्ट ऑफ पर्टिकुलर आइटम्स फ्रॉम पर्टिकुलर प्लेसेस. लाइक ये जो टाउन्स है, टाउन्स ऑफ एक्सपोर्ट एक्सीलेंस, यहां पे जो फोकस किया जा रहा है वो हैंडलूम्स पे किया जा रहा है. जैसे बनारस में हमारे पास साड़ीज है, हैंडलूम्स एंड हैंडीक्राफ्ट्स. ठीक है, दीज आर द की प्रोडक्ट्स जहां पे काम करेंगे और इनका एक्सपोर्ट जो है बढ़ाएंगे. क्लियर यहां तक? नाउ what is the promotion of merchanting trade to boost movement of domestic goods by Indian ports? What is merchanting? ठीक है, merchanting is an activity in foreign trade. अब इसमें होता क्या है, इंडिया अगर मर्चेंटिंग कर रहा है दो कंट्रीज के बीच में, फॉर एग्जांपल इंडोनेशिया में एक पोर्ट है और दूसरा पोर्ट है कहां पे, ओमान में. ठीक है, तो होता क्या है, ये मर्चेंटिंग की एक्टिविटी जो है इंडोनेशियन पोर्ट से लेके इस ओमान के पोर्ट तक होगी. यहां इंडियन पोर्ट इन्वॉल्व नहीं होगा कि जहाज यहां पे आएगा, चेंज ओवर करेगा दूसरा, या रिफिल करेगा और फिर उसके बाद ओमान जाएगा. नहीं, ऐसा नहीं होता है. ठीक है, मर्चेंटिंग इज बिटवीन द टू पोर्ट्स. क्लियर? देयरफॉर द प्रमोशन ऑफ मर्चेंटिंग इज देयर टू बूस्ट द ट्रेड बट नॉट वाया इंडियन पोर्ट्स, but this merchanting activity per se is between the foreign ports. ठीक है, the second statement is wrong. There is the launch of amnesty scheme to address defaults on export obligations. ठीक है, merchanting, अच्छा, amnesty scheme यहाँ पे लॉन्च की गई है to address defaults on export obligations, which is a true statement. amnesty scheme पहली बार और एक टाइम स्कीम है. ये इसलिए लाई गई है ताकि एडवांस ऑथराइजेशन, पहली चीज एडवांस ऑथराइजेशन एंड ईपीसीजी एक्सपोर्ट प्रोटेक्शन गारंटी, क्रेडिट गारंटी के बारे में जितने भी डिस्प्यूट्स होंगे, क्योंकि एक्सपोर्ट क्रेडिट गारंटी के बारे में देयर आर रिबेट्स एंड डिस्काउंट्स विच आर गिवन टू एक्सपोर्टर्स, उसके रिलेटेड जितने भी डिफॉल्ट्स होंगे और इसके रिलेटेड जितने भी डिस्प्यूट्स होंगे उनको सॉल्व करने के लिए ये स्कीम लाई गई है. ठीक है, 1 and 3 इज द करेक्ट स्टेटमेंट. विद रेफरेंस टू गोल्ड मोनेटाइजेशन स्कीम, यहां पे कंफ्यूज नहीं होना है. गोल्ड मोनेटाइजेशन स्कीम जो लॉन्च की गई थी, ये क्या बात करती है गोल्ड मोनेटाइजेशन स्कीम? इट बेसिकली सेज कि जितना भी गोल्ड आपके पास है आप वो लेके आओ, उसको मोनेटाइज करेंगे एंड गोल्ड को मोनेटाइज करने के बाद क्या करेंगे, आपको इक्विवेलेंट या तो उसका कैश देंगे इंटरेस्ट के साथ या फिर उतना ही गोल्ड आपको वापस दे देंगे. इट एक्सेप्ट्स गोल्ड इन द फॉर्म्स ऑफ बार्स, कॉइन्स एंड ज्वेलरी. तीनों फॉर्म्स में गोल्ड को एक्सेप्ट करेगी. गोल्ड गया बैंक के पास, एक्सक्लूडिंग दोज एम्बेडेड विद स्टोन्स, और जो स्टोन्स जेम्स होंगे उनका एक्सेप्ट नहीं किया जाएगा. इट इज ओनली फॉर गोल्ड, इट्स नॉट फॉर स्टोन्स. ठीक है, और अदर मेटल्स, दीज आर एक्सक्लूडेड फ्रॉम इट. ठीक. सेकेंड स्टेटमेंट टॉक्स अबाउट द प्रिंसिपल. The principal amount deposited under this scheme can be repaid either in gold or in cash equivalent to the value of gold at maturity. Once this scheme matures, ये 3 साल की, 4 साल की, 10 साल की अगर ये स्कीम होगी, अगर आपने गोल्ड मोनेटाइजेशन स्कीम के अंदर अपना सोना डाल दिया, फॉर एग्जाम्पल किसी इंसान ने अपना सारा सोना डाल दिया, तो वो जितने टाइम का बॉन्ड लेगा, जितने टाइम के लिए डिपॉजिट करेगा, फिक्स डिपॉजिट करेगा, इसके अंदर 3 स्लॉट्स आते हैं, 1 to 3 years शॉर्ट टर्म एंड देन 5 to 7 years मीडियम टर्म एंड 12 to 15 years लॉन्ग टर्म. अब तीनों में से जो भी डिपॉजिट लिया है मैच्योरिटी के टाइम पे, ईदर द पर्सन कैन टेक आउट द गोल्ड और द इक्विवेलेंट कैश एट दैट पॉइंट ऑफ टाइम. क्लियर? समझ में आया बात? लास्ट, The tenure of short-term deposit under GMS is between 2 to 5 years. This is not the correct statement. Rather, यहाँ पे जो tenures है, it is short term में 1 to 3 years, medium term में 5 to 7 years, and long term में 12 to 15 years. ठीक है? A shall be the answer. With reference to National Bank for, अच्छा, NABFID. NABFID बना कब था और NABFID बना कैसे? NABFID was basically formed with an act, that is NBFID Act of 2021. NABFID ये है क्या? This is a development finance institution like NABARD. NABARD पे क्वेश्चन आ चुका है, like NHB, like Exim Bank. Exim Bank पे क्वेश्चन आ चुका है. ठीक है, ऐसा ही एक इंस्टीट्यूशन NBFID है for infrastructure. This is for infrastructure. Now this NBFID was set up by an executive order. No, it was set up by an statute. ठीक है, NABFID can raise funds by issuing bonds, debentures in Indian rupees and foreign currencies. Yes, it can issue bonds, but remember that all the development financial institutions do not take deposits. ठीक है, ये लोग डिपॉजिट नहीं लेते हैं. अच्छा, एक बच्चे का कमेंट है यहाँ पे कि पीडीएफ कहाँ से मिलेगा, तो टेलीग्राम चैनल से मिल जाएगा इसका सॉल्यूशंस का पीडीएफ. डोंट वरी अबाउट दैट. ठीक है, दे डू नॉट टेक डिपॉजिट्स, रादर दे परफॉर्म मार्केट बोरोइंग्स एंड दे ऑल्सो चेक फॉर द गवर्नमेंट फंड्स. दे ऑल्सो गेट फंड्स फ्रॉम गवर्नमेंट. क्लियर? NABFID का जो मैनेजमेंट है, द चेयरपर्सन ऑफ NABFID इज अपॉइंटेड बाय द गवर्नर ऑफ RBI. नहीं, ये गलत है. रादर NABFID is basically managed by a board of directors. बोर्ड ऑफ डायरेक्टर्स जो NABFID का है, इसका जो चेयरपर्सन होता है, इट इज अपॉइंटेड बाय गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया बट इन कंसल्टेशन विद RBI. ठीक है, इसके बाद यहां पे मैनेजिंग डायरेक्टर्स होते हैं एंड 3 डेप्यूटी मैनेजिंग डायरेक्टर्स भी होते हैं. क्लियर यहां तक? 3 मैनेजिंग डेप्यूटी डायरेक्टर्स. Next, therefore, 3rd is incorrect, 1 is incorrect, 2 only is the correct statement. Question number 37, consider the following statements regarding PAN 2.0. ठीक है, PAN that is permanent account number 2.0 basically ये reform है for e-governance and for better taxation. अब PAN 2.0 इसलिए लाया गया ताकि टैक्स पेयर्स की रजिस्ट्रेशन ईजी हो जाए. अब PAN 2.0 और अर्लियर जो हमारे पास पैन कार्ड होता था, इन दोनों में डिफरेंस क्या है? अगर आपने पैन कार्ड को ध्यान से देखा होगा, वहां पे एक QR कोड भी होता है. PAN 2.0 will integrate core and non-core PAN or TAN services into a single unified digital platform. That is why this PAN is being implemented. पहला, इसका काम क्या है? It will create a single unified digital platform and it will consolidate all the PAN related services. जितनी भी सर्विसेज PAN से रिलेटेड है, सारी एक ही सिंगल डिजिटल प्लेटफॉर्म पे मिल जाएंगी. ठीक, 1. सेकंड, अंडर PAN 2.0 एग्जिस्टिंग पैन कार्ड्स विल बिकम इनवैलिड. नहीं, ये स्टेटमेंट गलत है. एग्जिस्टिंग पैन कार्ड्स इनवैलिड नहीं होने वाले हैं. रादर क्या होगा इसमें? जो भी एग्जिस्टिंग पैन कार्ड्स हैं उनकी फंक्शंस को इंप्रूव किया जाएगा. आपको दोबारा से पैन कार्ड लेने की जरूरत नहीं है. ऐसा नहीं है कि नया पैन कार्ड बनेगा, पुराना पैन कार्ड नहीं चलेगा, ऐसा कुछ नहीं होने वाला. रादर जो एग्जिस्टिंग पैन कार्ड्स हैं उनकी फंक्शंस इंक्रीज होंगी. दूसरा, फंक्शनैलिटीज इंक्रीज होने के साथ साथ जो मैंने बोला QR कोड जो है ये एनहांस होगा, बेटर होगा. इट विल अपग्रेड एंड ये जो अपग्रेड होगा PAN 1 से लेके PAN 2, दिस विल बी ऑल फ्री ऑफ कॉस्ट and there will be a single digital platform जिस पे ये सारा काम होगा. PAN 2.0 will incorporate cyber security enhancements and QR codes to strengthen taxpayer data security and facilitate easy verification. ठीक है, अब इससे क्या होगा? मैंने क्या बोला? PAN 2.0 एक बेटर मेजर है, किस लिए? गवर्नेंस को अच्छा करने के लिए, टैक्सेशन को अच्छा करने के लिए. Therefore, जितनी भी चीजें, चाहे वो स्ट्रेंथन करे टैक्स पेयर को, सिक्योरिटी एस्टैब्लिश करे या साइबर सिक्योरिटी से प्रिवेंट करे, QR कोड्स को बेटर करना है, दीज ऑल आर ऑप्टिमिस्टिक एंड पॉजिटिव मेजर्स. along with this. दोनों स्टेटमेंट्स का टोन, दोनों स्टेटमेंट्स की लैंग्वेज इज पॉजिटिव इन नेचर, दोनों स्टेटमेंट्स करेक्ट है. सेकेंड स्टेटमेंट इज रॉन्ग, फैक्चुअली इनकरेक्ट. 38 इज अबाउट पब्लिक डेट. ठीक है, अब समझो इस चीज को, व्हाट इज पब्लिक डेट. पब्लिक डेट सिंपल बात है, गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया ने कर्जा लिया. कहां से कर्जा ले सकती है गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया? ईदर इंटरनल और एक्सटर्नल. ठीक है, अब जो इंटरनल डेट होता है, दिस इंटरनल डेट कैन बी ईदर मार्केटेबल सिक्योरिटीज में या नॉन मार्केटेबल सिक्योरिटीज में. ठीक, समझ में आई बात. अब ये जो मार्केटेबल सिक्योरिटीज होती है, दीज कैन बी व्हाट? ट्रेजरी बिल्स और गवर्नमेंट सिक्योरिटीज. सिंपल. वेल एज रिमेंबर, ये मार्केटेबल डेट का डिफरेंस, मेन डिफरेंशिएटिंग फैक्टर क्या है? दैट दिस मार्केटेबल डेट इज बेसिकली रेज थ्रू ऑक्शन. ठीक है, ओपन ऑक्शन होता है, जितने भी लोग, जितने भी स्टेट्स को इसमें इन्वेस्ट करना है, जितना भी गवर्नमेंट सिक्योरिटी खरीदना है, किसी को भी, इवन इंडिविजुअल्स कैन परचेज गवर्नमेंट सिक्योरिटीज, दे गो थ्रू दिस ऑक्शन एंड परचेज दिस गवर्नमेंट सिक्योरिटीज. वन. सेकंड, ये जो नॉन मार्केटेबल डेट है, ठीक है, ये जो नॉन मार्केटेबल डेट है, इसमें इशू होती है गवर्नमेंट सिक्योरिटीज एंड स्टेट डेवलपमेंट लोन्स, बट ओनली टू सम स्टेट्स. ठीक है, दीज आर इशूड टू ओनली सम स्टेट्स. ठीक है, प्लस these can be issued on the basis of National Security Fund or National Security Saving Fund, NSSF. ठीक है, National Small Saving Fund. हाँ, National Small Saving Fund. Clear? That is internal debt, marketable, non-marketable and treasury bills, auction और non-auction. यहाँ पे जो पार्टिसिपेंट्स होते हैं ये सेलेक्टेड एंड स्पेसिफिक पार्टिसिपेंट्स होते हैं, ये सब के लिए ओपन नहीं होती है ये गवर्नमेंट सिक्योरिटीज. Now understand, government raises public debt by issuing marketable government securities like treasury bills through auctions, clear, market bills and the market securities or government securities through market auction. Public Debt Management Agency or PDMA currently manages public debt in India. Now remember this PDMA, ठीक है, this was established and इसका जो प्रपोजल आया था वो बजट 2015 में आया था, बट अभी तक बना नहीं है पीडीएमए. रादर हमारे पास क्या है? पब्लिक डेट मैनेजमेंट सेल है जो ये सारा काम करती है अबाउट द असिस्टिंग गवर्नमेंट ऑन ऑल द पब्लिक डेट. ये कौन असिस्ट करता है? पब्लिक डेट मैनेजमेंट सेल. अभी तक हमारे पास एजेंसी नहीं बनी है. रादर इसके बाद द डेट टू जीडीपी रेशियो टारगेट प्रपोज्ड बाय एनके सिंह कमेटी फॉर सेंट्रल गवर्नमेंट इज 60%. रिमेंबर, एनके सिंह कमेटी ने बोला डेट टू जीडीपी रेशियो कितना होगा गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया का? 40%. स्टेट गवर्नमेंट्स का कितना होगा? 20%. टोटल दोनों गवर्नमेंट्स का कितना होगा? टोटल इंडिया का डेट टू जीडीपी रेशियो कितना होना चाहिए? 60% एज पर एनके सिंह कमेटी रिपोर्ट, नॉट टू द सेंट्रल गवर्नमेंट. थर्ड स्टेटमेंट इज इनकरेक्ट. सेकेंड स्टेटमेंट इज इनकरेक्ट. फर्स्ट स्टेटमेंट इज करेक्ट. क्वेश्चन नंबर 72 पे आ जाओ और क्वेश्चन नंबर 72 टॉक्स अबाउट व्हाट? ठीक है, यील्ड कर्व. बहुत ही इंपॉर्टेंट कॉन्सेप्ट है यील्ड कर्व का. अब समझना ये है यील्ड कर्व का, यील्ड कर्व जो है इसको कैसे हम समझ सकते हैं. बहुत सिंपल सी चीज है, जितने भी हमारे पास बॉन्ड्स और बॉन्ड यील्ड होता है, नाउ अंडरस्टैंड दिस यील्ड कर्व बेसिकली ये यहां पे प्लांट करता है दो चीजों को. वन इज द मैच्योरिटी एंड यील्ड ऑफ बॉन्ड्स. ठीक है, अब समझो इस चीज को, बहुत सिंपल सी चीज है. बॉन्ड यील्ड बढ़ेगी, मैच्योरिटी बढ़ेगी, दोनों की रिलेशन क्या होगी? अब समझो इस चीज को, अगर यील्ड इंक्रीज हो रही है किसके साथ? मैच्योरिटी इंक्रीज होने के साथ साथ. इसका मतलब क्या है कि लॉन्ग टर्म जो बॉन्ड्स है वो ज्यादा यील्ड दे रहे हैं. इसका मतलब जितने भी बॉन्ड्स मार्केट में आ रहे हैं वहां पे बस वो बॉन्ड्स आ रहे हैं जो लॉन्ग टर्म डेट सिक्योरिटीज या लॉन्ग टर्म फाइनेंस ढूंढ रहे हैं. और लॉन्ग टर्म में जहां पे ज्यादा मैच्योरिटी के बॉन्ड्स है और ज्यादा यील्ड दे रहे हैं, दिस विल लीड टू व्हाट? अ कर्व स्टीप इन नेचर. ठीक है, जहां पे यील्ड भी इंक्रीज हो रहा है, उतना इंक्रीज हो रहा है जितना ज्यादा आप मैच्योरिटी इंक्रीज कर रहे हो. स्टेटमेंट 2, अ स्टीप यील्ड कर्व सिग्नल्स growth expectations while as inverted yield curve can signal recession. पहले वाला समझ में आ गया? Long term interest rates are higher and an inverted means short term interest rates are higher, which is a true statement. ठीक है, clear? Second statement says कि अगर आपका yield curve steep है, बहुत ज्यादा steep है, it means growth expectations बहुत ज्यादा है, while as inverted yield curve signals recession. समझो इस चीज को. दो चीजें हैं. One is this steep yield curve. इसका मतलब क्या है? जो इन्वेस्टर अभी इन्वेस्ट कर रहा है वो लॉन्ग टर्म सिक्योरिटीज में इन्वेस्ट कर रहा है. अगर उस इन्वेस्टर का ये दिमाग में है कि मेरे को 5 साल के लिए इन्वेस्ट करना है, वो 5 साल के लिए क्यों इन्वेस्ट कर रहा है? बिकॉज ही इज ऑप्टिमिस्टिक कि 5 साल के अंदर ग्रोथ भी अच्छी होगी, इन्फ्लेशन भी अच्छी होगी, और जब मैं उस टाइम पे रिडीम करूंगा अपनी सिक्योरिटी को तो मेरे को अच्छा खासा अमाउंट मिलेगा, और मुझे जो भी अमाउंट मिलेगा या जितना भी मुझे रिटर्न ऑन डिविडेंड मिलेगा दैट विल बी बेटर. व्हाई? बिकॉज इकोनॉमी इज ग्रोइंग. That is the sole prospect and sole perspective behind this steep curve or behind this investing in long term securities. ठीक है. While as अगर कोई इंसान short term securities में इन्वेस्ट कर रहा है, मतलब आप अभी इन्वेस्ट कर रहे हो बस 6 महीने के लिए, 8 महीने के लिए, 1 साल के लिए या 2 साल के लिए, तो पहले से ही इन्वेस्टर का माइंड सेट है और उसका मार्केट परसेप्शन ऐसा है कि इकोनॉमी में रिसेशन आने वाला है 2 साल के बाद, तो इसलिए जो अभी शॉर्ट पीरियड ऑफ टाइम में लोग ज्यादा उधार ले रहे हैं, जो अभी रिसेशन की वजह से जो डिमांड क्राइसिस आ गई है, मार्केट इनस्टेबल हो गया है, उसमें जितना प्रॉफिट है वो उठा लो, और उसकी बेसिस पे ये कर्व बनता है यील्ड कर्व. क्लियर? तो यूजुअली आपने क्वेश्चन देखा होगा, एक क्वेश्चन अबाउट लेफर्स कर्व और फिलिप्स कर्व आपने पढ़ा होगा इससे पहले, दैट इज अबाउट टैक्सेशन एंड एम्प्लॉयमेंट, अनएम्प्लॉयमेंट. Now understand this yield curve also, because yield curve and bond yields काफी ज्यादा न्यूज में थे इस बार. A shall be the answer because दोनों स्टेटमेंट्स एक दूसरे को कॉम्प्लीमेंट करते हैं एक दूसरे को. Now question number 73. Many of the following are likely impacts of recent global trade war. ट्रेड वॉर की वजह से इंडिया में और ग्लोबल लेवल पे क्या दिक्कत आएगी? क्वेश्चन नंबर 73. इसकी वजह से डेट लेवल इंक्रीज होगा या नहीं? लोग ज्यादा कर्जा लेने की सूरत में होंगे, क्यों? आप देखो, समझो इस चीज को. पहले जब इकोनॉमी ग्रो कर रही थी सब लोग ने लोन ले लिया. जब आपकी जॉब लग गई, आपके पास, आपको लगा कि मुझे सैलरी मिलने वाली है हर महीने, तो आपने EMI पे फोन खरीद लिया. आपको लगा पॉकेट मनी मिल रही है 10,000 रुपये, तो 5,000 EMI में जाएगा, तो कोई दिक्कत की बात नहीं है. ठीक है, क्लियर कट. बट एक टाइम ऐसा आता है जब आप क्राइसिस में आ जाते हो, आपकी जॉब चली जाती है, तो आप क्या करते हो उस टाइम पे? आपकी EMI तो जा ही रही है ना? वही कंट्रीज के साथ भी होता है. हमने लोन ले लिया बट हमें डेट सर्विसिंग अभी भी करनी है, बट जो ही ऐसा कुछ इंसिडेंट होता है, चाहे वो वॉर हो, चाहे वो कॉन्फ्लिक्ट हो, चाहे वो ट्रेड वॉर हो, इस चीज की वजह से क्या होता है? मार्केट डिस्टेबलाइज हो जाता है, प्रोडक्शन कम हो जाती है, सप्लाई मार्केट में जाना बंद हो जाता है और डिमांड डिक्रीज हो जाती है, लोगों का मार्केट परसेप्शन चेंज हो जाता है. बट ये डेट सर्विसिंग करने के लिए आपको इंटरेस्ट पे करना है, EMIs अपनी देनी है, प्रिंसिपल अमाउंट वापस देना है. इस चीज के लिए आप ज्यादा डेट लेवल करते हो, आप ज्यादा बोरोइंग्स करते हो. Therefore, this will increase debt level. Will it decrease the bond yield? Basically, it will actually increase the bond yield. क्यों increase करेगा? क्योंकि लोगों को आज की डेट में पैसे की जरूरत है. जब लोगों को पैसे की जरूरत होगी तो लोग क्या करेंगे? They will sell off their securities. Once they start selling off their securities, what will happen after that? They will start selling them at lesser price. ठीक है, इसका मतलब प्राइस डिक्रीज हो गया, प्राइस डिक्रीज हो गया तो यील्ड ऑटोमेटिकली इंक्रीज हो गई. ठीक है, दिस स्टेटमेंट इज नॉट करेक्ट. इट विल नॉट डिक्रीज, रादर इट विल इंक्रीज. ठीक है, श्रिंकिंग ऑफ स्प्रेड्स. ठीक है, स्प्रेड्स श्रिंक हो रहे हैं. रिमेंबर, व्हाट आर स्प्रेड्स? दीज स्प्रेड्स आर बेसिकली द गैप्स बिटवीन बॉन्ड यील्ड, बोरिंग कॉस्ट एंड द रिस्क ऑफ प्रीमियम्स. These are basically those risks, those spreads. ये वहां पे होते हैं जब स्टेबल इकोनॉमी होती है तो आपका बॉन्ड यील्ड, बॉन्ड का प्राइस और प्रीमियम का रिस्क बहुत नैरो होता है. जैसे बॉन्ड प्राइस और बॉन्ड यील्ड स्टेबल इकोनॉमी में, वही मैंने बोला था अभी, 110 और 105 के बीच में ही खेलेगा. या तो 10 रुपए का यील्ड मिलेगा या 5 रुपए का यील्ड मिलेगा, दिस विल बी वेरी नैरो। बट वहीं पे जब इकोनॉमी डिस्टेबलाइज हो जाएगी, ये जो बंदा जिसको 110 रुपए रिडेम्पशन पे मिलता, बॉन्ड रिडीम करने पे मिलता, यही बंदा यही बॉन्ड तुरंत सेल ऑफ करेगा और बस 80 रुपए में बेचेगा, ठीक है। दिस विल इंक्रीज द गैप, दिस विल इंक्रीज द स्प्रेड बिटवीन बॉन्ड यील्ड्स एंड दैट विल बी अराउंड, जो अभी 10 रुपए बॉन्ड यील्ड मिलने वाला था, वही बॉन्ड यील्ड कितना मिलेगा, 30 रुपीज, ठीक है। दैट इज द स्प्रेड्स, it will not shrink, rather it will increase, it will widen these spreads. There will be reduction in primary deficits. Yes, primary deficit में decrease होगा। क्यों primary deficit में decrease होगा? Because government and states, they will start decreasing their public expenditure, ठीक है। There will be crowding out का effect. Yes, crowding out का effect इसलिए होगा because इस टाइम पे प्राइवेट सेक्टर विल नॉट परफॉर्म वेल, रादर पीपल जिनको भी इन्वेस्ट करना होगा वो ये दे विल टेंड कि गवर्नमेंट अभी बोरो कर रही है, इट विल इंक्रीज डेट लेवल्स। पहले गवर्नमेंट बोरो कर रही है, गवर्नमेंट के बोरो करते टाइम जो गवर्नमेंट सिक्योरिटीज इशू करेगी, दीज गवर्नमेंट सिक्योरिटीज विल बी ऑफ हायर इंटरेस्ट। Once this higher interest government security is issued in the market, people rather than investing in private sector or the instruments which are issued by commercial paper, commercial bill, or you can say all the instruments issued by the private sector, people will do what? They will not invest in private sector, rather they will invest in government sector. Why will they invest in government sector? Because they have two things, जो अभी क्वेश्चन किया था। एक तो यहाँ पे डिफॉल्ट नहीं होगा, प्राइवेट सेक्टर डिफॉल्ट कर सकता है। दूसरा, यहाँ पे रिस्क कम है और इंटरेस्ट गारंटीड है, आएगा ही आएगा। Therefore, there will be an effect of crowding out. That is, प्राइवेट सेक्टर में जो पैसा जाने वाला था इन्वेस्टमेंट, वो प्राइवेट सेक्टर में ना जाके गवर्नमेंट सेक्टर में जाएगा, ठीक है। So therefore, 1, 4 and 5, 3 are correct. Consider the following statements about interest rate. देखो बहुत सिंपल सी चीज है, इकोनॉमी में क्या करना है, दो चीजें करनी है, टर्म्स को डिकोड करना है और कॉन्सेप्ट्स को ल्यूसिड मैनर में समझना है 100 रुपए के कैलकुलेशन के हिसाब से। क्लियर? नाउ इंटरेस्ट रेट, ग्रोथ रेट, दोनों के बीच में डिफरेंस क्या है? इंटरेस्ट रेट माइनस ग्रोथ रेट, इन दोनों के बीच में डिफरेंस जो है वो हमें बताएगा। क्या बताएगा? इंटरेस्ट रेट, ग्रोथ रेट डिफरेंशियल। बहुत सिंपल सी चीज है, डिफरेंस बताना है इन दोनों के बीच में। पॉजिटिव IGRD facilitates debt sustainability of the country. India's IGRD has remained positive in recent decades. अब समझो इस चीज को, अगर इंटरेस्ट रेट और ग्रोथ रेट के बीच में आप डिफरेंस निकालोगे और आपको ये डिफरेंस पॉजिटिव में आया, मतलब क्या है इस चीज का? इंटरेस्ट रेट इज more than growth rate, which is not a correct explanation. Why? Understand this. अगर इंटरेस्ट रेट ज्यादा है ग्रोथ रेट से, तो आपकी जो पेमेंट्स है वो ज्यादा जा रही है डेट सर्विसिंग में। जितनी ज्यादा पेमेंट्स डेट सर्विसिंग में जाएंगी उतना ही ग्रोथ रेट पे इंपैक्ट पड़ेगा। एंड दिस पॉजिटिव IRGD will not facilitate debt sustainability, rather a negative interest rate growth rate differential will facilitate debt sustainability, which means that आपकी ग्रोथ रेट ज्यादा है, ग्रोथ रेट ज्यादा है तो आप प्रॉफिट ज्यादा कमा रहे हो, आप प्रॉफिट ज्यादा कमा रहे हो तो आपको डेट सर्विसिंग इजी है आपके लिए। आप डेट सर्विसिंग इजीली करोगे, आपको ज्यादा इंटरेस्ट रेट के लिए आपको बोरो नहीं करना पड़ेगा इंटरेस्ट रेट पे करने के लिए वापस। क्लियर? देयरफॉर फर्स्ट स्टेटमेंट इज इनकरेक्ट, पॉजिटिव नहीं नेगेटिव चाहिए। इंडियाज IGRD हैज रिमेन्ड पॉजिटिव, India's IGRD has remained negative in past few decades. क्यों ऐसा? Because India का growth rate has been better and at a better position than the rest of the world. And remember also one thing, India का जो interest rate है that has been better than the growth, that has been lesser than the growth rate in past decades, due to which this is also a false statement. D shall be the answer. क्वेश्चन नंबर 99, ठीक है। 100, ये वाला क्वेश्चन भी इससे पहले डिस्कस हुआ है ऑन द सेम टॉपिक, दैट इज मिनिमम ऑल्टरनेट टैक्स। इसको भी हमने डिस्कस किया है इससे पहले मिनिमम ऑल्टरनेट टैक्स को। तो दिस टॉप अप टैक्स का वर्ड अगर आप सिंपल वे में डिकोड करो तो दिस इज अ टैक्स ऑन टैक्स, ठीक है। अब ये टॉप अप टैक्स क्या है? दिस इज एन एडिशनल टैक्स। एडिशनल टैक्स कहां पे है? उन जगहों पे जहां पे ऑलरेडी जो हमारा ग्लोबल मिनिमम ऑल्टरनेट टैक्स है GMAT, दैट इज लेसर देन 15%। जहां पे भी वो कम है 15% से, वहां पे एडिशनल टैक्स लगेगा। कौन सा? टॉप अप टैक्स। ये किसने बोला? दिस GMCT और ग्लोबल मिनिमम कॉर्पोरेट टैक्स है, ग्लोबल मिनिमम ऑल्टरनेट टैक्स, दिस इज गिवन बाय OECD G20। ये जो इंक्लूसिव फ्रेमवर्क आया था OECD G20 का, उसके अंदर ये डिसाइड किया गया था दैट वी विल इम्पोज एंड वी विल इंश्योर दैट 15% का मिनिमम ऑल्टरनेट टैक्स लगेगा हर उस एंटिटी पे जो डिफरेंट ज्यूरिसडिक्शंस में काम कर रही है, हर जगह से प्रॉफिट कमा रही है। अब यहां तक तो क्लियर था। क्यों ऐसा करना था? बिकॉज दे वेर शिफ्टिंग प्रॉफिट टू लो ज्यूरिसडिक्शन कंट्रीज एंड टैक्स हेवंस लाइक मॉरिशस। नाउ अंडरस्टैंड, प्रॉफिट शिफ्टिंग मैंने इससे पहले भी समझाया। प्रॉफिट शिफ्टिंग होती कैसे है? अ कंपनी ट्रेडिंग विद इट सब्सिडरी कंपनी इन डिफरेंट jurisdictions, selling the goods or providing services at cheaper rates, ठीक है। अब इसी का एक और पर्सपेक्टिव है एंटी डंपिंग, ठीक है। बट वहां पे क्या है? इट इज डंपिंग दीज गुड्स इन द मार्केट, नॉट सेलिंग दीज गुड्स टू सब्सिडरी। क्लियर? समझ में आई बात? नाउ this is not a rebate, actually this is rather a additional tax. Therefore second statement is incorrect, first statement is correct. This is aimed to discourage the profit shifting. Therefore first statement is correct, second is incorrect. C shall be the answer. With this we come to an end of this. One more thing which I said, this top up tax, this will be imposed by either by one home country. Now remember what is home country over here. home country कौन सी होती है? अगर ये A दो jurisdictions में काम कर रहा है, this is working in US and India and also in Mauritius. Mauritius में जो total tax ये पे कर रहा है अपने profits पे, that is around 13%. बट वहीं पे जब ये यूएस में अपने टोटल प्रॉफिट्स का स्टेटमेंट सबमिट करता है तो वहां पे पता चलता है 13%। इसका जो मेन हेडक्वार्टर है वो यूएस में है और वहां जो इसका मेन इकोनॉमिक सेंटर ऑफ इंटरेस्ट है दैट इज इन यूएस, और इसने टोटल 13% पे किया है। तो 2% जो टैक्स है दैट कैन बी इम्पोज्ड बाय दिस होम कंट्री, दैट इज यूएसए। वन थिंग। सेकंड, दिस कैन बी ऑल्सो इम्पोज्ड बाय एनी थर्ड पार्टी ज्यूरिसडिक्शन, थर्ड कंट्री ज्यूरिसडिक्शन, अनदर ज्यूरिसडिक्शन विच has or substantial economic interest जहां पे इसका होगा, इस कंपनी का, इस एंटिटी का। That is one thing. लास्ट में I wish you all the best. I guess इसके बाद हमारे अनुभूति टेस्ट में अगर कोई डिस्कशन पेंडिंग होगा, या अगर इसके बाद जो हमारा डिस्कशन पेंडिंग है दैट इज ऑफ हिस्ट्री, बट यस अगर इसके बाद आपका कोई डाउट रहा होगा इस टेस्ट में, यू कैन स्टिल कम एंड यू आर ऑलवेज वेलकम for two things. One is doubt resolution and another is mentorship at Sriram's IAS. Thank you. Have a nice day ahead. All the best.
Okay, so continuing our Anubhuti 4 discussion, we'll take up history part in which we'll basically explain all the questions on modern history, ancient, medieval, as well as art and culture. Okay, so without wasting any time, let's move ahead to the first question of history part. Okay, so the first question which we are going to take up is about Pandit Ishwar Chandra Vidyasagar. Okay, now these particular terms in PYQs also we discussed all these figures along with Raja Ram Mohan Roy and other such, what we can say, the forebearers of modern Renaissance in India. See, Renaissance came in Europe, but still in the Indian form of Renaissance in which we came to know about our past laurels, it originated in Bengal. So Ishwar Vidyasagar was one of the proponent of that. Got it? So these statements are about Pandit Ishwar Chandra Vidyasagar. The first one says, the founder of the Hindu Family Annuity Fund to support widows and the destitutes. Now, Pandit Ishwar Chandra Vidyasagar was very much famous for working for widow remarriage and for what we can say widows. So that's why this particular statement is absolutely right. He started a family annuity fund for widows and the destitute. Who are destitutes? Basically, the women or people who have been left out. Who have been left out by the society, by their family and all these things. Got it? So the first statement is correct. Now what about the second statement? The founder of Central Hindu School in Varanasi. Now this is incorrect. See, Central Hindu School was started by Annie Besant. Now who was Annie Besant? See, Annie Besant, there are a lot of titles which are associated with Annie Besant. One is she was the first woman president of Indian National Congress. Again, she was an Anglo-Indian, she was associated with Theosophical Society, and she had great interest in India's, what we can see, theology. So that's why the second statement is incorrect, because she was the one who started Central Hindu School in 1898 in Varanasi. Okay, and she was the one who became basically these all institutions like Central Hindu School. They eventually developed into Banaras Hindu University, which you can see even till now. Okay, so it's a very famous university. So the second statement is incorrect. What about the third one? Instrumental in these enactments of the Widow Remarriage Act of 1856. Of course, Ishwar Chandra Vidyasagar had a huge role in the enactment of the Widow Remarriage Act of 1856, which came under Lord Dalhousie. Now, see why this particular act is very important. See, when you read about in history, even it is a concept which is supposed to be coming in the prelims exam, but you can take cue of the mains also. Okay, in some handful of days you are going to have your pre, and then you'll have to switch to the mains mode. And this particular factor, the Widow Remarriage Act of 1856, it was one of the main reasons, or we can say the immediate reasons of the revolt of 1857. This particular statement can even come for the reasons of the revolt or immediate causes of the revolt of 1857. Because what happened, although it was a very progressive step, but see, it shouldn't be Britishers who should be taking this decision for us. It should have been our people. And that was the concern of the Indian society. The people of the Indian society, basically they thought that these particular acts should come out of their own. And Britishers shouldn't be taking a call on these kind of acts, even if they are bad. Got it? So that's why the third statement is absolutely right. The correct answer is 1 and 3 only. Okay, now moving ahead to the next question. The next question is about, with reference to English East India Company's expansion, consider the following events. There are 3 events written here. These sort of questions have been coming in UPSC Civil Services Examination. So the first statement says the company acquired Bombay from Portugal, which happened in 1861. Now, how it happened? Sorry, 1661. How it happened? Now, it happened because there was a matrimonial alliance between Charles II and the Portuguese princes. So that's why the Portugal, which basically owned up Bombay, they gave it to Britishers on a lease of $7, 7 or 8 pounds basically per year. Such a small amount they gave it. It was a kind of dowry only. Okay, so that's why the first event happened in 1661. The next one is the company acquired Zamindari of Sultanati Kalikata and Govindpur, leading to the establishment of Calcutta. The present day Calcutta it basically comprises of 3 villages which Britishers bought from Bengal governor under Shah Jahan. Got it? So that's why this happened in 1698. And the last one is company opened factories in Bengal and Odisha. Okay, this happened earlier. So the correct answer is 3, 1 and 2. As you can see in the chronology, the third event happened for the first, because it is quite obvious that Britishers, when they came to India, they were in a hurry to establish factories. Now what were these factories? These factories were not workshops. They were basically trading centers from where trade happened, but it didn't comprise of the present meaning of factories as we call factories now. So that's why this happened at the earliest, then the first particular event happened, and then the second event happened. So that's why the correct answer is 3, 1 and 2. Got it? Now the next question is about Tibhaga movement, very important movement. See, in the modern history part, when you go through peasant revolts, so Tibhaga movement is one of the last movement which happened. It is the last movement which you read pre-independence. Of course, Telangana movement was also there, but Tibhaga movement was basically the last successful movement which happened during the Indian independence movement. And why it happened? See, before coming on the statements, let's discuss about Tibhaga movement. Why it happened? Because there were burgardars, sharecroppers, and then there were landlords, jotedars, whatever you can call it. So the burgardars used to give half of the produce as revenue to landlords, jotedars. But then sharecroppers, under the influence of, or as we can say, they had their own plight. There was Bengal famine also, there were other events also. Because of that, they demanded that they will only give 1/3 and they will keep 2/3. Teen bhag, Tibhaga. So that's why they asked for it. And they asked under the influence of All India Kisan Sabha, which became very active. Apart from that, they also came under the influence of Communist Party of India. And apart from that, the Indian independence was about to be achieved. So that's why, because of they were full of confidence, so that's why they went for it. So the first statement, the movement aimed to reduce the share of the produce paid by sharecroppers, burgardars, to landowners, jotedars, from 1/2 to 1/3, which is correct. Got it? Now what about the second statement? The second statement says the movement was triggered after the Krishak Praja Party, formed in the first popular ministry in Bengal in 1937, recommended changes to the sharecropping system. This is wrong. This happened almost 10 years after that. And as far as Krishak Praja Party goes, of course they formed government in Bengal, but they were unable to bring up any policy change because there were a lot of infighting in Praja Krishak Party. Okay, Krishak Praja Party, there were a lot of indifferences. There were a lot of differences between the people of this party, so that's why no policy was implemented. Once no policy was implemented, it is of no use to talk about what impact they had on this movement. Anyway, it was chronologically 10 years later than that. They didn't even sow the seed for that. So, the second statement is incorrect. The correct answer is A. Got it? Now, let's talk about the next question. Now, next question is, consider the following pairs with respect to the spread of civil disobedience movement in 1930. Again, these pairing questions have been coming in UPSC, so you all need to take care of these kind of questions. These are very factual by nature, but once you read it and revise it, then it will be really difficult for you to even forget it, because these all figures, these all leaders which have been written here are quite important as far as the Indian history goes. Got it? So the first one says that the region Tamil Nadu, in that the salt satyagraha or the civil disobedience movement was led by C. Rajgopalachari, which is right. C. Rajgopalachari, also known as Rajaji, was a close confidant or close friend of Mahatma Gandhi. He was a great admirer of Gandhiji. So that's why C. Rajgopalachari led the salt satyagraha in Tamil Nadu, which is absolutely right. Then Kerala, K. Kelpan, which is right. He was known as Kerala Gandhi. He was basically known for and he was involved in temple entry movements in Kerala. So that's why he was a very important figure from Kerala who led the salt satyagraha or civil disobedience movement in Kerala. So second one is also right. What about the third one, Odisha? Gopabandhu Chaudhary. His name you might not have heard, but he is a very important figure. He left his government job to get involved in Indian freedom struggle. Okay, he started a lot of funds also. So that's why this particular name you need to remember, Gopabandhu Chaudhary, who is associated with leading civil disobedience movement in Odisha. Got it? So all of them are correct. So D is the answer. Got it? Now, let's talk about the next one. I can see a lot of people, a lot of students are asking for solution PDF. Okay, so solution PDF, you will at the end of this session, you will receive it on Telegram. You can take it from there. Apart from that, if you all gave Anubhuti, then in the answer key, which you receive at the end of your test, in that there are QR code mentioned there. You can scan it. I can have all the explanations which we are taking up here. Got it? Now, the next one is about Cabinet Mission Plan of 1946. Now, what was Cabinet Mission Plan? See, Cabinet Mission Plan is a watershed event. Why? Because it led to the formation of Constituent Assembly. So that's why these particular terms are very much important. These particular events are very much important. While going through modern history part, try to understand 41, starting from 41 till 47, all the events are very much important. And UPSC has this habit of asking this kind of events. These are very factual by nature. But if you read it through logic, then you will understand all the events, why this is happening, why Cripps mission is coming, why Cabinet mission is coming, which failed, why August offer failed, why August offer was rejected. And this sequence in cause and effect format, if you read it, then you will of course remember all these events, and then you will be able to handle these particular questions in exam. Got it? So, this particular question is about Cabinet Mission Plan 1946. The first statement says the country would be divided into 3 sections based on religion and language. No. See, language, basically the division of language, it happened later. And even if in pre-independence era, if we go and look for these particular things, we find that in Nehru report, division of provinces on the basis of language has been mentioned. But did Cabinet Mission take that particular thing from Nehru Commission or Nehru report? No. Okay, they basically divided on, we can say, regional preferences. They divided into 3 groups, A, B and C. A, Hindu dominated, या फिर non-Muslim dominated, B, Muslim dominated, and C, mixed bag. So these kind of things happened. So religion and language were not the reasons for the division of various sections. So the first statement is incorrect. The next one is constitutions would be created for both the provinces and the central government. This is right. See, this is a federal feature. As we all know, Britishers has this ulterior motive of balkanization of the whole Indian subcontinent. So in order to balkanize the whole basically Indian subcontinent, the best way to do is go through a particular form of federalism like US, but US had a different reason to come together as a confederation to become a country. But in case of India, it wasn't right, because anyway there were a lot of grievances between various communities. If you allow them, then of course some issues will basically get, we can say they will get more worsened. So that's why this particular statement is correct, because Britishers allowed it. And Muslim League also supported this. Got it? Now the third one is the central government would control the foreign affairs, defense and communications. This is again right. Rest all the things aside, a kind of autonomy to all the provinces. And what will central government take care of? 3 things, 3 major things. Which one? Foreign affairs, defense and communications. Apart from that, everything was going to be taken care by provinces themselves. So this is a federal feature. But putting up or introducing federalism should be taken with a good cause. But Britishers did this with a bad cause. Okay? Now what about the next question? So basically the correct answer is 2 and 3 only. The correct answer is B. Let's move ahead to the next question. Now see, very important questions. See, these kind of shock value questions, UPSC has this habit of asking these kind of questions. So that's why take care of these particular terms, make a note out of it. As I told you all those things in the PYQ sessions which we took earlier, that these terms are very much important. These books or some particular terms which are unique, you haven't read it in your regular books. So just make a note out of them. Okay. This is about the Fakir of Janghira. Okay, this story is all about a particular widow who is going to, or who is being forced to commit sati, and she was rescued by a outcast. So this whole thing, this whole book is about that. And who wrote it? It was written by Henry Vivian Thoreau, who was related to Young Bengal movement. Okay, he was an intellectual. He used to teach at Presidency College. He was a very famous teacher, and he had a great following of young people. Okay, he is also one of the, what we can say, the architect of the modern Renaissance which happened in Bengal. Got it? So the correct answer to this is Henry Vivian Thoreau, the Fakir of Janghira. Okay, just make a note out of it. Now, the next question is Acheson Commission. See, these kind of questions are very much important. Commissions, Lee Commission, Acheson Commission, okay, Flood Commission, Strachey Commissions, all these commissions are very much important. So just try to remember all these commissions and make notes, short notes out of them, so that you don't miss these questions in exam. You might have read about it, but these small tidbits, small facts, they get really very, what we can say, irritating while you revise. So make as much short notes as you can. Got it? So what basically it was appointed to prepare a scheme for the admission of Indians to the public services, of course. It basically suggested division of public services into 3 modules, okay, central, provincial and subordinate. And this particular commission suggested, or we can say recommended, the admission of Indians to the public services. So that's why the correct answer is E, A. So that's why you need to take care of Acheson Commission in these kind of questions, because they are related to what kind of powers or what kind of opportunities Indians were getting during the colonial period. Got it? Now let's move ahead to the next question. Now next question is about Kitab-ul-Hind, but just read this question once. It basically says, which one of the following foreigners wrote an elaborate account of an Indian society, religion and sciences in his work Kitab-ul-Hind? Now who wrote Kitab-ul-Hind? Kitab-ul-Hind, as a matter of fact, we can say it is one of the first detailed chronicle about India, the Indian society, how Indians operate, the economy of India and all those things. It is one of the earliest books written comprehensively. So this book becomes very important, and the author also is very much important. The correct answer to this is Al-Biruni. Now Al-Biruni came with Mahmud of Ghazni. Got it? Okay, so that's why this is very important, because Kitab-ul-Hind is one of the earliest comprehensive chronicle about India. Just make a note out of it so that you don't miss this particular fact while you appear for your exam. Got it? Now, the next question is about medieval India. Diwan-e-Arj, military department. See, these kind of things, Diwan-e-Arj, Diwan-e-Mamalik, all these kind of things you need to make a note out of it. In medieval India, you can find those kind of pamphlets or notes online also. So you can take reference from that and just make a short note out of it. Just read it once, you'll not be able to forget it. I'll just give you a bit detail about it, who introduced it. So Balban, he introduced Diwan-e-Arj, but it was later strengthened by Alauddin Khilji. Okay, Dag, Hulia, these kind of terms were introduced by Alauddin Khilji. These kind of concepts were introduced by Alauddin Khilji in his army. And Diwan-e-Arj was all about the department overseeing military administration. Got it? This is the correct answer to it. Just like that, there are Diwan-e-Insha, Diwan-e-Bandagan, all these kind of things are also there. So just make note of all these terms. If possible, because time is scarce, we'll come up with these kind of things in another video also. But as far as this question goes, the correct answer is military administration. Now the next question is about the kind of revenue administration which was present during Akbar's administration. Now Akbar's administration, these kind of administrations are very much important. See, because as far as the medieval India goes, one of the stable governments or stable, what we can say, kingdom, okay, or rule provided by a particular king is very much important. And stability, a kind of stability was provided by Emperor Akbar. So that's why this particular thing, this particular revenue administration becomes very important. The first one says Batai, division of produce between state and peasant after threshing or cutting, which is right. This is the right thing. Batai is all about division of produce between state and peasant. Now the second one is Japti, estimated revenue demand based on past collections without fresh measurement. Now this one, and Nasak, which is revenue assessment based on measurement of land and average produce over 10 years. No, this was Khankutti, or what we can call it, Kankutti. This was a kind of revenue administration which was rough by nature. It was not so particular as it is written here. Okay, it's written that it was revamped after every 10 years. So that's why this is incorrect, the first one is correct. Got it? Now, let's move to the next question. Now, again, Vijayanagar Empire. Vijayanagar period, very much important medieval India. I have already told you while we were discussing PYQs, a lot of terms from Vijayanagar Empire came up. One of them was Gopuram. Gopuram was one of the innovations of Vijayanagar Empire, which they introduced in their temple architecture. So that's why this is a very important period, and this question is asking you about Ayagar system. Now what was Ayagar system? It was basically a bureaucratic system started by Vijayanagar Empire. And it says that the Ayagars were village servants or functionaries such as headmen, accountants and watchmen, and were allocated land in villages, which is right. Headmen, Nayars, okay, Reddys and Gaudas. Reddys and Gaudas. In the same way, accountants, watchmen and all these people also had their particular names, because Vijayanagar Empire is a huge contributor in developing languages also. So that's why the first statement is correct, because under this bureaucratic system, they were given land grants. But what about the second statement? Second statement says the village servants under the Ayagar systems are required to pay regular taxes on their agriculture. No. See, why were they given lands? Because the empire or the administration, the Vijayanagar administration, was not willing to give them money. In place of money, they were given these land grants. So there is no point of asking for tax from these kind of land grants, because they were given to them so that they can employ other people and take tax out of it. Not to give tax out of those lands. It's part of their salary. So that's why the second statement is completely incorrect. So the correct answer is 1 only. Now what about the next question? Now next question is about archaeological sites. What kind of archaeological site? Just go through this question once. It says which of the following archaeological sites is associated with the construction of pit houses? Evidence of hunting, fishing and agriculture, a feature of mixed economy. And the discovery of tools such as stone axes, chisels and harpoons. Harpoons are used for fishing. Axes and chisels for cutting, chisels for making tools themselves. So that's why this question is asking you about which archaeological site is famous for it. And the correct answer is Burzahom. It's a Neolithic site. Placed where? Placed in J&K, present day Jammu and Kashmir. Okay, and why they had to make pits? Because there is, the temperature there is quite less. It's a cold weather. So that's why they had to make pits, pit houses, and other evidences of a kind of mixed economy, because they hunted also, they fished also, and they also were involved in agriculture. So it shows basically a level of sophistication, how they used to operate in their day-to-day life. Got it? and discovery of tools also. Of course, if tools will not be there, then how will they be able to do hunting, fishing, agriculture? So that is also a feature. So that's why the correct answer is Burzholm, and these kind of questions are quite common for UPSC to dwell on. They can ask these kind of questions. So just try to remember these important Neolithic sites. There is Mehergarh also. There is Jorve culture also in Maharashtra, Inamgaon. So these kind of terms are very much important. Just try to stick to all these things, make notes out of them. Of course, you might have made notes about all these things already. This time is not for notes, but at least revise these concepts. Keep on revising it. Because these questions, if you miss these questions or not attempt these questions in exam, then you'll be very regretful after the exam. Because they are very simple facts, very small facts. Okay? Now, let's move to the next question. Next question is about Harappan seals. It talks about the nature or the characteristics of Harappan seals. Harappan seals were square in shape and made of steatite. It's a basically soft rock. Steatite is a soft rock which can be worked upon. So that's why the first statement is correct. What about the second statement? Some Harappan seals depict composite animals combining features of different creatures. Of course, we have example of unicorns. Now what is unicorn? Just don't reflect on horse with a particular horn when you think about unicorn. When you see unicorn, basically what you understand is that the features of two different species are mixed. So it was a very characteristic feature of Harappan seals. So the second statement is also right. The third one says Harappan seals were exclusively used for religious purposes. Now this is wrong. Exclusive, these kind of terms, exclusive, only, explicitly. Whenever these kind of terms come, just take due vigilance. Try to be alert while you read these kind of keywords. The moment you read these kind of keywords, most of the times, not saying all the time, but most of the times, these questions are going to be incorrect. Okay? So, were they only employed for religious purposes? No, for trade also. So that's why the third one is incorrect. The correct answer is 1 and 2 only. Got it? Now, what about the next question? Next question is very important. It talks about the significance of cow and how the society named various time periods or some particular things, their lineage and all those kind of things on the basis of cows. So that's why this question reflects the importance of cow. Even in mains, you can name these terms to basically substantiate the importance of cow during Vedic age. Got it? The first one says Gavyuti, a festive celebration in honor of cattle, which is wrong. This is wrong. Gavyuti is basically the mooing of cow. It is basically a parameter of distance. Okay. So it was the distance. Till that distance, if a particular cow moves, then it can be heard. So the distance from that particular cow to the place till which his or basically its mooing can be heard is known as Gavyuti. Now what about Gotra? Kinship group, of course. Gotra is still relevant. Gotra, Nijghar, these sort of things are still relevant. Okay, it basically shows common parental lineage. Okay, a basically patriarchal lineage. So Gotra is correctly matched here about kinship group. Now what about Godhuli? A measure of distance? No, it's a measure of time. Now what was Godhuli? During dusk, when the cow used to come back to their place, wherever they, to the stable where they used to stay. Okay, so while coming back, during the evening time, during the dawn, during the dusk, because they were running towards their basically stable, so a lot of what you can say dust used to come up. And because of that dust, a particular kind of what we can say environment was created, which was known as Godhuli, Godhuli Bela. Okay, Godhuli Bela means the time of Godhuli. So that's why the third one is incorrect. It's not a measure of distance, it's a measure of time. ठीक है, शाम की बात हो रही है यहाँ पे, शाम. ठीक है, dawn जैसे सुबह होता है, dusk, शाम की बात हो रही है. So that's why 1 and 3 are incorrect. Correct answer is 2. The correct answer is B. Now the next question is, about ancient Indian texts and basically Buddhist and Jain texts. Which of the above mentions the list of 16 Mahajanpadas? All of them, but in a different form. See, Mahavatsu and Aguntar Nikaya are Buddhist texts. So what is the difference between them? And what are 16 Mahajanpads? So during the Buddha period start, talking about 600 BC, means 1500 BC, from 1500 BC till we can say 1000 BC or 900 BC, early Vedic period was there. After that, from 900 BC till 600 BC, later Vedic period was there. And after that, the various kingdoms started appearing, but they were small by nature. They were tribal by nature. So 16 Mahajanpads were created across India. Okay. It goes till east, it goes till west, till Afghanistan and all those regions, which were known as Gandhar during that period. Gandhara, Gandhar. Okay. So these all texts are the proof of all those 16 Mahajanpads. And the most important out of them, which came up later, or we can say initially it was present, but it became a force to reckon with, was Magad, which was ruled by Mauryas, before that Nandas. So that's why these all 16 Mahajanpads have been mentioned in Mahavatsu and Aguntar Nikaya, which are both Buddhist texts. What is the difference between them? The name of northwestern provinces, extreme northwestern provinces, are different. They have been called with different names in these two Buddhist texts. And what about Bhagavati Sutra? Bhagavati Sutra is a Jain Agam or Jain text. Got it? It also comprises of 16 Mahajanpads. It's a very important question. These sort of questions can come in UPSC, that which particular texts talk about 16 Mahajanpads. So that's why give due concern to these kind of questions. Okay. So the correct answer is 1, 2 and 3. What about the next question? The next question is about Sudarshan Reservoir. Sudarshan Reservoir is placed near on the Girnar Hills. Girnar Hills, Gujarat. Okay, famous for what we can say Asiatic lions. Got it? Gir Sanctuary. You might have heard about it. So that's why this question is asking about Sudarshan Reservoir, some particular facts, some ancient facts about who constructed, who repaired Sudarshan Reservoir. It is a very important, it holds a very important place in the Indian ancient history. Now the first statement is that the reservoir was originally built during the Mauryan period, which is right. Chandragupta Maurya. Chandragupta Maurya. Basically, what we can say is that allowed its construction or basically initiated its construction, but it was done by the governor of Gujarat province during that time. Okay, so that's why this is correct. Now what about the next statement? The reservoir was last repaired during the reign of Rudra Daman. No, Skandagupt. This is incorrect. Skandagupt, the Gupta ruler in 3rd century CE, current era, which is the new name for AD. Okay, so that is basically, this particular statement is incorrect because it is mentioning Rudra Daman, who basically repaired in the 2nd century CE, not the 3rd century. He was not the last ruler who, what we can say, patronized it for reconstruction or for repair. So that this particular statement has a factual error, which is Rudra Daman, and the correct answer to that is Skandagupt. So the correct answer is A1 only. It's a very important lake, it's a very important feature, and it is very important for UPSC also. So please give due attention to these kind of questions. They are basically talking about the most probable questions also, which can come in the upcoming UPSC Prelims 2025. Okay. Now let's move ahead to the next question. Next question is about these two sects, Vaibhashika and Sautarnika. And this question asks you about these religious practices in India. These sects belong to Hinayan Buddhism. Okay, in India, there are various schisms which happened in Buddhism. Okay, the first one basically happened in the 2nd Buddhist Council. But the major one happened in the 4th Buddhist Council. Schism means breakage. Okay. So in that breakage, Hinayan and Mahayana Buddhism appeared. Mahayana is greater wheel and Hinayan is lower wheel. Okay. Now in Hinayan Buddhism, it got prospered in South and Southeast Asia. The kind of Buddhism being practiced in these regions nowadays, because in India you know very well that Buddhism is not practiced on a large scale. Of course, there are people Buddhist they claim that they are Buddhist, but still, for almost 400-500 years, for all practical purposes, we can say that we were majorly Buddhist only. Okay, then we reverted to Hinduism or whatever religion later on. But as far as Vaibhashika and Sautarnika are concerned, these two sects are related to Hinayan Buddhism. Again, a very important question. Okay, it's about terms which are being asked in ancient history. It's a part of ancient also. We can call it a part of art and culture also. It's a cross-functional question. So that's why these particular terms are very much important, Vaibhashika and Sautarnika, and they are related to Hinayan Buddhism. Got it? Now, let's move ahead to the next question. The next question is about Siddha. What does Siddha mean in Jainism? See, the meaning of Siddha or Siddha Purush in Jainism, Hinduism, Buddhism, or as a matter of fact, other Abrahamical religions also, is quite similar, but not exactly same. As far as Jainism goes, Siddha Purush or Siddha means a pure soul completely free from the cycle of birth and death. Moksha, as far as Hinduism says. In Hinduism also, the moksha basically means getting free from the cycle of birth and death. So the correct answer to Siddha is B. Got it? There are 8 forms of, we can say, 8 forms of cycle, and one who gets free from all those cycles, I'm talking about Jainism here, he basically becomes Siddha in Jainism. Got it? So the correct answer to this is B. Again, a very important term, because see the kind of options which have been given here. These kind of questions become very confusing. A soul who has conquered inner passions but still lives as a human being. Of course, this can mislead you to Siddha. Or a preacher who established a religious order after attaining spiritual awakening. Again, this can be a reason. This can basically confuse you that this could also be a probable explanation of Siddha. Again, a person who attains complete knowledge but continues human existence. Again, you can get misleaded out of this particular option. But the correct answer is a pure soul completely free from the cycle of birth and death. As simple as that, and that is Siddha. Got it? Now, let's move to the next question. Now, this question is very much important. Why it is important? See, as far as Adi Granth goes, it is one of the, what we can say, the most pious or most important text for Sikhs or Sikhism. And as far as Adi Granth goes, it basically contains the teachings of first 5 gurus. And while compiling Adi Granth, they took references from other religion also. Basically, the personalities, or we can say the ascetics or the important figures of other religions. And that's why this question is very important, because Adi Granth took references from Kabir, Namdev. Okay, Namdev belonged to Maharashtra. He was a saint from Maharashtra. Trilochar Sai, okay, and Ravidas. Baba Farid, again important figure, Baba Farid. Got it? So the teachings of all these personalities, Kabir, Namdev, Trilochar Sai, Ravidas, Baba Farid, all these have been mentioned in Adi Granth. So the correct answer is all 4. Okay? So these facts are very much important, because basically what they talk about the composite culture of India. Okay, the composite culture, the secular culture of India. So these sort of things have been addressed through these small questions. So that's why there is a reason for these questions to come in the upcoming exam, or we can say other exams also. So that's why the correct answer is D. Now, let's move to the next question. The next question is again a long length question. This question will try to Okay, it's the second last question for this session. Now this question talks about the technique of this dance. It's about a dance form. Okay, it's a very good question. The technique of this dance form is very unique. Now once it says unique, you should move towards classical dance forms. Okay, I'm just telling you how you can arrive at an answer, not giving some key. Eliminate E, eliminate B, eliminate C, 1, 2, 3. No, not all that. Anyway, in this question, that is not possible. Okay, I'm just giving you a hint. How can you, while reading this particular statement only for once, this whole paragraph, you can come on the right answer. Because in exam, what will happen is that you are going to read it 4 times. So, better than that, you should be reading it for the once. So, unique, the feet are placed on the outer edge of the sole to give a spring to the walk. Try it. Okay, try this particular form. Once you basically place your feet on the outer edge of the sole, you will feel a spring kind of action while you walk. Okay. Now, the dancer wears a billowing skirt. Billowing means a balloon kind of formation forms. Heavy of ornamentation and a large headgear, yet maintains agility for leaps and jumps. Despite of wearing all these things, they maintain agility for leaps and jumps. Traditionally, even female roles were performed by men, which was very much true about India earlier. The above description best reflects which one of the following classical dance forms of the India? Kathakali. Got it? Belong to Kerala. But nowadays, it is saying that traditionally even female roles are performed by men, but now even females are taking part in Kathakali. They are learning Kathakali and they are performing it also. Okay, a very beautiful question. Okay, try to remember these kind of things. These kind of questions can come about Bharatanatyam also, Kuchipudi also, Mohiniyattam also. So, this kind of questions are highly probable to come in your upcoming UPSC CSE 2025. Okay. Now, what about the next question? See, the next question is the last question of today's session and it is talking about Panchayatan style. See, Panchayatan style, anyway in UPSC also Panchayatan style has been asked. So that's why these kind of terms become very important. While discussing PYQs, I told you how UPSC repeats themes in their art and culture related questions or history questions. So that's why it is very important. That's why Panchayatan style of architecture, temple architecture is very much important for you all. Got it? The first statement says a temple complex consisting of 5 interconnected halls arranged in a straight line, not halls. Not halls, shrines, which is the second option. Got it? This is basically an outlay of the Panchayatan style. 1 big shrine, other 4 shrines. The main deity is placed in the main shrine in the center. And the rest of 4, we can say subordinate deities to the main deity. So this is very much important to understand that what does Panchayatan style mean. UPSC can delve into that. That what do you understand by Panchayatan style of temple architecture? What were the other options? A temple style where 5 sanctuaries are constructed side by side along the temple's axis. No. Unnecessarily confusing you all. But these kind of things can come in exam. And you can commit mistake in this. So that's why try to understand you need to take away all these options. So that you can conclude on option number B. Because at times what happens, you are unable to recall the correct answer to it. So that's why go through all the options. You will find that there is some kind of absurdity attached with other options. And through those absurdity, you will conclude on the right answer, which is B. Got it? The last option is a temple design featuring 5 concentric enclosures around the main sanctum. No, this is again wrong. This is not Panchayatan style. Okay? Panchayatan style very famous. The Savatar temple in Devgarh. Okay? Devgarh basically in UP. And when did this Panchayatan style develop? During Guptas. It is a form of, we can say, Nagara style only. It's not a form of Dravida style. It's a subset, or we can say it can be subsumed under Nagar style only. Nagar style which was developed in north of India. Dravid style which was developed in south of India. And Visara style, which is a mix of Nagar and Dravidian style, it developed in various other places of India. Got it? So the correct answer is B. And that's all for today's session, because we anyway had a very long session. I hope you all got it, all your doubts solved. Still, if you have any other doubts, you can contact it, you can comment it on YouTube. We'll take it up. And you are free to come to Sriram IAS and ask for doubt solving sessions as far as Anubhuti goes. Most probably we'll be taking a comprehension questions tomorrow of the Anubhuti CSAT part. Okay? So best of luck your upcoming UPSC CSE 2025. I hope your preparation is going in good mode, and you'll be able to, everyone who is watching this video, even they are not and they will watch it later on, I give you all the best for your upcoming civil services examination. Okay?